Hyperdrive.
Standing by your side with my heart on hyperdrive. I'll do what it takes to make you believe. With my heart on hyperdrive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
go.
Good evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are around the world. It is endurance time. It is the Permobil Endurance Series. My name is Neil, and today we're bringing you the Donington Park 8-hour, the third rounds of the season. Joining me in the commentary box tonight, or today, wherever you are, we've got Nick Amon. Is that how you say your last name, Nick?
No, it's Amon or Amon, but you're not the first, and you certainly won't be the last person to mispronounce it in my lifetime.
Well, it's going to be a good day if the first name I actually say is wrong, but I know this name. I know this man. It's Sean Muller. How are you, sir?
I am very well, young Neil. Good to be back in the box. Excited for this one. Donington Park, what a great track.
Young Neil, I like the sounds of that. More of that, please. Not feeling very young today, but as we can see on track at the moment, clear skies, which is good considering how interesting the last event at Imola was.
Yeah, the weather was played a huge factor in that just race start to finish. I don't think anybody could have predicted how that race would have gone. I certainly didn't.
Yeah, it was. I just wanted a bit of a respite today for the drivers, but the service settings are still the same. So, as always, we're at the hands of the sim racing gods today. 8 hours at Donington. It is British track. They are renowned for some nice little showers, but I think fingers crossed today. I hope it's a dry. And all I've asked is maybe just one brief shower across the track to mix things up. But we shall wait and see. What are your thoughts, Sean?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see some weather. It definitely mixes up the field. I also feel traffic's going to be a huge factor today. That's sort of, I was chatting with the $1.50 lads before, and yeah, traffic's definitely front of mind. Considering there's not a lot of places to pass, it's quite tight and undulating. So getting your pit stops absolutely spot on. Big key today.
Oh, massive key. And if we saw anything from last night, the shootout, it's going to be very spicy throughout the race today. Congratulations to Alpha Venturi 818. Zachary Smith putting in a blinding lap of a 25.610. 27 thousandths faster than Michael Velasquez from MPR GP2. With Alpha Venturi 919, Matthew Pinata on for P3 with the 25.8. So some great times last night. Some debutants in the mix. Some nerves out there. Hopefully that is all out of the system now. We can have a great start to this race, Nick.
I mean, I'm certainly excited. Donington Park. I have a bit of a shaky history with it. I'll be completely honest. When I was running it in sprint myself, I found those last couple of hairpins a little difficult to handle. Outside of that, though, just it flows so well, especially through Sector 1. You have those sweeping left to rights, down the hill, then back up the hill. It's one of those things where it looks easy, but when you actually start getting into it and you really start putting those laps in, you come to realize just how much surgical precision you need with those corners. And not just those corners, but even just, heck, the whole track. It's getting it down to a science is something that you really have to commit yourself to, and especially in an event like this where it is going to be 8 hours. You may not be driving for all of it, but you need to stay on top of your game when you're in the driver's seat, because one wrong move and all that progress is thrown out the window, because you're either back in the pits or at the back of the grid.
Yeah, it doesn't take much, especially these circuits when there's a lot of grass right on the outside of the track. The complete opposite to something like Paul Ricard. Imola's not too bad in that sense, where if you do go off, you're probably going to hit gravel, and most likely not come back onto the track for some time. This circuit, though, yes, it's very spicy, and this is the first endurance that we've done at Donington Park for more than 3 hours. But very excited, and look at that field, beautiful. I'm not quite sure what the deal is with the back. They sort of around the corner-ish there. That's it looks quite funny.
Maybe.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't just do straight. Fair enough. Let's go through the grid. Let's get into it.
Oh, it's my favorite part. I love the little grid locks. They're all the well, I guess now it's not. We're looking at liveries. We're looking at the qualifying times. Neil, you were talking about earlier, just how close it was. in that top 3. Said pole by 27 thousandths. I mean, you can't get much closer than that. That's absolutely incredible. But we do have the boys from Alpha Venturi starting there on P1. Behind them, it's MPRGP in P2, and then Alpha Venturi 919. So the two Alpha Tauris, or Alpha Venturis, excuse me. Sorry, I'm thinking about F1. They're keeping each other nice and comfortable up there in that top 3. You got BS Plus Competition and BDE Motorsport finding their way into the top 5. Very good run from them, hoping to see what they can pull out later on in this event. And then you start moving down 6 through 7. No Idea, a name that we've seen quite a lot. If you have no idea who they are, well, you are certainly new to the scene. Kovacs Racing Purple as well, a team that we see quite a lot of here in these endurance races. OES Orange, the Milk Racing team. I am proud to say that I am part of it, not racing in it, but just there. Into the top 10 as well, and then MPRGP as well, the other half of the MPRG team, rounding out that top 10, but very close from all of these guys. Mullick, you might have been muted. People in the chat were pointing out. I don't know if you hit a button on accident.
Really?
That's what I'm hearing. I could be wrong.
Well, I've just done some of my best work. Okay, let's go again. So in
Oh god, speed running the grid any %. Let's do it right now. We got what, a couple minutes possibly until these drivers get back to the start line.
Nah, fuck it. That's it. Had your chance, blown it. Yeah. So sorry about that. Not much you can do. I've actually rebuilt some PCs and a few little gremlins rocking about, but there's a grid. There's 47 cars. Good luck, everyone.
Job done. Well done.
I'll leave it up to your trusty hands to start, so I get this replay monitor ready to go.
Well, here we go. Round 3 of the Permobil Donington Park Endurance Series. This is going to be an absolute ripper. Cannot wait to see, especially these top 4 competitors up front. We've got some real big names. So, names that we all know and love here in OOR. Looks like Zachary Smith will be taking the first stint. He will control the field. Come around now, and we are about to get underway. 8 hours of racing action. Get comfortable. Grab your favourite chair. Grab your favourite snacks. Round 3 is about to get underway. And it is going to be Zachary Smith that is going to lead them away. And we are racing as I head down now towards turn 1, which is Redgate. They're going to go 4 wide, 3 wide. Now, settle down, lads. It is 8 hours. And everyone looks like they get through Redgate nice and cleanly. Smith's got a fantastic start. Malik there in second. Morrison third, Paquita fourth, Luke Sparrow in fifth for No Idea in the beautiful Porsche. But everyone just looks like they're getting their nice space on the track. Everyone's got off to a really clean start. This is great to see. I was a little worried about, oh, there we go. It is taken one lap and those bollards are gone.
Yeah, those bollards are the earliest casualties at Donington, no matter if you're doing 8 hours or 20 minutes. We did have, I believe, one of the Aston Martins off way in the back at the start, but they seem to have recovered quite nicely. The rest of the field rounding themselves out as we come up and over through the chicane. Zachary Smith still very much in the lead here. Malik and Bakita have both jumped Lawrenson, so the two BMWs find themselves sandwiched between a couple of Mercedes. We do have Kieran Potter as well taking a swing at this trailing Mercedes car. Behind them is Bierce, who is also getting an incredible run. We've got 2 wide right now, down into the final hairpin to complete the first lap here at the Donington Park 8 hour, and there's the touch. The Mercedes goes around.
Yeah.
It's 2 Mercedes, 2 BMWs getting caught up in that, and already, as clean as it was, that perfect opening lap just not meant to be.
That's the Melbourne hairpin for you. It just gets so tight there, especially with 2 or 3 cars trying to fight for the same position on the track. Kind of was always going to happen, but 8 hours to go. Plenty of time to get in the recovery mode and pull those positions back.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these endurance events. You know, if it's something like our sprint series or the F1 series that we run, you have a set amount of time, and it's very, very short. Even an hour-long race is still very, very quick. But like you said, with these 8-hour races, a lot of time to recover. I think that's one of the things a lot of people who don't really participate in these longer endurance events might not realize right off the bat, because they're so used to the races that they're running. But when you're like everybody here on the grid and you're very much used to these long races, you understand that someone's going to lose at the start, and sometimes it's going to be you, but that doesn't mean it's over. And that's really the key here, and just to see who on this grid has that sort of endurance to go all the way and to just keep their focus up.
Battle here between Ristofani and Ty. Yes, really, actually, a big fan of Stephen Ty's Audi there. That looks fantastic. Really has that factory look to it.
It does. I honestly, I don't think there's ever been an Audi livery I've seen that I hated, and now that I say that, someone's going to prove me wrong, probably. So there's someone's going to listen to this who's going to be in either North American or EU Sprint next season. That's like, okay, time to make the worst Audi livery Nick has ever seen. But I gotta say, it doesn't matter if we're running endurance or if we're running sprint. Liveries look incredible. So this is going to be the replay from earlier with the contact. So late braking for the BMW, and I think he just got on the gas a little bit too early. Wasn't expecting the Merc to be as slow as he was, and that actually picked up another manufacturer, another Mercedes there on board with the BMW. It's really close. Oh, I don't even think he could have seen that one coming. I think he thought he was like matching his speed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the stewards will view that one. It looked like a bit of a boot, but definitely agree with you that the Merc definitely got out of shape there as well. So we'll leave that to our fantastic steward team. It is early, but we'll give a big thank you to our awesome stewards who do provide an exceptional service and do it all volunteering as well. So hope they have a nice quiet day in the stewards box today.
There's your answer, lads.
Oh, there you go.
Right as you said it.
Yeah, it's always on the onus is always on the car behind, so you just got to be very careful coming out of corners. I think that's dropped 919 right to the back of the field too. So, yep. So recovery drive for Alpha Venturi 919.
Plenty of time to make it up though, especially with the calibre of drivers in that 919. I have no doubt they'll be back in the top 10 pretty soon. Ooh.
Yeah, Ben Keogh, that's a name very familiar with North America, down here 33rd right now. A bit of a bump from Huddy, who does sneak on through, trying to get that position back. There was a little touch there, but Keogh has to back out of it through these fast sweeping S's. There's no chance that you're going to find it. It was actually parked up behind the Nissan of Price, rather, excuse me. But this is a really cool shot here, coming up the hill. That quick little left, and then almost immediately onto the brakes. You can see how much Keo is just sort of wiggling that wheel side to side, how much that car wants to just slide out on you. And then up the hill in blind right-hander, entirely up to feel. You can see how much those back tires are sliding. Those two little light displays just to the left and right above the heads-up, that is showing the slip of those rear tires. And I think he flashed the headlights for a second, maybe saying, hey man, that was my position. And Zachary Smith, another fastest lap, just bringing that time lower and lower, a 126.43.
That is a very quick race lap with Phil. Oh, so is that Jay Rag off there for Kovacs Racing Green? So this is going to be a little bit spicy here into the Melbourne hairpin. Everyone just gets themselves sorted. Oh, we got it in the background. Just saw
that was the Nissan. That was Price. I don't know what happened. I think it looked like I don't know who got into the back of him, but that was definitely the Nissan of Price, because he is nowhere to be seen, even in the background shots. So, yeah, that's just what can happen. And again, the stewards will look at that, and again, huge shout outs to them for all they do. But 7 hours, 53 minutes, 18 seconds to go. I think a 15-second penalty really won't mean all too much in the grand scheme of things.
Looking here at Philippa Baketa, who's moved her way up to second position. So on the charge early, chasing after Zachary Smith, and that gap has come down as well. It was out to 1.6 at one stage, down to 1.3. So Philippa's got the bit between the teeth. Of course, real big rivalry between Alpha Venturi and BS competition here. We've seen them have a couple of incidents. We've got a replay here. This will give us an idea of what happened to Price here. So down into the Melbourne hairpin, went really deep, and ooh, that's a bit of a strange one, that one.
That looks pretty self-inflicted.
Yeah. Everybody tapping each other in the rear as I assume a way of saying good job on avoiding that and going around it safely. But we carry on. Tom Maloney for Kovacs Racing Barbecue. I could definitely go for some right about now. I mean, it's only midnight. There's probably something that's going to be open at some point. But as he get a great view. Mullock, of course, with the best camera work, period. Yeah, Stubbs on there. Send it on the wing. I respect that. But yeah, I did definitely go for some barbecue. Running P7, though, very respectable. Looking at this top 10, actually, look at the top 15. All German manufacturers. Mercedes, BMW, a lot of BMWs, Porsche, and an Audi there. It's only until you get to Skylar Loverink. Your North American pro champion for sprint is in P16, and he's in a completely different national manufacturer. That is Ferrari for Italy, as right now he's trying to chase down P15 and 14, maybe a couple positions here as he goes side by side down into the first hairpin. He will have to send it around the outside. Can he make it stick? That's going to be the question. Great respect from both of these drivers, keeping it clean. Loverink has to go back out and could go back around the outside, but decides better of it. Ooh, I thought he was going to go for a little bit of a switcheroo, but not happening quite.
I do believe that is the only Ferrari in the field as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you may be correct, my friend. I don't think there's another Ferrari. Nope. The only Ferrari on the grid is running P16 at the moment, and, well, could be putting up one hell of a fight later on, I think.
Of course, it is the swan song for three of these cars as well. So the Ferrari, the Porsche, and the Lamborghini, of course, getting a update next week, which is very exciting. I know we're all very excited about 1.9 coming.
Yep, I've looked at the cars that are being included in the track. Of course, Valencia. I will absolutely be dropping the money for it. Hold on, speaking of money, it's going to be Kale throwing his money down the inside there on Fernandez. That could give Death a chance to make a swift, clean kill of the Porsche, but out of the corner, does get a bit loose there. Loses all that time, can't capitalize into the chicane that you can almost straight line here. Everybody getting it nice, neat, and clean. That's a very common spot in terms of track warnings. We see it a lot in sort of the other series, or even just in pubs. It's very common, so it's very, very crucial that you line it up perfectly to minimize steering, but to also get as much time as we join Bierce and Malik in. This is the battle for P3. It looks like side by side down the front straight. BMW on the racing line, but has to back out. Incredibly smart play there from the Porsche to just take advantage of the space he has.
Yeah, BMW's never going to outbreak a Porsche into there, definitely. Good to see Lucas Burris there in a Porsche. Good to see he saw the light, so it's great. Teaming up with Matthew Lamb in No Idea. Looking back at this fantastic train of cars here. So we've got Sneakers, Maloney and Ristofani. 3 BMWs going out. Of course, that beautiful Kovacs Racing barbecue food truck, even though Weber's on a barbecue.
Shoutouts to Ristofani as well. I love the gradient it looks like on that. Amazing. And then you have Hind behind, just sort of lurking. Knows that these BMWs, probably very similar setups, could have a lot of infighting between them, and that would be beautiful for the number 600. Could pick up 3 if he plays his cards right.
Oh, see Ristofani, that sort of turned in, and just the front end sort of didn't want to bite, so that was a little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, able to just keep going though. I think the hairpin is sort of the last place you want to be going straight. At least in my experience, but I'm just a commentator, so what do I know? But we continue on. We've just passed a little bit over 10 minutes. Replay coming in from earlier. This is looking at the number 150 Aston Martin in the amateur class category. That appears to be... If I can find the name.
Lewis, that'll be Lewis Cugley behind the wheel.
That is Cugley. Yep.
Oh, so, I saw in front there, the Alliance Green Lambo just got spun around like a spinning top. That will come with an invoice.
How expensive do you think that's going to be?
I reckon 6 figures. We'll just go straight up 6 figures right away.
I would agree with you. I know how the Italians are when it comes to their cars. Very protective of them. You never want to see them get damaged, no matter what you're a fan of. This is Philip Akita right now. It says running P1, or is he P2? It always throws me for a loop, but it looks like... Oh, this is P2. So he's really cut time out. I think last time we checked it was, what, 1.3? Now it's just a few tenths. It's just a little bit half a second.
What's going to be interesting here with Philippa is, does she want to lead, or is she happy just to sit behind Zach Smith here and just get a bit of air and just a bit of a slipstream? It's going to be really intriguing, this battle. I'm really looking forward to seeing these two absolutely throw haymakers at each other.
Yeah, I think I don't know what the strategy is looking like for the number 89, but if I were Philippa, if I were her, I would maybe just take a look at the lap times, see how much you're taking out. If it's a little bit, maybe it's a couple hundredths, maybe it's a tenth or two, just slowly let the battle come to you. Find the point where you can get the most advantage as Smith cuts it really close on the inside. I think maybe starting to feel the pressure. And down towards the chicane, this could be a very good overtaking spot should Bakita get an incredible exit out of the top of the hill. If not, well, you got a couple hairpins to play with. So we'll see what the gap is coming over the line. It's come down just about a quarter of a second. These two almost coming to blows, it looks like. I would predict a position change by the end of the next lap.
Oh,
Roses are red. My name is Dave. I love potatoes. Microwave. You know what? If someone said that to me, I would marry them on the spot.
Kovacs Racing Purple, never let us down.
They will. They're again. It's a team we see quite a lot here in the OOR. So you shouldn't be too surprised. They always have little Easter eggs for us to find, much like really any team when it comes to these custom liveries. Whoa, there's Zach Smith going a little wide, coming down the hill. Kept it Neat and tidy, though. Thankfully, Bakita is not going to take advantage of that quite yet, but that is already showing you just how much pressure Zach Smith is under right now, how much pace this BMW has. You're in the passenger seat right now with the number 89 as we head down towards the chicane once again. It's just a couple of tenths, but it's going to feel like a couple of centimeters to the Mercedes up ahead, as this BMW has been taking up all of the rear view through the chicane, try to straight line it down towards the hairpin. And these two are staying where they are, just holding position.
This is a great onboard. You can just see the wheel work here with Philippa, and the reason why she is so quick. Look, there's just no real histrionics with it, no left and right correction, just one smooth motion the whole time. This is a true master at work. Little adjustment there, probably maybe traction control, brake bias, just to, and that's what these pros do. They can adjust on the fly in a lap, every corner, little traction control change for different corners. For me, that's just too much work. I have enough trouble keeping on the track, so.
Yeah, we've got a replay here. This is the 788. So this is this battle we've seen with all of these BMWs sort of keeping each other. Oh, and that's just completely self-inflicted. Just dipped that left rear on the grass and, well, along for the ride. Thankfully, it kept it out of the wall.
And these two have absolutely gapped the field as well. They are 7.3 seconds ahead of third place Lucas Burst there. So back with this fantastic battle for 5th, 6th and 7th between Sonikas, Maloney and Ristofani.
Yeah, the three BMWs keeping each other company. You can see Potter there just up ahead. Just sort of keeping them in check in the rear view. Just sort of like, you know, a parent when your kids are at the playground. You're not really right there, but you're just keeping an eye on them, make sure they don't do anything stupid. And then also Burst up ahead, just sort of in his own little world. If you look at the mini-map there, you can see the triangle of your leader. And that is just how far away they are right now. And again, like you said, Sean, 7 seconds. And well, the gap for Bakita is a couple of tenths, so two different stories. Two of many stories, rather, that are being told this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you may be. The Mercedes of Stefano Riccioluti on the inside there. Nothing that the Porsche can do. It'll be a position gained.
Fantastic move that was. Oh, look how close this is. Fantastic racing there into Goddard's. Now down onto the main straight, also known as the Wheatcross straight. Now into Red Gate. Fantastic track, this one. I'm a big fan. Took me a while to warm to it, but I absolutely love it now. And now down through the absolutely magnificent Craner curves. This is flat through here in the dry. Then you have a slight tap of the brake, maybe go down a gear into the old hairpin. Clip that apex as much as you like. There we go, up the hill, through Starkey's Bridge, up towards McLean's. Tricky corner, this one. These next two corners, McLean's and Coppers, are the two trickiest corners on the track by far. Especially Coppers as well. In the wet, it is, gives me shivers, that thing.
Gives me shivers in the dry. What are you talking about in the wet? I don't even put my mind over there, man.
And of course this chicane, which you can never take the same every lap. What is surprising is that tyre bundle has not moved. That is a shock. I thought that would have been gone lap 1 as well.
Well, congratulations. Next time we get to it, it will be gone. Oh, and a 10-second coming in for Borg, out of position on lap 1. I thought everyone was lined up perfectly.
Of course, managing these penalties is going to be, as John read, now 10-second penalty for out of position on lap 11. I'm going to assume that's lap 1.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think you can be out of position 11 laps in, but what do I know? But one thing I absolutely love about these kind of races is, you know, you have this massive grid and you can see just how close everybody is. However, they're keeping it clean. You look at it and you think, oh, anyone can do that, but then when you actually get into that situation, like even in a pub lobby, it is so difficult to judge everything to perfection like these drivers have. and it's just mesmerizing to watch. It's one of the reasons why I love motorsports so much, is you can have microscopic movements done perfectly every single time, and I will always, always, always be amazed.
Oh, the 150 cops a 10-second penalty for jumping the start. That's going to hurt, considering Cogley's made up a lot of positions as well, starting 40th position, I believe, and he's up to 27th there.
Oh no,
Ooh.
Jack Steele.
Cars
With,
off everywhere.
Was that Lawrenson that was behind him? It was. So the 919 troubles continuing to mount for him, as everybody almost coming together here at Coppers, but thankfully evasive action's always good. That was I believe Muriel in the 446 Mercedes that did an excellent job of getting just enough real estate and investing it into a position.
That's the thing with the 919 coming back through the pack as well. Always tough because there's... Oh, that's very deep. Whoa, that was a huge moment there for Finch. Wow-wee.
I think my heart went into my throat there. But, Sean, to sort of bounce off what you said about coming up through the field for the 919, to anybody who's ever watched the sprint series, whether it's AP, EU, or NA, and we have those super sprint rounds where we have the top 12 get reverse grid ordered, it's sort of something similar to what Lawrenson is dealing with right now. Granted, not on the same scale, but you do have very fast drivers having to pick their way through what is considered slower competition, not to, be disparaging or anything, but it's a lot harder because when you're running up front, you know those guys. You know how those front runners are going to act, but when it comes to people who you really don't see all that much, it's difficult. And then, heaven forbid, you start on pole position and you get taken out lap 1. Well, now you've got to go through the field again. So, despite Lawrence's mistake, as we saw, it's still a lot of work and a lot of stress to get back up through the grid. And I don't think we can really state that in any more than we already have.
On board with the 717 here, Zachary Vlasbom. We'll go with that. I've probably butchered it as per normal.
That's probably close enough. Yeah.
Oh, moment there. Ooh. It's actually weird for the BMW to see it do that. It's quite a stable car from what I've heard. I haven't driven it. I refuse to drive it, but from what I hear, it's a very stable motor vehicle. So it is strange to see the back end step out like that. Ooh, is that Borg? It looks like a head really cut the corner there.
That might draw the ire of the track limit gods. Bukita, in the meantime, though, picking up fastest lap with a 26-1. So, despite being stuck behind your race leader, it really hasn't slowed her down at all. Incredible stuff. Sasha Death right now running P18 in the Aston Martin, chasing down Tafiq there. It's 482. These two guys pretty high up. You do see the Italian Rescioluti behind. I am butchering these. I apologize. But these three keeping each other company. Always nice to see. Not really vying for position. I think right now, as we're just about to close in on the half-hour mark, I think drivers are starting to get into that state of flow, saying, "All right, we got through the hecticness of the race start. I think now's the time where we really start just turning these laps. Don't really think about it too much. Don't think about how much time is left. Just worry about keeping the car on the track, getting these laps, and maybe in due time, you reel them in and go for a position." One person who's not listening to that is Ristafani right now, as you're sitting here on the back wing of Seneca's, hopefully not weighing down that rear end any more than the downforce is already putting onto it. A better run for the 789 into the chicane. Is there going to be a late move down the inside? No, there's not. Just staying behind, waiting for a more opportune moment to go for the move. This might be it. Pulls to the inside into the chicane, or into the hairpin. Is it going to be a late break there for the chasing BMW? Yes, it is. Down the inside, textbook stuff from Ristafani.
That was also great heads-up driving there from Peach. Just open the wheel a little bit. Really not want to fight too hard at this early stage of the race. Just sort of keep your nose clean. That's what these early sort of stages are was as John has let me know that JP has 9 seconds of rear damage, so that is that's why he didn't really defend that quite hard. Thank you for the update there, John.
And that's the great thing about all the drivers in this event. We have those who are obviously sitting in the car doing their thing. We've got their teammates in chat giving us little updates on it. It's really good insight that I think most sim racing events don't have. Ben Keogh, 15 seconds, lap 7 collision. So with these penalties, of course, that'll get added on during the pit stops. I believe we're running 30-second pit stops, unless some setting has changed. So whatever your pit stop normally is and you have a penalty, well, just add that red number next to it. Whoa! Malik, that was huge save from the 788. I don't think I could have saved that.
Yeah, no, I'm probably in the fence for that one. Of course, he is chasing Cullen Gibbons there, up ahead in the 716, and as you can see, chasing very hard. There is a lot of attitude on that BMW at the moment, and just for that, he cops a 10-second penalty as well.
Oh, no. It was a great save, and the stewards came in and said, yeah, however. Popped him right on the head, but shouldn't be all too much of a problem. Here's Vlasblom, 717 BMW. You can see just how much correction we're getting with these steering wheel inputs. Obviously not as clean as some drivers, but still very nice, gentle inputs. And it's also important to not get on the power too early out of some of these corners, because that's how you're going to spin the car. That's how you're going to fall down the grid. And, well, that's the last thing you sort of want. You do see Ty starting an assault, it looks like, on Borg for position number 9.
I think just on that point as well, you really don't want to excite the rears as well. Tyre wear, especially at the back end of a stint, when the cars get light, really important to just keep some nice rubber, or as my good friend Mark Scape would say, some goodness in the tyre.
Good old Scafey.
Yeah, definitely towards the back end of a stint. You definitely want some grip, especially if you're in a fight coming in that last couple of hours. Back with our leaders at the moment. So Philip is just sitting there nice and close. Still hasn't made a move, but really following. This is really close racing between both of them.
It is. That last lap for Bakita was a little bit over a tenth faster. And when you look at the fastest lap, Zachary Smith of a 26.420, so blazing up the charts, but not as well as Felipe, whose best lap is a 26.167. So even with that tenth of a second being taken out, it hasn't been able to be converted really into a position. But I don't think Felipe's too worried about that.
No, I honestly think she's happy just to follow behind here at the moment and just keep in, maybe, yeah, just save a bit of tyre, not get too excited.
Yeah, and Zachary Smith as well. A few laps ago, you saw how he was really getting out of shape in the Mercedes, sliding a lot, missing apexes a little bit. But now that he's realized that, you know what, car behind's probably not going to go for a move. Hold on. Almost making me eat my words. Never mind. I was going to say Zachary Smith is probably in that mode of zen, just realizing that an attack is not going to come through. But Bakita, of course, telling us that that is not quite in the script entirely.
And the pace these two are setting as well, that gap to burst is down 9 seconds. So they're still pulling time while battling. Incredible stuff. Looking at Cullen Gibbons, or Gibbo as we know, for Pixel Racers. Teaming up with Convoy and Weatherburn. So 3 really well-known names here in OOR.
Absolutely. If you look at some of the rosters across all of these teams, you're going to recognize a lot of names if you're a regular here in the OOR, whether it's in the Endurance Series or in the Sprint Series, because not a lot of the drivers, but I'd say a good chunk of the drivers here in the Endurance Series also participate in the Sprint Series as well, just to keep themselves sort of, you know, oiled up and ready to race at a moment's notice. So it's always great to see these drivers come back every year, every season, every event, And of course, we always love having new faces as well. Really shakes things up and adds that spice to competition that really makes this sport what it is.
Couldn't agree more. Sim racing is definitely a vibe, and I'm all for it. Just look at Ristofani here, who's really been putting the pressure on as well, just making some moves. Oh, he just saw up there ahead. That's a Potter got a bit out of shape down the chicane. Ristofani's going to go for a look here at Melbourne Hairpin. Nice and deep, gets the nose in, turns it in, beautifully done. Ristofani is making moves.
Yeah, Potter tried to squeeze Ristofani over to that far right side, tried to get him to go on the brakes, but no fear from the 789, was more than prepared to deal with that. And by the time they got to the corner, the move was pretty much already done. Porter a little bit later on the brakes. That is what pushed that BMW up another spot. We joined down here in the 3-pack for position 17. I believe that the gap to the Mercedes has come down over the last few laps. Obviously not by significant margins, but enough to at least bring them closer. Oh, and up ahead I can see, looks like the BMW there of Gibbons is going down the inside there of Malik into turn number 1. Not much that can be done there. And Kale is, well, trying to get in on the mix, but it hasn't really panned out the way he would have liked. But that was a very good overtake.
Great move. The 919 now cops a 15-second penalty.
From bad to worse, it feels like. And the 676 of Bartlett for collision on lap 14. 10 seconds, so not quite as harmful, but definitely drawing the ire of the stewards. You're looking through the helmet here of Ethan Cole and the 555 Mercedes. As we head down to the chicane, the two BMWs still keeping each other honest, keeping each other company. Oh, Sean, is there something missing on the inside of the chicane there?
Oh, it's gone. Yes,
it is.
Wow.
Who is to blame? Whoa, hold on. Malik trying to go around the outside. It's not going to work. Is the drive there out of the corner? No, it's not. Kale as well tried to capitalize on that deep move, but hasn't gotten the move done. Later on the brakes, tries to find a later apex out of the final corner, but is not able to gain ground. Has to stay position 16 for another lap.
Real battle here. Malik looks like he definitely wants to get past Gibbons again, but Gibbons making that BMW very wide, and Kale's just sitting here with his popcorn going, well, I'm just going to wait for a mistake from these two.
Well, that's all you can do, honestly, with a lot of these races. Whoa, Kale, huge moment. Great save. But anyways, no, that's sort of one thing you can do with a lot of racing is just say, you know what? I'll let the two guys up ahead battle. I'm not going to go for it. I mean, we've seen it in F1 with, I believe it was Perez and Leclerc at Silverstone, and Hamilton just sort of swooped on in, grabbed two positions. So perhaps that's what Kale's trying to do. But these two BMW drivers, a lot of respect for each other, and, well, just staying out of each other's hair as Gibbons starts to pull away a little bit.
Just saw a nice little comment there in chat, actually. Ingrid Kidd, excited to see if 1.9 means we'll see more car variety in these events as Malik just goes straight up the inside of Gibbo, and Gibbo goes, I don't think so. And he's going to try and fight back here. They're going to go side by side now, down into Goddard's. But Gibbons just says, no, you can have that. No, oh no, maybe not. Takes a really tight line. Malik goes very wide. They're going to go side by side. No, pulls back in. Great exchange from these two. And
incredible.
Look at Kale in the background just going, yep, I'm still waiting.
Patience is a virtue, and those who wait will be rewarded. Perhaps that's what Ethan Kale's mantra is at the moment, probably on the inside of the cockpit somewhere we can't see. But that was a wonderful little scrap from both of them. It looked like it was sort of a missed break point, but it ended up being a position gain for Malik. So huge shout outs to them. Look at Kale getting the run out of the corner, but unfortunately, these British tracks notoriously narrow, barring one, and it has to just get off the gas a little bit. You almost wonder if Gibbons wasn't there, could that have been another position, or would that have been maybe side by side?
Love this camera angle, by the way. Thank you, Mr. cameraman. Absolutely best camera angle in the game by far.
I agree with you. Yeah, it's a good one. Also, out the back of the car, incredible to look at. Even the inside cockpit, sort of facing towards the driver. If you have a car on the driver's left, it actually gives you a pretty nice angle. But use that sparingly as well. But yeah, this is probably one of the best ones.
To answer the chorus question there, weather check. Surely it's got to rain in the UK. Well, I was thinking that myself, but that sky looks incredibly blue.
Well, the sun, or not the sun, water is also blue, so maybe it's a little bit of foreshadowing. Who knows?
You went a little bit Will Buxton there.
Well, you know, it sort of happens. I'm curious. Now I'm gonna look up the weather. Maybe we're gonna run similar weather as what they're experiencing in Donington Park IRL.
Well, that would be interesting. Oh, as we're looking there, Paqueta's still behind Zachary Smith here. So, wind check, 1 kilometre per hour, or as bugger all is the technical term. And they're actually coming up on, is that the 919 head? It is as well. So they're coming up to lap the 919. So Lawrenson's really going to have to get the foot there because he does not want to go a lap down. Getting a lap back with the pace. Oh no, it's a 959. My mistake. Don't mind,
About
mate.
to say.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still kind of strange to say Lawrenson a lap down. Like, that doesn't really seem like it's something we should be hearing. But
always do at least one complete and utter stuff up every stream. It's sort of my thing.
Well, you know what? You're consistent, and we thank you for that, Sean.
Consistently average, as I like to call it.
Hey, better than being consistently garbage. That's what I always go with. But quick shout out, of course, to these drivers that get blue flagged. It's always a bit tricky trying to figure out when you should let someone through, especially as you head through Sector 1. You want to let the person behind you through, but you can't really do that because it's not a really good overtaking spot. Something like here would definitely be a good place to let those faster drivers through. Bokita, though, doesn't have the luxury of a blue flag because the car ahead of her is on the lead lap. These two, incredible work. I mean, the gap is sort of frozen at 9 seconds, but to consistently keep it at about the same point, even with little battles here and there, is massively impressive and extremely difficult to do, even if you don't mean to do it.
Just the skill to follow this closely as well is something that just astounds me with these really fast pro drivers. It's something I am aiming to strive to do, but it's just the consistency every lap, hitting every apex, every braking marker is something that always really impresses me. As well, that's an Aston taking the extreme wide line.
Well, blue flag, and what better way to blue flag than to completely leave the racing circuit altogether? I'm sure that the drivers behind don't mind at all. Steve Ty right now chasing down Lovering for P11. We got Stefano Riccioluti here, P18, trying to find Tafiq. There's Death as well, looming in the background, just like it does for all of us. Replay coming up, though, of the race start. We did have a lot of drivers picking up these out-of-position penalties, and you can see these gaps between drivers as we have a pretty egregious example here and then a little further down the grid. So that's what's causing all of these penalties to come through this late in the race, but I believe we've gotten all of them out of the way.
Of course, really want to be that car length behind, or maximum 2 car lengths behind. So, of course, the stewards are very quick onto that as well. Sort of don't want to see sort of people getting an advantage or a disadvantage at the start, especially in an 8-hour race. In my opinion, there's really nothing to be gained from it.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. These early penalties, of course, by race end probably won't mean much of a difference if you're on that sort of final stint after you get those last set of tires on. if you pick up a penalty, well, that's going to be a bit of a game changer. But we've just passed half an hour out of this 8-hour race. I don't really think drivers are all too worried about that red box next to their name. The only red thing they should be worrying about is maybe their connection, as Brooke and Malik seem to be having a bit of a rave going on.
Of course, with these positions at the moment, I'll just watch this while we are watching our two leaders absolutely go at it, hammer and tong. Just a bit of a championship update in our Permobil Endurance season. So it is BNS competition leading the way from Alpha Venturi 919. So they're going to drop. They got a lot of work to do to gain some points back there. Third position is No Idea, who are currently running third on track as well. Fourth position is Alpha Venturi 818, and the top 5 is MRGP. They are our current point standings at the moment.
Yeah, pretty solid point distribution. Relatively close between, I'd say 2 and 6th. You have 3rd and 4th in the championship, basically at the throat with each other. But yeah, with 919 where they are now, if they were to end the race right now, that would be a huge blow to their campaign. Not what you want, especially when you're that close to the top. But it's still a long way to go. Anything can happen. Sasha Death starting to give some trouble. Is that defeat? That is. Oh, Death got around the Mercedes while we were off visiting other drivers.
Yes. Of course, Sasha Death had a fantastic Pro Series, Sprint Series this season. One of the real most improved and impressive drivers. Some absolutely fantastic racing and really putting the work in here as well. So Tafik up ahead, yes. Skylar Lovelink cops a 15-second penalty on lap 14. So lap 14 seemed to be a spicy lap. There's a lot of penalties coming in.
Yeah, there must be something about the number that people aren't a fan of and have to maybe voice their displeasure of such an unholy number upon all of us. But yeah, it's I haven't been keeping up with the AP region. I'll be honest. I watch the sort of the VODs when I can, but I'm not up to date with all of the stats. So I'll just take your word for it on Sasha's improvements.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Yeah.
I could say anything about the North American drivers, and you might not know. Maybe. I don't know. I think I've seen it a couple times.
Yeah, no, I've caught a couple. Sort of, it's normally that on the time when I'm heading to work, so it's great to sit on the train and watch a bit of North American action while I'm on that boring train journey into the city.
I like trains. I think they're fun. I don't take them all too often, of course. I got my super speedster 2000 Corolla to get me to where I need to go. But every time I ride the train, I'm just like, this is nice. I like this. This is fun. But yeah, sparingly for me. The only time I take the train is when I go up into Boston because I refuse to drive in the city. But, you know, it's whatever. If I have to, I will. Anywho, 89, Felipe Bakita, your championship leader, won the 12 hours of Bathurst, won the 10 hours of Imola, looking to make it 3 here at Donington Park. That would be, I would say, quite the feat. 150 points in that first round for the win, 153 in the second round for that win, and could be more on the horizon later on this evening or day or whatever time zone you choose to identify with. Andrew Lawrenson, 919, down P30. Has not been the storybook opening for this team.
But definitely on the charge, and I expect I'm going to give it, I reckon, 2 hours, 3 hours. Oh, as we saw that was really close to some lap traffic involved there. But Makita's been super patient here, just biding her time, waiting. Now, what's also going to be really interesting here as well is when do they come in on the same lap? Is Makita going to come in a bit earlier or maybe a bit later? That's going to be intriguing because track position, like most British tracks, is king around here. So we'll keep an eye on that because we are probably about 15, 20 minutes away from the first pit stops. So we'll wait for that with bated breath.
should shake things up a bit, especially when these sort of faster drivers come out into traffic, how that's going to affect the campaign here, and how they pick through the field. Of course, once those drivers ahead go into the pits, things get cleared up a little bit, that traffic congestion kind of goes away, and then people fall back into line before the cycle eventually repeats itself later on, and especially could be seeing some extra pit stops if the weather changes, if the rain starts coming down. Of course, you'll want to make sure that you haven't pitted already, because that'll just add more unnecessary time. But maybe you get lucky, you time it right, and right as those right as the track surface starts to get worse and worse, you've already got those wets up to temp. Nico Cordier, number 16, a drive-through for a collision on lap 8. So that's the first drive-through we've seen this evening. And I think we're going to get a replay of it here, it looks like. Oh no, this is Love Rink. So Love Rink right behind BMW tries to... Oh, that was never going to work. Not in a million years.
Probably not a place where I'd stick the nose up the inside.
No, absolutely not. That's one of those. I was gonna say the blind right. It's not too blind, but it's not really an overtaking spot. I don't think there's anyone who would be crazy enough to try it. But Loverink, of course, showing us a little bit differently. Oh, Zach Smith, a drive. Where do you think those track cuts of coming through? Do you think it's the chicane that might have got Smithy?
100%, definitely the chicane, and probably maybe up at McLean's or Coppice as well.
Yeah,
he's been taking quite an aggressive line through there. So, is it a pressure thing from Bakita as well? Just consistently putting the pressure on us, just force Smith there, just to run a little deep and a little wide at certain parts of the track. So. That's massive. That is a game changer right there.
Yeah, but if it's not the pressure, it might just be the act of staying in the rearview mirror. That's sort of the one thing I've talked about in EU and NA Sprint is, you know, it's one thing to have the person behind you constantly pressuring you for position. It's another thing when they're just looming. They're not doing anything. They might give you a little bit of a hard time here and there. We saw Bakita a few laps ago try the same thing. But just to sit there, just to play mind games, to say, hey there, friend, up ahead, I see you're putting in lap times of this pace. I'm going to tell you right now that no matter what you do, I will always be here. And maybe that's what's catching Smith up a little bit. Because that BMW is getting burned into his eyelids right now, and it doesn't matter what he does, he's seeing it and missing brake points. I'm just speculating, of course.
That's what motorsport's all about. It's all about speculation.
Ooh, yes, it is. Mind games as well. That's the beauty of this sport. Most people think it's just driving, and it's not that. It's about the mental fortitude of every driver and every team to, take whatever's thrown at you and try and mold it into something that you can work with. It's huge. So replay coming in here. So this is going to show us Zachary Smith and just how much off the circuit he is. This is going to be sort of the nail in the coffin, and goes into the chicane. Looks pretty clean on the entry.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
There it is. That's the ticket, and that is what he is going to have to pay, hopefully, in the next lap or so. Of course, you have 3 laps to serve your drive-through before you get disqualified, but I'm sure Zachary Smith is one of those drivers who is very good about knowing that sort of rule. But yeah, that was not within track limits. That's all 4 tires over the white line.
Ristofani currently in 4th, and he's on the back. Ristofani has definitely put in a bit of a hero stint here. Yeah, this has been a great drive, as Lovelink now will cop a drive-through as well. Oh, geez. That is, that's a big paddling.
Yeah, that's rough. Smith is in the pit lane now, serving that drive-through. I wanted to note that Ristofani's last lap was about 1/10 of a second faster than Beers, the Porsche. And I'll figure it out. But this last lap was a couple tenths slower. But yeah, it's been like you said, a hero stint for Ristofani. just really keeping his head down and getting back out there. I believe Zachary Smith is out of pit lane now. And where does that put him? Probably down P4. Porter is well behind. So for Bakia, this is good news because, well, now it's just sort of open air until you hit a blue flag.
And this is danger signs for the rest of the field. Bakita out in front. She will get into Bakita mode and just pump out Hollywood numbers now to her first pit stop. And I expect that gap to grow.
Oh, absolutely. With the two cars behind having some miniature battles here and there, that's been great news for your race leader. Like you said, Sean, chance to really open the gap up. Bakita right now coming up on some lap traffic, so that'll be good news. Ristafani maybe trying to use the Nissan there as a bit of a pick, but it's the Porsche as well that has the same idea, both down the inside there. Great etiquette from the blue flag driver. Let these two continue on racing, but just up ahead is the Lamborghini, and they will have to get around that. The Lamborghini driven by Anthony Sansano, another familiar name here in OOR.
I will say, no idea, once again, have absolutely smashed that livery out of the park. Like, I mean, everyone knows that I'm a bit of a Porsche tragic, and to put a martini colour on a Porsche, but great idea with the Permobil as well, just to, yeah, really well done. I'm a big fan of that. So, big tick in the box.
Yeah, you got to give a huge shout out to a lot of these drivers, whether it's endurance or sprint, when it comes to these custom liveries. A lot of creativity. Sort of like a very good friend of mine, Kevin Parody, who managed to make the BMW look like a turtle. I hated it. The livery was awful, but I had to stare at it every week for about 3 months. And that's what I was doing, is Lamborghini there. Sansano having to get out of the way. Brissa making it look like a bit of an overtake as he sticks to the inside. Ristafani can't really do anything there. Those lines feel very tight on the limit of what is allowed. Porsche having to go to the inside. Is there a bit of a switcheroo here from Ristafani into the hairpin? No, very early on the brakes. Not going to get any sort of work done just yet. And we do see Riley Price in the Nissan starting to pressure Sansano for position.
I saw that in the background. There was a little coming together between those two as well. But Price did back out of it, so nice etiquette there as well. We love to see that. Great sportsmanship.
Yeah, even this far down the field, there's going to be a battle somewhere, which is always great to see with these endurance events. Most people get used to the battles, maybe 1 through 10, 1 through 15 at the most, but these drivers showing us that it doesn't matter where you are on the grid, who's around you. You'll find some action. Price doing a little Tokyo drifting. Not really the time for it, of course, but, you know, style points, that's a win in my book.
Going for MRT, as I like to call them, the conglomerate. There seems to be about 1,000 MRT cars on every Enduro group. Oh, it's Ristafani there. That was aggressive. As the 919 cops a drive-through as well. Oh, wow. So, Alpha Venturi just having a bit of a mare at the moment.
Yeah, not the race start they've really been looking for. The 919, of course. The accident at the start. Bartlett picks up a 15-second penalty. And then you have the 818, who also picked up a drive-through. So, yeah, it's been a rough start for the Alpha Venturi guys.
Well, I guess the one positive, I suppose, you can look at it, get it out of the way early, get it done.
Every driver on the grid is entitled to one drive-through during the race, and you must serve it. So get it done now, I guess, is the ruling here. But hey, it's not a huge deal. These drivers are more than familiar with such things. I'm sure at one point or another we've all had our drive-through penalties come through. It's always annoying, but you know, the rules are rules. You gotta serve it. We see Quigley here down P24.
Of course, the leading AM driver, my man, Lewis Cugley, in the $1.50 Macca Special. Driving the Aston this round. So, of course, big thank you to Lewis, who has jumped on board recently, which is great. Yes, looking at Sky Lovely, won it in the Soul Ferrari, so doing the Tifosi proud. Of course, big week coming up in ACC land, 1.9 coming. Chat, what cars are you most excited about coming up as Fernandez is serving his drive-through penalty? Which car are you looking forward to the most? Is it the Porsche? Is it the Ferrari? Is it the Lamborghini as Lawrenson comes in to serve his drive-through as well? So it is a bit of Macca's drive-through at the moment in pit lane. Get your Big Macs.
You know, I gotta ask you, what's in a $1.50 Macca special?
Wow,
'Cause
that's a very good question.
All right, let's hear it. I'm ready.
We'll get back to that. As Pete Chalmers is taking the extreme grass route, doing a bit of grass cutting there. So that is the mower special on the BMW.
It looked like there was some rear damage. I don't know if that was part of it, but it was just a detail I noticed.
Okay. So $1.50's back a special. It's pretty simple actually. Just come up with was the 3 originals. All our race numbers was put together equal 50, and we all fell in love. We all love hamburgers, so that's sort of where it come from, and it's stuck, and we've been the same ever since.
Well, we don't have that here in the States, unfortunately. You think we would, but that's unfortunate. But if I do get to go to Bathurst this year, I will absolutely see if I can cop one.
Oh,
Sansano.
See that. A replay here. This is Chalmers. Let's see what happened here. Oh, looks like pit exit. It is pit exit. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
So the rule is, look at this! Look at this traffic jam here. What is going on here?
I can't tell who's racing who and who's just letting people through. As there's a touch, Sansano's around. That looks to be one of the Alpha Venturi Mercedes. Everybody taking evasive action. Not the greatest spot for the Lamborghini. That's on the exit of the final corner, on the racing line.
Oh dear, that's 919. I think we'll be copying another invoice for that one. Wow, that's the thing with these endurance races. Sorry, I was just going to say, it's the thing with these endurance races. Once you get a bit of bad luck, it just seems to compound and compound and compound.
Yeah, absolutely, and it can be tough to sort of keep your head up when you have so many things happening to you. You almost want to throw in the towel, but of course that is not really going to be part of the playbook. To sort of go back to the Chalmers incident, I believe, because I know you said it, we kind of got cut off by camera work. When it comes to pit exit, it's the driver on track who has priority?
Well, if I remember correctly from the sprint series here, the ruling we got was yeah, I was about to say the driver coming out of pit lane has priority coming onto the track. So if you are behind, you sort of got to let the driver come out. So yeah, so that's sort of where my understanding of the ruling. So Chalmers might be in a bit of naughties.
Oh yeah, there might be some stewarding action going on. But while the stewards discuss that, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming into the booth, as always, the ever-talented, ever-amazing Jason Leonard Scott, my good friend. How are you doing this afternoon?
Be well. Racing with Ben Keogh and Will at the moment. We're making a reasonable move up the field. So, yeah, we're doing okay.
Always good. How's Ben been holding up in the car? Of course, it's been a bit of a rocky start for you guys.
Yeah, we got a little bit of we got a 10 place penalty for me joining the team after qualifying. So it's always good to have a positive effect on your team. But yeah, we got caught up behind a couple of cars that we were struggling to get past, and we got a little boop on turn 1. Lap 1, so it's cost us about 10 seconds of damage as well. But no, he's doing really well. Got caught behind Chalmers and Rad for a little while, a couple of Kovacs cars. So Got past him now. He's got some open space. And, got his head down, ready to go for the next bit, and then plus one stint after that.
So doubling up.
Yeah, he's going to double up. I mean, time zones are pretty horrible for him, being in like kind of West Coast US time slots. So he's going to do a couple of stints, and then it'll be Will will do a couple, I'll do one, and then Will will finish off. So yeah, it's going to be pretty hard work for the young kid, but he'll get there.
So going into this race, it's something that all drivers deal with. How did your team prepare? What were you doing a bit differently? Hold on, we'll have to look at the replay here. So this is the traffic jam from earlier that caught out Sansano, and oh yeah, just down the inside for the Mercedes, and that's what the blood on the floor spells out. But anyways, Jason, back to what I was saying. So coming into this race, what were you guys doing to prepare? What were maybe some of the difficulties you faced coming into this event, besides time zones, of course?
Good prep.
Yeah, great. The prep was so good. He can't even speak about it. It's that secretive. No, I'm sure he's on push to talk right now, because I know a lot of these drivers. We do have them in voice calls. We also have them in TeamSpeak because we need them to hear not only themselves but also the race directors, and of course things are on push to talk. Jason's trying to come through to us right now.
I am on push to talk for some reason. It wasn't.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah, funny. Yeah, so I know that that obviously there's been a Discord channel that the guys have been chatting and sorting out setups and everything around. So from my perspective, it was just jump in the car and try not to drive too slowly, which can be a challenge for me at times. But yeah, they obviously both qualified really well, classified both really well. I think P23 before the pen for me jumping in. So they've obviously got some speed there. They're in Pro-Am class. So yeah, it'd just be interesting to see how we make the most of the kind of start we've got. I mean, we've pretty much made up all of those spots from the grid penalty, and Ben's, he's got his head down and in a real rhythm now. He's got a bit of clear track. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next tick under 7 hours. But yeah, Ben will do the next one, and yeah, then Will and me for the rest.
Well, hopefully you guys are able to claw your way back, grab some points. Of course, you guys are definitely one of the teams that I would look at, just because, of course, Ben Keogh, I've had the pleasure of, I believe I raced with him in one season, and then I've been commentating everything else. So, yeah, any driver from America I am going to support, also with Skylar Loverink as well. But, yeah, hopefully you guys are able to, convert the bad luck you've had into a beautiful ending. Of course, like you said, a pip under 7 hours to go. Anything can change. As we right on board here, Tom Maloney, 991. You can see how close he is to Potter. Just sticking under the rear wing, not going for a move just yet, but showing his hand a little bit, saying, hey, I've got the pace that you don't. You may be losing your position in due time.
Definitely turned up the gas here. See what I did there with the barbecue? Very good, I know. Well, we have got this car on track. Another question for chat, because I love interacting with chat. Favourite thing to eat off a barbecue? Gentlemen?
Food.
Oh, wow. Real insightful there, Nick. Thank you.
Of course. At your service. I don't know. What would I have off the barbecue? Pulled pork, maybe?
Yeah,
Pulled
just
beef?
because I know Malik loves it, I'll say grilled pineapple.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, my God.
For myself, definitely, easily would have to be any sort of lamb.
Yes. Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, looking at chat, I see Diables also agrees. Stop go 5 minutes for the JLS. Oh no. Not for JLS, anything but that.
I thought it was just pineapple on pizza, not just pineapple in general.
I just don't mess with pineapple on pizza. It just, I don't like it. What else we got? lamb chop from Wings, using emojis, very smart there. Tully marinated chicken, Corey sweet, Scotch fillet steak. Ooh, that
Very
sounds
nice.
pretty good.
Very nice.
Corey going all fancy there.
We have a very well-tuned palate, I'd say, from everyone here, not just in OR, but everyone watching at home, also part of OR. And I'm sure Tom Maloney has his choice cuts at the ready after this race.
Pineapple juice is acceptable. Yes, it is, especially mixed with vodka and Midori.
Yes, yes. Oh, I would go for one right now, but I can't.
So we are coming into that window. Just to get back to the racing action, even though I could talk food all day, we are coming into the pit stop window, so I expect to see quite a few cars now will start to peel off in the pit lane as Pete Chalmers cops a 15-second penalty. We did see that, of course, on screen. That was for the pit exit shenanigans.
Yeah, I must have just missed that as I stepped away from spotting for Ben. So was there a bit of a to-do on pit exit?
Yeah, so the car was coming out of pit lane and Chalmers was on the racing line, and two cars don't go into the same spot, so there was a bit of a moment there, and of course Chalmers, being on the racing track, had to give way to the car exiting pit lane. As we do see Lucas Burst coming in, so I expect Matty Lamb to jump in now.
Yeah, it is that time that under 7 minutes left for stint time now, so they'll start to roll their way in. Actually, under 3 minutes left.
Philip,
Yep.
Pip comes in now as well.
Race leader, first stop of many this evening. It's been an incredible race for Felipe, just sticking behind Smith for a while. Smith picking up that drive-through. Of course, the final bullet in that one was just cutting the chicane a little too much for the track limits to be okay with, and then that allowed the gap to open right up. So for Bakita, this is pretty good news. Smith in the pits as well, so mirroring the BMW. Ristofani staying out, so will commandeer the lead, but of course he too will have to come in for a pit stop. We saw, I didn't quite catch who that was, also in the pit lane, another BMW. A lot of BMWs here.
Yeah, expect to see a lot of those white bars down the side of the standings chart there with the little P on them in the next lap or two.
Yeah, it's gonna light right up.
And at the same time, the red little red marks disappear as well as people.
Yeah. But it'll be a little bit of extra time for the drivers to maybe stretch a bit, get some water, think about not doing that again. As we have Malik, one of the drivers with the penalty, coming in for the pit stop. We've got Kill, Richard Smith as well, already in the pits. Bakita has swapped drivers, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the number 89 has come out with O'Hara. O'Hara, a very skilled driver here in AP, if memory serves.
Absolutely. It's like the rest of the cars, drivers like, oh, Philip is out. Oh, it's Andy. Okay.
Yeah.
It's from bad to worse, but for a completely different reason. I believe right now O'Hara is starting to apply some pressure to Brooke there in the number 5 as we go through one hairpin down towards the next. Ristofani's in the pit lane serving that first pit stop. There you go. You can see all those red squares next to the names starting to get picked off one by one. Andrew O'Hara does get the move done, but that's because, well, car ahead was going to pit and just out ahead of those exiting cars. That's a little too close, but not as bad as we saw earlier.
There's Matthew Lamb. Big fan of Matty Lamb, so I've made no secret of that. In my opinion, one of the best drivers to watch as well when he's right on it. and really knows how to hustle this Porsche as well. So keen to see what he can do behind the wheel. Of course, we keep going on about one more night, but what I'm really looking forward to as well, seeing some different manufacturers in the next Enduro, maybe some more Ferraris and Lamborghinis. We've got ourselves a replay. This normally, that is a track limit.
That
And
looks like
right
a
out
drive.
sideways, right out sideways, right out sideways. Does it?
This will be a hell of a catch.
This will be huge. Huge
No.
catch.
Oh, snap,
Oh,
snap,
oh.
snap. No.
Oh, look at this. Oh, no. Whoa.
Oh, God, that's so close. And everybody behind last second evasive action.
Oh, wow.
That's even closer. What? I thought for sure he was going to save that, so it looked like he almost did, and thankfully didn't collect anybody else there.
A couple of code browns for those two cars that got past there as well, I would say.
Yeah, just a few. But I'm sure those pit crews are ready with an extra pair of pants.
Oh, you wear pants? Oh.
Are they not mandatory? Are they optional?
I thought they were optional.
Oh, sounds like weight reduction. Sounds like you're going faster now. Anyways, we watched over we watched over Matthew Lamb in P3 right now, trying to chase down the 789 there. BMW. These two keeping each other company, and oh, look what car is back up on top. Number 89, Andrew O'Hara, after those first round of pit stops, right back to the rightful owner, or the rightful position, and around some back markers. Not quite, not close enough. I thought there was some daylight there, but camera angles telling a different story than reality. Andrew O'Hara, that's a name that I see thrown around quite a lot in AP, and it's usually, wow, another win for O'Hara, or, oh, that's a great move from O'Hara. And well, if he can just keep things where they are right now, it should be a pretty cut and dry race for that team, and that would be a third win in a row here.
Yeah, for quite a while there, the only thing beating Andy O'Hara was his internet provider. The only way he was losing was he was disconnecting, unfortunately. It happened to him a lot. But yeah, he's super quick. Unbelievably quick.
Yep, showing exactly why that is. We've got this gaggle of cars coming together. The 919 Mercedes, anything they've struggled with. Yeah, and way down the grid, of course, with the touch earlier on, spun them out. It has been a driver swap. Mitch Hobbs in the driver's seat now. So looking to maybe get a bit more progress in this recovery drive as he's dealing with being blue flagged, having to let these guys through. There's a big miscommunication.
Wow.
JC, wow-wee. As I like to call it, that is the hot knife through butter move.
Whew. That is extremely close. It was like Moses parting the Red Sea, just right through there. Didn't have any sort of question about it. And well, the fellow BMW there, I'm not quite certain who that is, trying to do something similar on the Nissan of Key. But that also opens up a little bit of road for Hobbs to play with, and that'll be an extra position gain. And so, well, for the 919, that's good news.
Mitch Hobbs behind the wheel now. Of course, big fan of Mitch Hobbs as well. He's an Essendon supporter, so he's a smart man. Nick's probably thinking, what the hell are you talking about?
I feel like you're talking about cricket.
No.
No? Okay. Well, I know you guys like your cricket down there, so I just assumed.
I'm actually talking about AFL. Our national game.
I
Probably,
didn't-
probably the equivalent of barracking for the New York Giants. Not the most hated
Don't.
team.
Okay.
but
Wait,
close
hating
to
the
it.
team? Wait, hating the team or liking the team?
No, hating.
Oh, okay. I was gonna
Amongst
say, I'm
other
like, you,
supporters. I mean,
I was gonna say, in my household, you cannot talk about the New York Giants unless it's in a negative light.
yeah, correct. So that's probably the equivalent of Essendon here. I mean, they're not the most hated, but they're up there.
Yep. My dad's a Giants fan, so being a Giants fan in Massachusetts is never a good idea.
As Jan says, go Pies. Now, Pies are easily the Dallas Cowboys of the NFL.
100%. Without a doubt, 100%
Okay.
Cowboys.
I'm glad we're able to make these like comparisons because it makes it really easy for me, and I appreciate that from you guys. Because I know next to nothing about Australian sports except for V8 supercars, of course.
I was waiting for Neil's response.
Yep.
So chat, who would be the Carlton equivalent then in the NFL? Those of you who follow the NFL, who would be the Carlton equivalent?
Oh, jeez.
I'm gonna say the Patriots.
Yeah, I was
my
thinking
team.
that, but present company made me not say that. I was thinking that the rich guys who think they've got it all and try and buy stuff through scandal. Yeah.
Well, I'm a Patriots fan, and that sounds about right. We're still just really good, though. Well, except for the last couple of seasons. Once Brady left, things kind of went a little sideways. But anyways, from one sport to another, we're back here. Donington Park, of course. 6 hours, 44 minutes, 30 sets to go. Aaron Lee running here in this top 10. Has David Hughes back marker. We do have one of the few McLarens here on the grid. Not a lot of... I don't want to say not a lot of variety, but it's a lot of BMWs and Mercedes and some Porsches mixed in there, but McLarens and Ferraris, Lambos, Nissans, really underrepresented, but that's just what drivers are going with.
Yeah, I definitely feel though 1.9 that's going to change a lot of this BMW, Mercedes dominance really. I feel like, yeah, a lot of teams I think will switch to the new cars, especially if they are good. I dare say they will be, but I'd hope so.
I mean, I'm gonna give them a try once that DLC drops, just to see what it'll be like. I think I don't know. I'm stuck between either the Ferrari or the Porsche that I want to drive. I might go with the Ferrari first, just because it looks nicer. But that's just me.
I completely disagree with that, but anyway.
Oh goodness, Michael Young right now running P16. A lot of correction on the inputs there. Death just up ahead, and I believe Zeri is ahead of the Aston Martin. Up through Coppers. Yeah, it's this little trio of cars coming together. It's Young that doesn't get the best out of the corner. Death on the inside, throws it through the chicane. That's a move done. Does Zeri get him on the exit? That's the big question. Michael Young, though, with a drive as well on the inside into the hairpin. Goes for one, tries to go for two. Halfway up the inside right now. I thought for sure that was going to be two right there.
That nearly was a moment, I feel, as well. That was so close. But really good, smart driving there from Young. Pulled it up just in time. I thought Death was going to cop a bit of a boot, but all's well and ends well. So big deep breath, reset, and then go for the move again. But Young looking really racy here.
Really fighting the Mercedes, though. He has the pace with the aggression, but the problem is the car is disagreeing a little bit, and you can see just through this first sector how much time he's gaining right now, but also how much time maybe he's losing because of just the counter steering that he has to do. He knows the pace is there. It's just about converting it into a position. But I mean, when you could go for two almost, Michael Young could be lining up the Aston Martin ahead. Whoa, is that a moment on the inside? No, I thought for a second we just lost our bright green Aston Martin. But yeah, Michael Young is definitely hungry for more.
It's a bit of a difficult track for the Aston with its turbo lag and the super slow hairpins. It just bogs down something ridiculous. So it's very, very good through sector 2, through the flowing corners. But yeah, when you get to the last sector, it's a lot more challenging. It's the issue Ben had, caught behind a couple of beamers, that where we were strong, the beamers weren't. But in the places you need to be strong to get the overtakes going, the Aston's just not. So situation reversed there. I think Merc might will get the job done. It's just a matter of being patient.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, especially in a race that's this long. You can go for the move, sure, but you might compromise yourself in the moment. You might lose time. You might make contact. You might spin out. There's a plethora of things that could go wrong. But for some drivers, they recognize the pace that they have, and they say, you know what, I don't really care. I'm going to get this done one way or another. And, well, for someone like Young, I feel like that's what the plan is right now. Grab some positions and open up a gap behind and maybe close things up ahead.
So we see a little bit of light flashing going on there. I'm assuming that's for a car that's a blue flag ahead. It'd be a bit naughty if it's not.
It appears, oh yeah, because the only driver that's ahead right now of Michael Young, or sorry, not Michael Young, Matthew Lamb, goodness, is Demario Hasnam in the BMW, who is, well, just in frame. Just up ahead, actually, and, well, getting around this lap traffic, this could be the time to make a move if the pace is there. We are back here. So, yeah, I think Lamb has gotten around some lap cars and is going to challenge for position. Jordan Finch, another driver here, amateur class, running 38th right now, doing what he can with the Aston Martin. Goes way out wide, of course, that is with blue flags. I do have experience in the Aston Martin, and especially here at Donington, that turbo lag is killer. It just makes it such a pain to drive, but it is up to these drivers to manage it well. Finch, though, 4th in class. It's Lewis ahead there. P number 1 for amateur, followed by this man right here, Corey Toohey. And Charles Phillips, shout outs to him, co-commentator of mine from the EU Sprint Series. Came on early, a little shaky with his delivery throughout the season, really improved. He's running P37 right now, and I couldn't be more proud of him for doing this. So Charles, if and when you see this, keep up the great work, man, and hopefully see you again next season in Sprint.
It's great to have the EU and the NA drivers in the Endurance Series races. It adds an extra layer to it, I think, that we really enjoy having.
Yep, it's also a lot of fun keeping up with my pronunciation of European last names. There are some very interesting ones. Whoa, Jordan Finch. Huge moment. I don't think was expecting that that break from, I didn't quite see who that was ahead, but threw him way off course. Thankfully, he doesn't lose any positions, as McLaws is actually, no, that's McLaws who actually got around, I think. Unless that's someone else in the... It is, so Shane McLaws picks up a position. Unless it's a lap difference, but that was very scary.
Did a bit of rearranging of the furniture back at the chicane there. It was yeah, very, very dicey moment. Well, keep it out of the fence. Probably one of the few fences you can hit here.
We've lost the tire bundle earlier on, so I think it's just, you know, sort of par for the course that we take something else out just so the tire bundle doesn't feel like it's all by itself.
Did that get yeeted away in the formation lap? It usually does.
No, it was actually there for a while, it felt like. And then, you know, we checked back and eventually it was gone. But yeah, no, it was there. It was there at the start, and it was there for the first handful of laps, and then someone somewhere decided that it had enough of a good life and decided to end it.
Fleming with a move up the inside there into the chicane. A good one. Well done.
We've got a yellow flag up ahead. Someone's around. Can't quite tell who that is. But that's going to cause all sorts of problems. I think we'll actually see it as we come up. It was the 247. If I can find this name. It looked like got turned around at one point.
That's
Sasha Death. Yeah, Sasha Death. But it's only it looks like just one position lost though. So while it has been a less than favorable position to be in, it hasn't really hurt all too much.
Well, based on
whoa,
just Matthew Lamb, holy moly!
All over the back of Demario right now.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you to it as I've got to get into footy mode. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action with you, Nick. Enjoyed every moment. Good luck for the rest of the race there, Jason. Hope it's a good one. And viewers, hope you're enjoying the action. Be sure to smash that like button. And we've still got 6 hours and 30 minutes to go. So plenty of racing action coming ahead. And enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, mate. Enjoy the footy.
Good look out there, Sean. Always a pleasure to cast them. I think I've had a couple of broadcasts in the booth with him, and I think, Jason, I feel like I've caught you either I'm coming in and you're leaving, or it's the other way around. But of course, it's always nice to mix things up with who you commentate with.
Absolutely, absolutely indeed. So we have a look at Matt Lamb here, still all over the back of Demario Hasnam. Be a battle and a half between these two. I think they were qualified 1 and 2. I think in classification didn't quite work out that way in the shootout, but they were certainly two of the very fastest cars in this field. As we have a look at a bit of ascend.
Oh, this is
And
the touchdown death.
That's Sasha getting spun around. Yep.
That's what was causing that. And again, Death didn't really lose all too much, just a position, nothing crazy. But I know you and Sean talked about earlier, Matthew Lamb really hounding Hasman there for position number 2. And that gap has opened up. Andrew O'Hara in a completely different continent, it feels like right now. But these two guys keeping each other nice and cozy. Yeah, there's O'Hara. He is... I'm not even going to attempt to calculate that distance.
Yeah, he's that far ahead. Yeah, that many seconds. It's a long way. So we're waiting for it to come up on the board there. There we go. It was at 16.
Roughly.
Long way ahead.
How many car lengths is that, do you think?
Yes.
According to our 25 plus seconds, according to Anil Anik, our unofficial timing, it was 27, but of course we'll take a rounded estimation here, 25. But I mean, that just goes to show you what can happen when you give a lethal driver any room to work with. They will just pull away and not look back. These guys just now getting into Sector 1 as O'Hara is about halfway through Sector 2. Steve Lewis having to, well, get off to the side, let some guys through. Always tricky through this first sector. These first couple of corners, never the easiest place to let somebody by on a blue flag. Thankfully, has the skill, has the practice to let these faster guys through. Let them continue racing as we continue to pull up onto more blue flagged cars.
It's certainly going to be the battle amongst the battle today is the blue flags. I mean, very short track relative to some of the others we do endurance races on, and very difficult track to pass on. It's going to take a lot of patience from both drivers involved in the blue flag situations, I think.
No, absolutely. It's a big factor in these endurance races. With larger tracks, yeah, it's not that much of a problem. There's a lot of time between, you know, coming up on one blue flag and then getting ready for another. But with something like Donington Park, it feels like you're just constantly running into them no matter where you go. And these drivers coping with it beautifully, of course, having absolutely no problems getting around them and picking the right spots to just, you know, get the move done.
Sandu with the drive-through for track limits. According to Dan Hunter and Neil Alexander, so very nice.
Oh yeah, I just realized that. Look at everybody having some fun. Jonathan Steele, that's a name I'm very familiar with in the Sprint Series as well. It looks like the car behind is the 788 there of Velasquez. Really just sticking in pretty much, I'd say, the worst possible spot, because that takes up a pretty good chunk of your rear view mirror. So that is going to be a lot of checking one thing, checking the other. You got to have one eye in one spot, one in the other. There's a bit of a fake on the inside into the chicane, but Steele aware of it and doesn't really react all too much. Comes to the inside for a second, back to the racing line. Same with Velasquez. And I believe just up ahead is Fahad for P18.
nice little battle pack forming here in the midfield. It's often fairly easy to get strung out away from drivers you're in battle for position for, but it's a nice little pack building up.
Yep, that's the. I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. That's the one thing I love about these longer races is you always have a battle happening somewhere. It doesn't matter if you're running down the leader or if you're fighting for your life to not be the last person to cross the finish line. You will find battles top to bottom, left to right, inside, outside for pretty much the entire duration of the race. And if I had to really predict it, I think once we get to the very late stages, that last hour, half an hour, 15, 10 minutes, that's when we're going to be seeing a lot of these battles really boiling over. Hopefully not taking someone out, but it's those dying stages where you start to see the desperations come out. Early on, though, you just want to go for a regular overtake, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if the weather holds out and we have a dry race the whole way through, as we see some fun coming out of the chicane, it'll be that last probably 5 minutes before the last stint happens. I reckon all the pushing will really start to go. Drivers trying to make overtakes before the last stop, so about that hour and 15 to go in the race. I think probably if we don't have any intervening weather, as we see a nice send there, but not going to be able to pull it up, yeah, that'll probably be where the fun will really kick off.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting everything up to temperature is crucial. Tires and brakes as well. Pressures as well for those tires. Really want to get that car into that optimal window of operation so you get the most performance out of it. And then, of course, you have to look after your tires. You don't want to drive them too hard, of course. It'll vary car to car, circuit to circuit, but generally speaking, not overdriving the car too much. Because while, yes, you may gain some time early, it might slip away from you later on as those tires really start to fade. So something that we'll have to wait and see. Wait to see if those are able to reap what they sow. Jamie Acosta right now with Velasquez behind. Or no, that's not Velasquez. Excuse me. That's a... I can't quite tell who that is. Yeah, more blue flagging. It's like, but like I said, and like you've also said, Jason, when it comes to racing and it comes to those final stints, just get everything up to temperature, look after the car, and then find, I'd say, an opportune moment to get a little bit, 110%, but we're not going to really worry about that right now.
Still with 6.5 hours to go. It's a long, long race to go. Settle into the rhythm and just find a bit of consistency, I think, is the key right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Being consistent, putting in those solid lap times is what's going to bring you to the end. Yeah, you could set a crazy fast lap time or really close the gap up on someone, but if you're having problems keeping your car between the lines and pointed in the right direction, what good is all that pace going to actually be for?
Oh, exactly right. Right, plus as you said, the burning up of the tyres trying to do those fast laps. You might get a couple in the very low 27s if you're, high 26s if you're going pretty quick, but 4 or 5 laps of that in a row and you'll be running 28.5s, 29s at the end of your stint. So it will come back to haunt you if you go too hard too early.
Yeah, looking at fastest lap, of course, a 26.16 from the number 89 set by Felipe Makita. So top 10 heat watch, as I looked at it and immediately went away. But no, lap times are quite a ways off. O'Hara did a 26.9. Hasnam did a 27.15. Another 26.9 from Lamb. O'Hara literally just put in a 26.99, so losing about 7 hundredths of a second. So yeah, it's important to just look after the car, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's cliche, but you've got to get it to the finish line first, so...
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's the most important, I'd say, cliche when it comes to racing. All that effort doesn't mean anything if you retire out of the race.
Exactly right, as we see Pat Oliver catching up onto the back. Is that Michael Babb? Is that for position ahead?
I believe so. Yeah, it is. The 991 BMW with some lap traffic ahead. So important to navigate it. Obviously, the blue flag driver will do what they can to get out of the way. But if you're, say, Bab, you'd want to use that car as sort of a block to gain some time. But that, of course, has not been much of a problem, as our good friend in the Aston Martin gets aside. These two can continue on. The top 15 still very much dominated by German manufacturers, top to bottom. Lee there in the 111 Audi, extremely well for the rings.
Where do we have to go to get our first non-German?
Just go to 16th, Sasha Death in the Aston Martin. But the problem is number 17 is German, number 18 and 19 are German, so you got to go to John Steele in 20th to get a Ferrari, and then you have a little bit of an oasis there with Coagli there, 21, and then it's back to the BMW, the German manufacturer with Carpenter.
Absolutely.
I mean, Germans in Britain.
Oh, as we see Ben pick up a place now up to P23. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, beautiful move there. Of course, it looks easy, when you see it at home. But I'd have to say, doing it is another thing, an entirely different thing.
Absolutely. We still focus in on Pat Oliver trying to chase down Babsy, also known as Gorilla, for those of you in chat who can't put two and two together with that. Yep, so Pat Oliver and Gorilla having a nice little battle here.
Yeah, it's Oliver, couple of tenths faster, a 28.03 for Bab, a 27.81 for Oliver. So the pace is definitely there, but it's just a matter of getting around. It's like we always say, it's one thing to catch up to the car, it's another thing to pass. And Kay there picks up 5 seconds. Ignoring blue flags, it's important to make sure you're following proper blue flag procedures when you're in these races. I believe the chasing car that is having the one ahead move over gets, I believe, 3 flashes of the headlights before it starts becoming an issue. But yeah, just a little 5 seconds, nothing too crazy. Sasha Death, excuse me, I don't know where I got Gray from. 16 with Jamie Coaster behind, so these two could be doing battle soon enough. We're gonna look at it's a little side-by-side camera action. I wish I could do this, but anyways, just sort of all over the place. Death's lap is about a tenth slower, so do we see a change for positions soon, or do we have to sit back and let it marinate for a little longer?
I don't think any of them are going away anytime quick, but yeah, it's just that being patient, picking the moment. I think maybe waiting for a mistake rather than trying to encourage one. Does that make sense? So yeah, I think they might just hold position for a little bit and wait for someone to dip a wheel on the grass and try and take the opportunity there.
Yep, definitely a game of patience here with these endurance events, and well, everybody should have been preparing for that. You can go for move, you got it, but sometimes it's smarter to just sit behind, especially looking after the car. When you're going on the attack, you're starting to push those guys, you're pushing the brakes. That's going to cause a lot of just performance and handling issues as those tires start to fade. So while you could be going for the move, it's better just to maybe sit back, let things play out, and possibly get some positions at the pit stops. I believe behind is Velasquez, I think? No, it's not. It's one of your front runners.
Is that Haslam? 789 behind the group. Is that one of the MPRs?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's Haslam. Or no, it's not.
You know, would be worrying me where Matt Lamb was if that were the case, but it might be 788. It is indeed 788, so Velasquez it is.
Either way, it's always a little terrifying when you've got someone who's bearing down on you, especially when you're trying to close the gap up to the guy in front, but you lose ground behind faster than you're gaining it up front. And we could be seeing all 3 of these drivers coming to blows up and over through Coppers. It is Velasquez right under the wing of the Mercedes as we head down to the chicane. There is going to be a bit of a slipstream here. How much is the BMW going to benefit? Does Velasquez go a bit late on the brakes? No, early in fact. Just backs out through there. Not really a good overtaking spot unless you basically have the move done before, but he gets a much better drive out of the corner, ducks to the inside, late on the brakes, down into the hairpin. Is the move done? I'm not quite certain. As they come out of the corner, Velasquez just a little bit further ahead there of the Mercedes, but still very much side by side. Coaster's not letting this one go just yet. Into the final hairpin here, to the final corner, onto the main straight. We go, and Velasquez gets the move done. A wonderful little battle there for both of those drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done to both of them as well. But you can see what difference just even battling for 3 or 4 corners does. Look how far Sasha's got away in just that tiny little bit of battling. So, you know, sometimes you can just cost yourself time by battling for positions too hard. And particularly, you know, with Sasha having a penalty as well, they're going to pass Sasha in the pits regardless. So maybe that might have been why Koza was just sitting behind biding time rather than trying to force an issue.
Probably. We can only speculate, of course. If we do driver interviews, we would get some more insight. But for right now, it was a very good move, very clean, very well orchestrated. And a position's a position, no matter how you get it. That's what I always say. Christopher Taylor right now running behind one of the Milk Racing Team cars, the Nissan of K, it looks like. And yeah, Alex K having to get it away very long way down the grid here for the Pro-Am driver. 15 seconds add on to the pit stop. A lot of, well, I'd say a lot of penalties, but we're getting some more of those red boxes popping back up. We had quite a lot at the start for contact, for out of position, and then they all got cleared away, and it looks like we're sort of getting our colors back. So hopefully we don't see any more, but of course anything can happen. Just a little bit under 6 hours, 20 minutes to go here for the Permobil Donington 8-hour here in Octane Online Racing. A lot of action ahead, a lot of great drivers on the grid. It's the number 89 who has been leading this race pretty much from the start, despite with the P2 start in qualifying. It was your pole sitters picking up a drive-through penalty for a little bit of chicanery tomfoolery, and that has swapped hands. But it has been an exciting morning or afternoon or evening of racing here at Donington Park, wherever you are in the world. Of course, thank you for joining us. We always appreciate the support from everybody across the world here in the OOR and beyond our own little boundaries. Shady Samuel right now running up in P6, looks to be eyeing up your 5th place driver. That's Hamilton, not the same Hamilton that we're familiar with in Formula 1, but a Hamilton in a Mercedes nonetheless.
Yeah, sorry, just had a bit of a coughing fit there. Didn't think anybody wanted to hear that. Yeah, so we've got a nice little battle brewing.
I had to clear my throat. Look at us having problems.
Yeah, as we see the hallmark car of Kovac's purple, apparently there is a card on the top of it for Mullock, the boys were telling me, so not sure if that's been shown yet or not, but apparently a little Easter egg on the roof of the car.
Yeah, it was shown earlier. We'll see it here again. It's great. I love what people can do with these cars. It's incredible. But yeah, we did see the poem again, and it looks like we'll get it. Mullock with the drone action here. We'll read it out for you, of course, at home. Roses are red. My name is Dave. I like potatoes. Microwave. And if that isn't love, then I don't want it.
Outstanding work. You can see the influence of Chris Cooley on that team as well, with with a few of the little the kecks in there, and yeah, it's a bit of a different Kovac's livery, but yeah, very nicely done by the boys again.
Yeah, this is what happens when you give our drivers pretty much free reign to make a livery. We've had some great ones in sprint. One that I always like to point to for being bad but in a good way, Kevin Parody. He was in the BMW, not this season that just passed, but the one before. Made it look like a tortoise or a turtle or whatever it was. I didn't like it. It grew on me by the end, but not in a positive way, but in sort of a I'll live with it way. But even something like Sasha Death's just neon green Aston Martin still looks good, so it doesn't matter how simple or complex your livery is, you can still make something stunning.
You absolutely can. I mean, Mitch Bendyke takes takes stunning liveries to a bit of a degree as well. It's I'm not quite sure if he's got that livery in this race, if he's running at all, in fact. As Peach tells us in chat that his book of romantic prose is coming soon. Judging by what I know Page's vocabulary to be, it's probably consists of about 5 or 6 words, none of which we can say on stream, but I'm looking forward to it, Pete.
Well, I will be pre-ordering a copy and hopefully getting it signed as well. Definitely be worth a few $1 million in due time. Of course, Peach, I would say definite up-and-coming writer. And Mullick saying he wants the picture book. Of course, Mullick wants the picture book. Here's the thing. Will there also be a pop-up version? That's the big question.
Please no. Please, nobody
What?
wants to
Why
see
not?
that. Please no.
Give me, okay, Jason, give me one good reason why you don't want the pop-up book. Give me one good reason.
Because I know what Page will come up with.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, no pop-up, just pictures. Oh, it'll pop up. Oh no. It'll be like, you know those books where that's like the little puppets you put your fingers in? Maybe it'll be like that.
Oh, please don't encourage him.
Too late.
Don't give me ideas. It's out there now.
He's already like drawing up what it's gonna look like and how it's gonna work. So you're welcome. You're welcome, Peach. I expect some special thanks in the first couple of pages. But anyways, back to the race at hand. Shady Samuel right now, not quite Slim Shady, but making slim pickings of these drivers behind up into P number 5. It's Hamilton up ahead. Oh, this might be P6 rather. But anyways, these two have been keeping each other pretty cozy here. Top 5 positions. I'm not quite certain where, unless that's the... Is that the 818 of Houlihan in front of him? Or, no, that might... I think it's different. I think it's another one of those Alpha Venturi guys.
Yeah, it might be the 919, potentially, that had the issues early on.
Oh, yeah, it might be. Andrew O'Hara, though, what in the world? Wait a second. No. He's not where I think he is. He is. So while 5th and 6th have started another lap, Andrew O'Hara is closing down on them to lap. O'Hara currently the only driver on the lead lap. Hasnam still has to cross the start-finish line to start another lap. I'm curious as to what the gap looks like. I'm sure it's absolutely incredible, though.
Well, about 15 minutes ago, Annie came out and told us it was 27 seconds, so it'll be interesting to see what it is now.
It's almost 28.
Okay, so
It's now 28.
reasonably stable. Just looks a lot further than it is.
It really does, and you sometimes, I don't know if it's just me, I tend to sort of underestimate the gap, and then when I actually see it for what it's worth, I'm like, oh, that's not even close to what I was expecting. But yeah, absolutely incredible drive there from the 89 team. They really have shown this endurance season why they are a threat. When you look at the all-star lineup that they have, they won the first race at Bathurst, they won the second race at Imola, and they're looking to do it again here at Donington Park. And, well, if you look at where they're running, I wouldn't count it out, of course, but anything can happen. Nothing set in stone just yet. So, sort of like, well, Jeremy Zeri right now in the 666 Porsche with the, I think the 555 of a coaster behind, like somebody through.
And potentially Matt Lamb ahead, who's having a look at a couple of the MRP cars running line of steam. He's just got one of them. So catching up on the second MRP, which will likely be for position, I would have thought.
Yeah,
Sasha's just jumping in the gap there between the two. I think he might be coming up on Hasnam again.
Quite possibly. Let's take a peek. Yeah, looks like it. So, pretty rapid drivers all over the place, even if they're, you know, maybe not having the best of luck. Whoa, hold on. Sasha Gray's off the track there. Big moment for the Aston Martin. And Jordan Moss as well having a bit of an issue. I thought, for a second, I thought it was fuel, but then I realized it's just letting people through. So, Yeah, there's sort of things happening all over the place up through Coppers. God, this is a really, really treacherous place. There's a touch there from the Porsche, but no harm done, no foul. I can't tell if the 777 there is actually banged up or if it's just the livery looking like that. But yeah, getting through Sector 1 into 2 when it comes to blue flags, not as simple as you'd like.
Absolutely. As we have a look at a very tight bunch up ahead of the of Moses there.
Oh, hold on.
There's a send.
3 wide. Fahad
Oh,
goes. Oh. That was
very interesting move there.
Jonathan Steele, though, read it perfectly. Just cut back in and got the position right out from under BMW. And there's Coagli as well in the mix. So these three, look at this. For an amateur class racer this high up, it's pretty darn good, I believe.
Kugali, Kagali, however, I apologise for pronouncing his name incorrectly, whichever way I went with that, I believe did win the Pro-Am AP finals, so he's in an AM car, AM badged car, but he's certainly not an AM class driver, so he's certainly not out of place in the company he's in right now.
Oh, okay, that explains it. Looking at some of our timings, it's a little different. Zeri gets around Koser as well in the background. Whoa, and there's a McLaren off. I believe that's Phillips. Oh no, I think I cursed him. I think I caster cursed him. I had to explain that to him so many times last season to make sure we didn't curse anybody, and I might have just done it. I'm so sorry, Charles. Oh, and a huge squeeze there.
On the switchback there, that was probably not the wisest move from the Beamer driver there. It was probably always going to result in a cutback, taking of the position. A little bit of a nudge there, potentially.
Ooh, it might have been. It looked like it.
A little bit of a bump pass, perhaps.
Yeah.
Leave that one to the stewards to have a look at.
Yeah, Coagli's not giving this up though. He wants this position back. Had the switchback done beautifully, but well, we saw what happened. We'll have to well, see what the stewards think. Of course, I want to give a quick update. Andrew O'Hara, 32.4 seconds to Hasnam in P2. So that's gone up by 4 seconds in the last handful of laps or so. And yeah, just complete decimation from 89 from that team. It's not fair, it feels like.
So that is more than the first sector.
Yeah, that is more than a first sector. I gotta check. What are these sector times? So O'Hara's running about mid 20 seconds on sector 1. And then low 34s on Sector 2 and high 32s on Sector 3, which is, I believe, the fastest we're seeing.
That would make sense. Yeah, it's only 20-second sector for first one. Okay, so yeah, 32 seconds is well
right.
over a third of the rate of a lap ahead.
Yeah, it's just insane what happens. You give them an inch and they'll take, well, not at a mile, but a lot more than a mile. There's a huge slide.
Left.
That is Velasquez. That was for what it's worth, that was a good save to not just spear off and go head on into the wall, but that is not what you want to do if you're behind the wheel of that BMW.
It's an interesting place to lose. I wonder if it was just a bit of an overcorrect, got a bit of extra grip. He wasn't expecting it potentially, but yeah, it was a very, very interesting little slide there. We have a look at Matt Lamb again, kind of in that little haunting, stalking stance behind Haslam as we have a look at the replay.
So down the hill, he just dips a little on the grass.
Yeah, a little bit too much curve. That's not. Yep, and that'll do it.
Oof, man, that just goes to show you how much these drivers are going to push for their lap times, how much practice they've put in to, just get to the point they're at right now. And that's what can happen. And you just push it a little too hard and it's going to bite you. So I think for Velasquez, it's knowing just to reel it in a little bit, not quite slow down, but, make sure that you're not being too aggressive.
Yeah, and on 50-minute-old tyres too, they're probably not going to appreciate that too much, I would have thought as well. So he might have a little bit of a struggle streak for the next 15 or so minutes until he makes his pit stop.
Oh yeah, you're probably right. I don't believe they've pitted yet. Jonathan Steele, of course, jumping in for bricks, giving Skylar Loverink a chance to just get out of the chair, stretch a little bit. P18 right now for Pro-Am. Pretty solid running from this team, and they're going to try to continue that as this race progresses on a little bit further into the day or the afternoon, the evening, wherever you may be joining us from, of course. For here in the States, it's, well, for me, it's 2 in the morning. So not an uncommon time for me to be doing some endurance racing commentary, but I enjoy every second of it. Yeah, these drivers from all over the world, a lot from the AP region, of course, obviously where our organization is based out of. We got people from Europe, we got people from North America. I don't believe anybody from South America. No, it doesn't look like it. So it's still a very good split in terms of who's from where and, country representation here at the Donington 8-hour.
If anyone from the Americas region is looking to join OOR as well, we've got a season commencing shortly after the drop of the 1.9 update, and we certainly do have South Americans in the what we call the NA series. So if you're looking to register, you want to become involved, jump over to the website, octaneonlineracing.com.au, and all the details will be there for you to have a look at.
Yep, got some pretty talented drivers in North America, especially with the drivers from South America, especially Brazil. Renato Dornelles, incredibly quick driver. Someone like a teammate of his, actually Wilson Fernandez, last season as well. Just amazing stuff. So even here in North America, we may not have the numbers that AP is privileged to have, but we certainly have a lot of talent, and it's always great to have these guys on track in sprint, and even some that come here into the Endurance Series as well. Even if it's just for the event and they're not part of a team, it's always a blast having every little bit of this community come together.
100%. We've also got servers in those regions as well. So the NA splits, I think, are run from maybe Chicago. So ping and connection issues tend to be a lot less than having to worry about connecting to Australian servers as well.
Oh yeah, that's always fun. When I was connecting to the server myself, just to get a bit of a more in-depth peek as to what's happening. I think my ping was about 230-ish, give or take, something like that.
Yeah, as long as it's stable, it's not a problem. If you've got ping of 300 and then you're warping and having packet loss, then it becomes problematic. But
oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's always fun. We do see some connections jumping around. Ben Keogh in P23 is one of them. As we've got an Aston Martin way off in the right side of the grass. Everybody getting around with no problems whatsoever. Fahad right now. This is, I believe, chasing down, Lewis Kouagli in P20 up through Coppers. Doesn't have the drive there or the track. Trying to get him on exit, but you can see that gap starting to open up. Quagley doing a great job managing the Aston Martin's, we'll say, unique characteristics as we head into the chicane, but that's very scary for someone like Lewis right now who has to hold position. But it's been a great run, and I thought Quagley for a second might have been going for another move. But no, just slotting back into position, and Fahad is actually one of the drivers who's lost out a fair bit, as that battle had not worked out as well as he would have liked. That gap opening right back up.
Indeed it is, as we've got having a very close look at the Porsche head. So we'll battle for position here. Just go on board, Kugli, and have a look at his battle with Sari.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth through there.
Oh, beautiful. That shows you how well you can get things right. Zeri's got to go to the inside as we head up the hill into the right. It's going to be advantage Porsche through this turn. There's no contact between them. Less than a millimeter. It looks like we head up to Coppers, though. It's still advantage Porsche. Can Coagli make it work around the outside? It is Fahad in the picture, as well as a touch there on the Aston Martin. Keeps it together, though, the 150. Does an incredible job of keeping that thing pointed forward. Fahad takes advantage of that. The two German manufacturers, BMW, Porsche, into the chicane. Fahad on the outside, now to the inside. Gets the move done. It might have been off track a little bit. And now it's going to be 3 wide as we head down into the hairpin. It is advantage Coagli as we head down. Zeri has to back out. Zeri completely misses the break point along with Fahad. Missing another break point. Coagli getting away from this, but not done just yet. Still very much in danger of losing the position into the final hairpin. Could a move get done? There's Carl Johnson as well, just showing up. But man, that was a beautiful exchange. Very close, but drivers are able to really show what they're made of as they get around and navigate each other beautifully.
Some great racing there, some very clean, smooth stuff. Maybe a little bit of a nudge coming out of the corner, the right just before Coppers. There's a very long send here from Farhad, so it's it might be an interesting little bump pass. Perhaps we'll leave that up to the stewards, but might have been a little bit of contact here on the Aston. Yeah, pushed into the Porsche, unsettled them both. So we'll leave that one to the stewards. It's we'll see how that one works out. But beyond that, it was fantastic driving from the 3 involved. Unfortunately, the Porsche had to back out and then lost the braking mark and had to go straight a little bit. So did well not to collect Kugli on the crossback there, but Carl Johnson kind of found himself in the middle of it as well, as you mentioned. But all settled down now, and battle will resume again shortly.
Yep, and it was Fahad. I guessed that he might have gone a little bit off track through the chicane. He did, but it looked like the Porsche had a little bit of oversteer on the tail end, so that's what caused that. But yeah, these guys have settled down, and that actually gives us a very good opportunity to welcome into the booth Mr. Thomas Riley. Thomas, welcome in. How's it going? How has it been?
It's been good, mate. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back in the Octane commentary booth, that's for sure. It's been a little bit of a while since I was last in, but it's good to be back.
Yeah, good to have you back in. So welcome back, mate.
Thank you. The racing's looked very intense from what I've seen on bits and pieces of the broadcast so far. But I've been following the Endurance Series a little bit over the last or since it started back up this year, and been enjoying some of the battles that have been going on. We've got I'm not going to do too much of a shameless plug, but 2 cars on track here running my own liveries. But as we see Kai Rudin there just run a little bit off track, coming through the old hairpin.
I think it's fair that you give yourself a little bit of promotion. I mean, all the work you do, I think it's only fair. But that's just me. Karudin really pushing this BMW, trying to catch all her out as well. But these two guys very stable in their racecraft. We got some drive-thrus coming in. Hamilton's picked one up. Coaster's actually serving that drive-through right now. Track limits probably through the chicane. We saw it earlier in the race with your pole sitter, the 818, having to serve a drive-through. Karudin late on the brakes, down the inside, through the chicane, or through the hairpin rather, excuse me. And that's going to be a clean overtake, done, dusted on the shelf. Put a bow on it and show it off, because that's position number 8 for the number 23.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Good move.
But on that note, gentlemen, I'm gonna step out. My stint is over and done with. It's a little past 2 in the morning here in the good old state of Massachusetts. So thank you, of course, to everybody watching at home. Hopefully you've been enjoying this. Make sure you hit like if you haven't, subscribe as well, and join the Octane Online Racing community if you haven't already. Shoutouts to Mullick for letting us commentators do what we do best, and of course for running the show. A lot of work that he puts in to make these broadcasts possible for the endurance races and the AP races as well. Shout outs to the stewarding team. They've got quite a difficult job to do, especially on track when it comes to handing out these penalties. Got to make sure things are 100%. And of course, we can't forget the drivers. All the time and effort put in coming to light here in Donington Park. Just under 6 hours to go here in this race. Still anyone's game, at least in the grand scheme of things. First might have run away with it, but yeah. To Jason and Thomas, you guys have some fun, and I'll make sure to check the results when I wake up tomorrow, or I guess later today.
Yeah, go grab some sleep, mate. You definitely need it. 2 a.m. That's a fair commitment, but thanks for being in the booth, mate.
Yeah, massive effort, Nick. Well done, mate.
Absolutely, guys. You guys have fun. I'll maybe catch you again for another endurance event.
As we look at Pat Oliver trying to chase down Ali Kyrudin, just up ahead, 717 AVR car.
Yep, these guys are meant to have Robert Fluke a staple for the AVR team, but he had to pull out in the last minute or so, just with a bit of family stuff going on. But Pat's doing nicely at the moment. These guys started down in 14th, running up in 8th at the moment, so they'll be hoping to keep moving forward. The other driver, of course, in there is Zach Glasbaum. We see a 15-second penalty come up here for Riley Price in the 900 car for a collision on lap 72.
It's a little while ago now, to lap 86. It's going to be an awful lot of laps. If we had a lap prediction in chat yet, how many laps do we think the race will run? We're just over a quarter race distance, and we're 86 in, so that might give you a bit of a guide. But how many do you think we'll get in the 8 hours?
I have no idea. I cannot tell you. I haven't been paying attention too much to lap times and what's to be expected, but we just say 82 laps, and we've just done over 2 hours, 1 minute 27 lap times.
Be about 320. I'm just going to have a stab. 321 maybe.
Yeah, something around there might be pretty close. Have you been running much JLS?
I haven't been running the sprints. I've had a couple of seasons off in the sprints. Just had some IRL stuff during the week, but yeah, been RDing. Split red, split blood, as we like to call it. 332 Mal says, so there we go. Good prediction. I got called in last minute to replace an unavailable driver for this, and last minute was kind of really much that. It was like 3 days ago, so yeah, I'll be ducking off in about 3/4 of an hour to go and get ready for my stint. So yeah, it's been
Whoa. Oh, I was late on the brakes there, diagonal towards the towards that inside curb. He's done sort of the V attempt at making that apex, but very deep. Lost a little bit of time, I think, to Kugli in front, but Gafford here, he'll be looking to try and get right back on the back of that Aston Martin. Jump to the 777 of Adam Falconer here. Nice blue McLaren running in behind the 119 BMW.
Indeed. And for those of you who in AP, I talked about NA before, for those of you in AP thinking about getting involved, they're looking at potentially putting a later split on a Wednesday and a Thursday night, starting around that 10 o'clock mark. So if you're interested, again, check out the website for more information. But that's actually going to allow me to come back in and race sprints, so I'm pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, nice. That 10 o'clock time slot will work great for the myriad of drivers who are based over in the western parts of Australia, and those who, you know, are through Asia, who can, maybe that's a better time slot for them, rather than the AEST sort of based time slots for the east coast of Australia in the APAC region, and course, we've still got the European and Northern American sprint series, which those people of those continents or those regions can definitely jump in and take part in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always looking for people interested to join as well. Never have too many, so it's always great to get out there and have full race fields. So they'll always be able to find a spot for you, particularly in the NA and EU regions, but expanding out to potentially 6 sprint divisions, if you like, so splits. It's going to provide a lot more opportunities for a lot more cars. So if you're interested, get along to the website and check out the details.
Yeah, and I think that's just testament to just how good of a product is put out here at Octane, to be able to have that many people wanting to race that regularly in these sort of 60-minute long races, with multiple formats and that sort of thing. Those real real lifestyle sprint races like we see in GT World Challenge around the world. The appetite for that is growing, especially. I would think that it would grow even more with the new update 1.9 coming out next week, I believe, with 3 new cars and a new track and completely updated physics model. So hopefully that gives us some very intense, nice, close racing.
Yeah, hopefully can even up some of the cars. The 3 new cars is going to be sensational, and obviously having Valencia come in as a track. A little bit disappointed in the words they used about this completes the set, like the track set. So kind of indicates there won't be any other tracks. And given that I think a lot of the focus is switching to AC2 away from ACC, I think we may get one more DLC before AC2 comes out. But hopefully the GT2s come out as part of the last one, because they've certainly been spoken about for quite a while.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely going to be added. I'm not sure if we're going to see much of an appetite, especially in these endurance races, to go back to multi-class. I remember we did my first endurance race. I did Paul Ricard 8-hour back almost 2 years ago now. Was a multi-class with the GT4s that had only just come out, and that was interesting to say the least. It wasn't a full grid of GT4s, but maybe sort of having this 3-class system might be appetizing for some people to do some racing, even if it's not your 8-hour long races, even if it's just like your 3-hour sort of what the Endurance Series used to be, maybe for some special events. Yeah,
I certainly remember that Paul Ricard race really well. I was one of the 8 or 9 teams in the GT4, so we ran the baby McLaren around Paul Ricard. So yeah, it was a nice little race. It was very challenging. Actually, I think it was really good to learn about blue flag racing. To be completely honest, was to be driving a GT4 in amongst a lot of GT3 cars. You have to be really concentrating and really aware. As we see somebody exit stage, right? Really aware of what's going on around you and the massive differences in speed. So I think it did the world of good for everybody who drove the GT4s against the GT3s. I think you can pretty much find that the ability to manage blue flags has certainly improved for all those drivers that did that. So yeah, interesting. As we're having a look at Carl Johnson, we were having a look at Carl Johnson. We're now up with Wiley and Mully's is doing it to me. Thank you very much. Carl Johnson working their way up through in the Kovacs blue entry. As Tark says in chat, they always seem to be working their way up from trouble. As Wiley finds a 5-second penalty for ignoring blue flags. So I'm gathering the warnings are over. It's about the 2nd or 3rd blue flag pen we've seen. So as we've just been talking about them, they're starting to roll in.
Yeah, I think back to what you're saying about blue flags. I think as a GT3 driver trying to make your way through GT4s and some slower cars, it was sort of as what I would say a rookie or an inexperienced endurance driver, as I was back then. It certainly gave you some little tips and tricks about being decisive around blue flags, or even other classes of cars, trying to be decisive, make sure they know exactly what your intentions are to overtake and to get past. And the other way around as well is to make sure that some of your drivers are are aware of cars coming and how best to not lose too much time. As we see here, Michael Babb in the Weber Barbecues Kovacs entry. It's quite a all out there livery, isn't it? It's got a lot of stuff going on it, but I like the art style. I like how you're using the barbecue idea, and it's come up quite nicely.
Yeah, Babsy's always been pretty creative with the liveries he does, and getting props from someone who does a lot of work with liveries like you do, I'm sure he'd be very pleased to hear the positive feedback you're giving him. So yeah, it's a great little livery there, and I've had a bit of a sneak peek at the one they're looking at that he's looking to run for sprint season, and it's really good. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I will say it's not my style of livery, but BMWs in the past have been known to be out there art cars, and there's been some great liveries put on BMWs in the past, and this is just sort of one of them. The big green egg on the back there, you could just kind of read through the red and the black and the greys of that fire style livery. Yeah, it's not my normal style, but it's still lovely nonetheless. Team chasing down Samuel here in the 191, running in P5, P6, and then the second BDE car that's come on to the grid for this race with Kai Rudin behind the wheel. These guys are running really nicely. BDE getting into the top 10 shootout this time around. To complement the 732 that's currently running in 13th, which has, been a dark horse over the last couple of races, and sort of has, not had the best qualifying result, but has put themselves right up. I think it's 2 back-to-back top 10s for that 732 car. So really goes to show that they are race experts, and I think they'll have a laugh when I say they might be quali bottlers as well.
Yeah, as long as you go well in the race, and quali doesn't. I mean, it does mean a bit, but it doesn't mean all that much. You're still going to be able to get it done for the race. So I'd rather be a very, very consistent, very solid race driver than someone who can turn in 1 or 2 laps of really, really scary fast pace, but then bottle it 3 or 4 laps after that with no tyres left.
Yeah, it's having someone who's consistent behind the wheel in a race format is I think that's where a lot of people come unstuck. There's a lot of hot lap enjoyers out there and hot lap merchants, but having a good driver who can race, that's almost just as important.
Yeah, you just need someone who can be out there and just tick the laps off, and get the car around lap after lap after lap, really consistent pace, and just hand it off to the next driver who can do the same. Is a very, very underrated skill in the endurance races.
Definitely. We've got Asnam in the lead by 2.9 over the 818 of Ryan Houlihan, and then Dan Hunter running in the 89 BS competition car in third with that fastest lap. So it's so many German manufacturers. The top 14 are all German. I heard you guys were talking about it beforehand, but all the way down to Sasha Death in the 247 Aston Martin, which is it's hard to see. Just all German drivers, all German cars at the top.
Yeah, a bit disappointing for an English track. You would have thought the McLaren and the Aston might have been a little bit better here, as we start to see some cars diving off into the pits again. It's about that time, as we see a huge stream of cars all pitting at once, and with the reduced number of pit bays here, you might end up with cars trying to pit inside other cars, which is always going to be interesting. As we almost see there, and we do see there, so very interesting little challenge thrown up there. That you can practice your pit entries as much as you like, but it's pretty hard to practice pitting in a box where there's another car. As Malik tries to give me motion sickness again, thanks for that. Oh yes, this is a proper camera to have. Anticipating the shenanigans at the end of pit lane.
Yeah, it's one of those tough tracks where the pit exit is right onto where the racing line is, and it's almost kind of like it's onto the braking zone, and cars coming out of pit lane do have right of way in the race format. So it's sometimes can be a little bit sketchy when you come out of pits and someone bearing down on you down the main straight. here at Donington. I can't think of many other tracks where it's as much of an issue as this. Talking about other tracks, though, Mull has put a question in the chat and saw it flash up on screen there. Chat, what is your favourite track to race on?
What's
Travis,
yours?
what's yours?
Oh.
Oh,
I'll go. Mine's Kyalami. I know it's a divisive kind of track, but I really like it. Probably because it's the best track I run. The track I'm the quickest on relative to everybody else, but I just really enjoy running at Kyalami. Silverstone I like too, but yeah, Kyalami absolutely. What about you?
if I didn't have to be restricted to a track that's in ACC, well, let's go with the ACC restriction, and I will go Kyalami as well. It's a track that it doesn't get a whole lot of love in other sims apart from probably AMS2, where you can drive obviously the current layout and older ones as well. But if it's not in ACC, you can see Road America there from Spidey. I'm a Road Atlanta enjoyer. I love the run down the hill through the S's, and in some cars it can be flat, and in others it's definitely not. Sort of fan of the throttle and trying to really balance the car over the curbs and that sort of thing, and then running. There's the two right-handers at the back end of Road Atlanta can be pains in the backside, that's for sure. Especially, I did a lot of practice in a supercar and iRacing, and you're always pinching an inside front, and it's sort of here or there about second or third gear, and you're trying to get the run up to that second right-hander, and easy to lock up, blind apex, but it's a lot of fun. And watching Petit Le Mans last year, it's just a great track.
Yeah, I've not done any racing there in any format actually, but for me, not in ACC. Some people might have heard this from me before, but I really like Estoril in Portugal. Massively long front straight, fast sections, heavy braking zones, fast kinks. It's kind of got a little bit of everything. Suits all kind of styles, I reckon. And just a big rap for Estoril.
Yeah, talking about tracks with big long front straights, another favourite for me is Fuji. Track that again doesn't get a whole lot of love, and would be a great track to see in ACC with some great GT racing over the years. But Fuji for me is a favourite as well, especially how picturesque it is without Fuji right there. So you're coming down through that second sector, and you're just always seeing the mountain. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, 100%. Nürburgring is pretty fun. It would be more fun if you got rid of the ridiculousness of turns 2, 3, and 4. Not a fan of that, but yeah, Nerbs is okay. It's not my favourite, but certainly not on the bottom of my list. That's for sure.
No, I think if you got rid of the stadium section and just ran the shortened sort of 1 skip 2, 3, 4, and jump straight down onto that second straight, it'd be I'd be much of a fan, especially that's sort of the track they run for the Nürburgring 24, which is I believe coming up soon in real life. So can't wait for that to come up. So see a little bit of a, oh my gosh, we're going 3 wide here. Oh wow, it's all going on here.
Yeah, P2 and 3 trying to make their way through a heap of cars that are either blue flagged to themselves or to others. It's a gaggle there, so they've actually done reasonably well. Is Matt Lamb going to send it? He's going to have a look. In fact, it's Lucas Burst, not Matt Lamb, but it's the Matt Lamb car. It was a drag race down to turn 1. I think Ristofani will have the inside line, should be good enough to hold it, but wow. Yeah, very tight battle. And been that way for most of the race between these two.
Yeah, and you saw there how Lucas got quite a good bit of grip out of turn 1. It's one of the strengths of the Porsche is its sort of ability to get out of your lower speed corners, and Donington has quite a few of them. And the BMW is just strong. It's strong in a straight line. It's strong pretty much everywhere. So it's good to see the differences in these cars. I just want to highlight the Audi that was in behind this of I believe that's Stephen Ty. What a livery on the Rockets Evolve car. They've always brought out some absolute bangers, but that is you know, it's new Audi styling. It's on the Audi. It just looks right, and it just suits on anything, the greys and the bright red that has become synonymous with Audi over ever since it started.
Yeah, very, very neat and tidy livery. It's very impressive. We kind of see it following the traditional kind of martini livery as well, and then what's become the MRP livery as well has been the multi-fluoro pastel colours that we've become used to as well, but yeah, not necessarily based on an ARL livery like the other two. And Sasha in his fluoro green highlighter car. So we have Torfik trying to hunt him down, or it's Darth in the car at the moment. Yeah, we've got that point where everybody's made their driver swaps that have double stinted, so let's see how we're tracking. As it looks like Ben Keogh might be triple stinting. So 1 AM, so good good luck to Ben on his third stint, down in P23. Just keeping a sneaky eye on that car, so it's the one I'll be jumping in a little bit later on.
That's commitment to be 1 AM and doing a triple. That's very brave of him. We're on board with Connor Hind here in the 600 MRT, very fast Mercedes. But these milk cars have turned out great, and it's good to see them running up in 10th at the moment. I can't see what other milk cars there are on my timing sheet. Is that Ben Keogh in the 23rd in that 300?
Yeah, that's kind of the milk adjacent car. It's the cookies that go with the milk, because that's the cookie car one. Yeah, so basically, I think it's 500, 600, 700, 800, 900 are the milk cars. So yeah, the others are down the list a little bit. It's still early days, still not even close to half race distance yet. Fleddy Man, yes I am. I will be in the car sooner rather than later. Will's got to do a stint first, and then I'll be in after that. For those of you who don't know, Fleddy Man is my son.
Oh,
So interesting he's calling me Jace, not Dad, but hey, whatever.
You didn't want to give that up, and now you've just embarrassed him.
Oh, 100%.
In chat. We just saw.
Hey, but you could text me, dude. You don't have to do it in YouTube chat. I think that means he wants me to go and open the front door. I'll be right back.
So running with behind here, he just had a little bit of a look up the inside of that 05 Motorsports BMW in front, down into the first of the two hairpins. These guys are battling nice and closely at the moment. 27.9 on his last lap. So, yeah, again, looking at that list, it's still top 14 are all German manufacturers. With the one Audi one portion there showing that the BMW is one of the favoured cars in this endurance series. It's hopefully with the 1.9 update, I'll be hoping that there's a bit more balance, and from what I know, it's that's exactly what we're going to get. From what I've heard on the grapevine is that 1.9 will bring a lot of cars a lot closer to each other. They'll be more difficult. They'll be different to drive. They'll have different characteristics, and there'll have to be a little bit of retraining your brain for all of these drivers as we look forward to the next endurance race, and also some of the other events that are coming up for OR, including the 1.9 welcome special, I suppose you could call it. That's coming up, I think, maybe next weekend or the weekend after that, but not too far away from getting probably one of the most anticipated updates to this sim.
Hope they bring the Lexus back to something that's drivable. I really enjoyed the season I had in 1.7 in the Lexus. It's been undrivable pretty much. No, We're getting a hard no on the Lexus. Oh, that's a shame.
A shame it was very strong in the way. I remember doing a finals, a sprint series finals curtain raiser, sort of pre-race at Spa in a flooded track in the Lexus, and it was just I tried doing something similar in a I think it was in the McLaren at the time, and I was just like, this is painful to see Austin Carpenter there just get held up under brakes by 247 that it was battling, and yeah, just had to go a little bit more to the right, probably get an off track as a result of that potentially, but just trying to be clean with all these other cars around them.
As we see Malik taking the piss. What is my dad? What is your least favourite track? Anything starting with a Z. And I'm not a massive fan of, controversially, I'm not a massive fan of Alton Park either. I just cannot get the rhythm.
Doesn't start with a Z.
Yeah, Zandvoort is older. So the two that start with a Z, I'm not a fan of, and Alton Park I don't really like. Not a massive fan of here either, but I don't want to talk it down too much considering I'm going to have to do some laps here shortly.
Yeah, the Donington gods will come and hurt you if you say any bad words about Donington. I'm a fan of Donington. It's just a track that you've really got to pay attention to and start to learn by just doing laps. It's not like a track you can pick up straight away. There's so many, especially through here where you've got the blind braking for a blind apex, and then all of a sudden you come up over the rise and you're turning, and it's sometimes difficult to judge. And then obviously the undulations down here in the braking zone up to the chicane. The two hairpins are meh, I'll say. They sort of break up the track, but it should be flowing. But Chris jumping in chat, more laps doesn't polish a turd well. I agree. My racing isn't at the fastest, but I think if I'm going to bring home a car, it'll be by doing more laps in practice.
I would just love them to run to the right at the chicane and forget the Melbourne hairpin. Just run the what's it called, the International Circuit or something? Is it called?
I can't remember.
Clubs Circuit, whatever. You go to the right at the chicane and just go down the start-finish line. I think we talked about this in the sprint series here. I just think it gives probably another overtaking opportunity. Yeah, you take away Melbourne hairpin, which is an overtaking opportunity as well, but I just think it's better flow. Anyway, but also make the lap about a minute long rather than a minute and 30, so minute and 25. But yeah. Right, chat, we'll throw the same question open. What's your least favourite track in the game?
So we're being specific about in ACC?
In ACC, yeah. In the game, what is your least favourite track?
So that's a tough one.
So there's lots of polarising tracks in the game. Yes, Snetterton. I was waiting for that one to come up.
Snetterton, I haven't judged it fully yet. I haven't, it's been out for a little bit. I haven't done a whole lot of laps around Snetterton, and I think that's just by the basis that some people just, no one likes Snetterton to run in terms of a racetrack. It's neither here nor there for me. Simon saying Mount Panorama, that's a polarising opinion. I am not with you, Simon, but I know some people who don't like Mount Panorama, but I'm not one of them. Tom Kidman says Monza. Yeah, Monza for action. Yes, Monza for racing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Monza's a whole bunch of straights and.
Yeah. Go fast, turn. Go fast, turn. Oh, we're back on another lap again. Yeah. Monza's polarising as well. I mean, it's great for the memes for lap 1, turn 1. I mean, it's no Imola for lap 1, turn 1, let's be honest. You got the old 12 metres thing for Imola, but yeah. Hard to figure out what would be a better start. Something that's a little bit shorter run into the first turn, like not brands, but you know what I mean. Shorter run into the first turn, or the longer ones like Nerbs and Hungary and whatever. What would be the better one? Laguna, Squiggly, Sandy, Seiko. Yeah, definitely track limits. Agree with that.
I just have bad memories of doing OOR racing at Laguna Seca, and I don't know if Greenie is here. He might be getting ready for their race that they've got coming up shortly. But Greenie will tell everyone just how painful our Endurance Series race was at Laguna Seca. Coming up to the first right-hander after the hairpin and pit exit, and I continued to turn right when I should have been hard left and turned it into the inside wall after that, whatever it is, turn 2, turn 3. Not my strongest moment, but it was also my first race in the Porsche, so I put it down to rear engine layout.
Yeah, certainly be the case. It's, yeah, I'm not aware of too many people in OOR that like Laguna. It's probably why it doesn't appear in too many series. Couldn't tell you the last time we were there, actually. But back in the day, I think my second season, we had a race, super sprint there, where we had the 2 30-minute races, reverse grid, and I managed to finish 11th, which was slightly scary. Started on the front row, had a massive crash. There was a massive crash on turn 1, which I managed to avoid. So actually led a race in OOR early on, and yeah, then the natural order of things resolved. But yeah, a couple of laps led there, but yeah, it's not a. Chris Taylor likes Laguna apparently. Chris.
I think Laguna's fun in some cars. I wouldn't say that it's the most fun in GT3s, but I've run it a bit in iRacing and have found it to be a lot of fun in GT4s. You know, also in IndyCar. It's a difficult track in IndyCar, but it's sort of, you know, it's always one of the last circuits they go to, if not the last circuit they go to on their series. And IndyCar is a lot of fun around Laguna Seca. Yeah,
I like the. I've only done it in the is it the little Mazdas in Mexico.
Yep.
And that was quite a fun series.
Oh, this is almost like racing here.
Argy here with Spinazzi and Darth, I think, by the looks of it. As we see a Kovacs car up the outside there, which will be Kovacs Blue, which may be Johnson.
Oh, it's Pete Viney, I think.
That's Viney, yep. Viney there now. Getting himself out of the way. Blue car on the recovery drive, as you mentioned before.
Yeah. We saw, I think what happened there was we saw Chris Darth had lost the rear a little bit, which invited that shakedown racing team car of Spinazzi up on his outside, and they were side by side heading up the hill to that blind right-hander, and it was just sort of 2 into 1 at that point, a bit of rubbing and racing, and I'll be interested to see what if the stewards have anything to say about that, but I think it was just good tight racing.
Yeah, thanks, Mole. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Forever to be known as Dad. I think that's how it's going to be.
It's better than mine, Shaft, but hey, there we go.
I just want to point out the 666 car, whilst we got Pignata on screen here trying to scythe his way through some traffic, trying to recover what they can. This 666 car, Shakedown Racing Team, if you're not aware what Shakedown as a whole is, it's there's a Facebook group, and all they love is sports car racing. There's no chat about, you know, a series starting with S, ending with Uber cars on their page. It's just all about sports car racing. So IMSA, WEC, GT World Challenge, Bathurst 6 Hour, those sort of, you know, production car races as well. It's a great community on there, and you know, I'm a part of it, and they just have some really good content, really good chats, and you know, they've also got Richard Crail, who's a well-recognised sports car commentator and a motorsport commentator. You've probably heard him if you go to any race event in Australia. You'll probably hear him on the coverage somewhere. but he actually just got picked up. He's doing a stint at Le Mans for the 24 with Radio Le Mans. So it'll be good to hear an Australian voice on that coverage. But yeah, Shakedown, great team and great community, and good to see them jumping in here for some sim racing.
Yeah, have to back you up 100% there, mate. I've done a few races with Shakedown, and yeah, it's certainly not a bad little community. But as we look at, we were looking at Connor Hind in the pink milk car, chasing down. Is he chasing down Ventnor there, or?
Yes, he is. Yeah, that's
indeed. So in car number 5, a nice little on-track battle there. Ahead of them is, it looks like Ben Keogh in the cookie car that I'll be jumping in a little bit later on. So,
so you're running one of my liveries, are you?
I believe so.
I didn't know who was in the cookie car this week, but it's good to see that it's still getting run around there. The 919 in front, I think that's the 919, which is the lap down on these guys. Pigger trying to get his way through the field here as best he can, and I think given the pace they showed in qualifying, they'll be hoping to break away and just try and recover something after that unfortunate lap 1 last corner incident that they had at the start of this race.
Yeah, obviously I was spotting for Ben at that stage and just saw the car on the inside at the on the grass on the last turn, so I figured something fairly untoward had happened. I haven't seen a replay of it, obviously, and it's something I'll go back and check out later on, but obviously unfortunate to see them facing the wrong direction and stopped for a little bit.
Dan Hunter still leading the field here, completing 109 laps. 789 of Ristofani behind him on track. I don't think that's what was. Ristofani's in P2. I'm not sure on what the actual gap is, as we can't see it there. And unfortunately, we don't have live timing running today. But I would imagine that gap is probably opening up somewhat. Dan's a very, very fast, very consistent driver. So it's a 28 seconds, Pip says. So that's a fair gap. That's almost, it's stationary time in the pits. So that's considerable margin that they've already opened up here. But behind Ristofani, it's Lucas Burst and Sean Madison, and those gaps are quite tight. So yeah, it's not too. It's there's still some battles to come, especially in that top 10. We can, we're on board with one. We were on board with one. Vintner's been passed by Hind for 9th place. Ty and Velasquez are nice and close there. They're only at 3/10 apart, and a couple of 1 second, 2 second gaps. So here's Ben Keogh in the other cookie car, which I think is the one you're jumping in, JLS, very soon, or at least in a couple of stints time. Here we go. Here's Velasquez and Ty. This battle here is under 2/10 as they cross that last timing split on the run down to the old hairpin. It's nice and tight. It's a good battle, this one. Audi versus BMW.
No, Alex, we're calling it as we see it off the Discord. So if it's a bit delayed getting to you, that's probably a YouTube end. But no, we're calling it live off what we're seeing. If you're actually in the race in the car, it might be a fraction earlier for you, but we're calling it as we see it. Always action at the Melbourne hairpin. Velasquez still trying to find his way past Stevie Ty, who is a very speedy boy at the best of times. Twitch stream slightly ahead. That's weird.
I think that might be with some of the other drivers having the Twitch stream slightly ahead. That'll come down to YouTube versus Twitch processing and how long it takes to get the coverage up onto YouTube versus Twitch with latency and whatnot. But yes, this is the official OOR broadcast. Any other streams are most likely from the drivers. So if you do want to stay up to date with some of your drivers or some people you're following and see a bit more of a single point of view, then definitely jump onto Twitch and have a look at some of those streams. But if you want to stay locked into all of the coverage and everything we can bring you from the from the commentary booth, then definitely stay here on YouTube.
Yeah, it might just be a little rendering thing for however long it takes to get up and put through on YouTube. But yeah, just it is what it is, and so we'll keep at it. So Velasquez still trying to find a way through past Stevie Ty, just has dropped off a fraction perhaps, but still kind of tacked on. So we have a look at that Merc ahead for position perhaps. Was that the 919 ahead?
I think that might be the 818 potentially, just looking at the rear wing colour of that. Of that Mercedes. So that's not for position at all. No, that's definitely the 818.
That's the 818. As we've seen Neil explaining the reasons why, which is good to know. Dual screen and keep our focus on this battle. It's certainly a good one for P13 and P12. Wonder how far ahead this battle Yoda is for position, but
in 6.5 seconds.
6.5 seconds, yeah. So it's a little distance yet, and Skylar seems to be a little bit off the back of this one as well. So they're in their own little battle and a little bit of relative space. It can be such a thing around Donington, but it's certainly a battle that's been going for quite a few laps now, and like giving up any time soon.
No, we'll just have to keep our eye on exactly how far away Yoda is to this battle, because or how far away these guys are to Yoda, because that's come down by almost a full second over that last sort of sector. So the gap is definitely closing between Yoda and Ty, and I think that'll be important for Ty and Velasquez to just try and close that gap so they can get themselves up a little bit further on the field. As we see, here's Yoda here running through the middle of this circuit in the Pixel Races 716 car.
In the what do you call that, teal and purple? Under the early style Charlotte Hornets kind of colours.
A little bit sort of galaxy style, I suppose. Somewhat fits the Pixel name and whatnot. If you have a brain like mine, I suppose, for some people who might be out there going, what are you talking about? These guys... I'm not sure, have these guys been running as Pixel Racers over the last couple of weeks, or over the past couple of rounds, or have they jumped to a new little lineup? I seem to remember they might have been running as part of the MRT outfit, but have jumped to being singlies by themselves.
Could well be, perhaps. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, could well be. Is that the car that JC's in as well?
I believe so, yes. I believe so. Austin Carpenter here, one of the many non-APAC drivers who are taking part in this, I would say, global endurance series that OOR is running. Being run on a Saturday sometimes can help out with some of our other nationalities and people from other regions to come and take part, but it'll definitely be late over in the States. If he is in the States, for that matter. His ping seems to suggest that maybe he is, but the Convicts and Colonials car running in 22nd at the moment. still battling with the 666 in front, which we did see a little bit earlier on, and yeah, these guys will keep pushing each other as hard as they can.
Yeah, so 3 a.m. on the east coast of the US right now, about 9 a.m. in Central Europe. So it gives you an idea of the time gaps, I guess, between all the participants. So huge effort for everybody to make themselves available at stupid o'clock for some of them, and on a normal time for others.
Yeah, I think there's only one word for that, and it's commitment. Commitment to the cause, commitment to some racing, and you know, giving up your Friday night for this. That's definitely brave, but good to see them running at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and doing quite well too. Carpenter up in P22. Another US driver with Ben Keogh, who's just got a blue flags penalty in the US as well. He's on the west coast, so it's a couple of hours earlier or later, however you want to say. It's about midnight for him. Maybe close to 1 a.m. with time zones and daylight savings and non-daylight savings. Anyway, yeah. It's yeah, good battle here as well with the what I thought was the pink milk car, but it's not.
No, that's the Sofa King Slow.
So, yeah.
SKS, if you want to call it that, the number 90 Mercedes. Yeah, these guys are running probably a bit better than they thought they would be over the given their performance over the last couple of weeks have been, or the last two events have been a little bit lacking. I think was might be a good way to think about it. Well, not the good way to think about it, but one way to think about it is that they would be hoping for more. And you know, as Borg here goes for the move up the inside, gets that nice and cleanly done. No real fighting from Kane in the SKS Mercedes.
Let's get his head down now and try and build out a bit of a lead. So having a quick look to see if we've got any other battles that we could have a quick look at potentially. This seems to have settled down for a wee bit. As we go to the overhead view, come back in and have a look at Potter. Yep, Kieran here in the 23 Beamer. Looking at the back of Tom Maloney, I think, in the barbecue car again. He shares the car with Babsy as they go scooting past the 700 milk car. Well done to everybody involved there.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see a lot of these drivers who have committed to running. A lot of these teams have committed to running the full endurance series so far, all 3 rounds, and you know, some of these teams have brought back multiple cars, or you know, have gained another car, and some of these lineups are staying consistent throughout the series. We see a move there, there's a bit of rubbing. I think he might have been up far enough to make that stick, but he's not over yet though, as they make the run into the second hairpin. It's one of the benefits of I wouldn't say benefits, one of those things about having the 2 hairpins here that makes it difficult to get an overtake done, is that, you know, if you go for a move up the inside and the other car hangs it around the outside, he can stay there and force another move into the second hairpin. It's that's one of the polarizing things about Donington, but being able to run side by side through there is always it raises the heart rate a little bit.
It definitely takes cooperation between the 2 drivers to give each other enough room as well, whilst trying to hold the position or trying to take the position. But finding that balance is always really important, as we have an Alliance car jumping out of the way by the looks of it. Or maybe just done well, I think. Not sure, pretty sure that was not for position. It looked like a blue flag situation to me.
Yeah, there's no McLarens running anywhere near the top at the moment. They're not even visible on our timing board at the moment. But yeah, we're almost at 5 o'clock on the east coast of Australia, which is a little bit almost 12 o'clock in Sim. 3 hours just about done and dusted here, and joining us in the commentary box now is Mitch Hobbs, running in the 919 car. Hobbsy, how are you, mate?
Good preach. How are we all going? Ooh, that's an interesting way to join.
Hobbsy, welcome in. How was your stint, mate?
Oh, look, it was, nothing too special. But, we're just trying to gain back from where we are here in 20th. As we can see, Matt is fighting at the moment with, I think that's Mo and Taufik by the looks of that. Ooh, bit of a sniff. But, yeah, just unfortunate start for us. Really put us dead last, but slowly making our way back up.
Recovery drive so far.
Yeah, it's definitely not been easy, especially with strategy and fair chunk of traffic, which you can't really help on a track like this. But yeah, getting back there slowly, so we'll see what we've got over the next 5 hours.
We're not even halfway through yet, mate. There's a long way to go. So hopefully you guys can start to really solidify yourself in the top 20 and try and maybe even, heaven forbid, you guys push for a top 10 result, which will be a great recovery after everything that's happened on that one.
One can only hope.
All right, boys, I'm going to leave it with you. I'll be back on later, but going to get ready for my stint sooner rather than later. But enjoy the next couple of hours, and I'll see you back for the concluding stages of the race.
Thanks, Dad. Have fun.
Worries. Thanks, Chalice.
Oh, Jesus.
See ya. Oh, to the outside.
And he's hanging around the outside. Oh no, he's going to try and go for the switchback here. He's got the drive off
For
the
M4
corner.
says no.
M4 covers to the inside.
Yeah, bit
Oh,
of a tap.
let him know he's there. M4 again says, no, thank you. You're not getting past me. You and I both know Matt Hobbsy.
We do.
How animated do you think he is in the car right now?
I can tell you, but I'll keep it a secret as to how animated it may be. But no, it's a tight circuit. Oh, he's going to send it. That's a big move, and now he's going to have the blue flag. Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's Ristafani there for P2. At the moment, it's just trying to hunt down Daniel Hunter for P1. He's about 22 seconds behind at the moment, but Pignana's got that one done. Bit of a dive down the inside, but that's what you've got to do to get some moves done. As we see, we're on board here with the 423 McLaren down to the Melbourne hairpin. Let's see what happens here. Went for the dive. Oh, couldn't quite pull it up and has spun. Yeah, it's a real annoying corner, I'll admit, having done it a few times in my stint. Missing it, as we see, Mike Crick gets a drive through for causing a collision on lap 114. Yep, we're just having it confirmed in chat that there's many a words being said inside that car.
Swearing in spaghetti.
Yes. They're making fun of him being Italian. How mean. Oh, that's a 5-second pen for Cody Carlson. They're the 423 McLaren, ignoring blue flags on lap 112. I wouldn't like to be the stewards currently with the amount of incidents that have been over this race. They're probably getting a bit sick of them.
Yeah, but quite possibly there are quite a number of penalties that have come in throughout the entire race so far, and I'm just having a look through the penalties channel in the Discord and going, oh wow.
Yeah,
That's,
I know.
That's quite a few sitting there at the moment.
Oh, is this for position? It's Ethan Cale on Kane Phipps there in the 90 Mercedes. Oh, he's just popped it up. Pushed him slightly out wide, but it's pulled out nicely. I love the pink headlights on that Mercedes. That's really nice.
Thank you. That's it's been sort of the way that those moves have been done down into their hairpin there. They've sort of been going a little bit deeper and pushing it a little bit. 919 just punted Ristofani in the last corner. See if we can get a replay of that from Mull, but that's not what I wanted to read when I've got one of the 919 drivers in the commentary box with us. So.
Oh, I didn't want to read that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's probably the best person to read it, to be honest, out of the two of us here at the moment. But
live cross mail, I don't think that's a good idea. As entertaining that might be, I think there might be a better opportunity. Not currently. So it looks.
Yeah, so Ethan Cale got that move done into the hairpin. A little bit of bullying, but not as bad as what we saw with the McLaren and the Nissan just beforehand. But Cale's been able to open up a bit of a gap now, so Cale will be hoping to use that speed now. That looked very close to track limits.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that the 818 got track limits early on in the race, and that really hurt them. So it's easier to do it at the hairpin. Sorry, at the chicane. I can't remember the last time I ran at Donington and where else you would get one, probably on the exit of one of the corners. Maybe through the old hairpin, maybe you might, is the other spot.
Here we go.
As we see the replay now.
Breaking point? Yeah, he missed the breaking point. Yeah. That's going to be a hefty pen. That might even be a stop-go. Drive-through, possibly, because it's a P2 car and we're blue flagged. So, hefty pen coming there that way for us, but that's okay. Still plenty of time to go. Still on board with Ethan Cale for OES car Orange. Currently sat P16, just under 7 seconds behind the 732 car of BDA Motorsport. Ryan Borg in there at the moment, not too far behind Sky Loverink either. So there's a fairly tight, close battles. Only a couple of seconds between a few cars, which is good to see.
Yeah, even from sort of Tafiq down, it's all very tight. Obviously, Tafiq, Spinazzi, Piggers in there, Carpenter, they're all, within really close to each other, and it's nice and tight.
Certainly is nice and tight. We see Tom Maloney now is just trying to... Ooh, was that a bit of damage on the front?
I couldn't tell you, to be able to tell it around the rest of the livery of the barbecue food truck for Kovacs. I could not tell you it. I think it looks somewhat straight.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just saying.
I think it looks okay. It just the livery is doing numbers on it. No, I'll say there's no damage on the front of it.
Yeah, good save.
Well,
I am saying it's good.
the bumper hasn't come disconnected or the bonnet hasn't popped up like ACC's damage model does.
Yes, yeah, no, that's right. So still intact. I just need to go to Specsavers. That's okay. Still plenty of time in the race for anything to happen. As we see, Lucas Burst is not too far off Ristofani, 5.4 seconds for the top three there. Daniel Hunter still up there in P1 for the lead. Sean Madison there, P4 at the moment, the 818 car. Here is Daniel Hunter, and he's gone again. Pick and choose. We can choose whoever we want. Here he is for BS Plus Competition. Alberto Fernandez. Or we'll just, we'll pick a car eventually. We'll get there. I think Mal's just trying to prove a point to me, which is fair enough. As we see now, fastest lap for the BS Plus Competition XHL team with the 26.1. That's okay, Mal. I probably deserve that being a bit of a smart ass. Or you maybe did you spill milk over your stream deck again? Is that what happened?
Tim saying there's about to be a three-way battle for 10th. That is true. Vintner, Weatherburn, and Velasquez are definitely getting nice and close. I was just about to shout out the $1.50 Macca special car, the number 150, with Hill behind the wheel. The highest AM at the moment, currently in 18th spot.
Yes, really.
He's got a little bit of a train forming behind him. There's a bit of a gap to the car in front, and then little bit of a train behind, with the 423 leading that train, or second in that train. And then we've got 423 that I'm seeing. It is the 423 and then the 789 behind that. So a little bit of a train forming behind a 150 car, but that's not to say that that's down a pace. I think that's just how the traffic has flowed at the moment. But these guys doing nicely, running in 18th.
Good news, Preach.
Yes, good news.
We've got a driver coming in for an interview.
Oh, do we?
Yep, there it was. I was waiting for it. We do have a driver coming in for an interview. We just got to wait for him to pop in. We can have a quick chat with him. And speaking of having a chat to people, here is the man himself, Michael Babb. Welcome to the comms box. He's currently in the 991 car here with Tom Maloney. How's it going?
Good, mate. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, man. How's the race been so far?
Look, we got very fortunate at the start of the race with all that turn one of the lap one final turn shenanigans. So we made up a number of positions. A couple of cars in front of us picked up some pens out of that. So we jumped from 4th to 6th, or we're 7th now, but they were in a good little battle with Potter, so it's good.
Yeah, nice to hear, mate. I was piping on about your livery on the broadcast, saying it wasn't my style, but the more I look at it, the more I enjoy it, and it's definitely something different, diving up the inside.
How good is it? I love it. Both of us were big barbecue fans. You know, we do a lot of well and flow stuff ourselves, so what better way to celebrate our, I guess, other hobby outside of sim racing than a livery
It's
tour.
barbecuing.
Yeah.
Yeah, barbecuing, mate. Just ribs, all about the ribs.
Yes, true. I am a rib lover or rib enjoyer, that's for sure. Yeah, a bit of barbecue sauce, bit of like a smoky, fiery barbecue sauce,
Yeah,
and
that's it, mate. That's
I'm
it.
set.
Yeah, just
I'm set.
charcoal. It's the only way to cook meat. It really is. So what's been happening in the race? Because we've obviously been sort of head down, bum up. Just in a barrel for
A lot of
Fourth,
penalties is
eighth.
one way I would put it. A lot.
Quite a few incidents. I haven't. I've only been in for the last hour or so, and yeah, there's been a bit of action going on. It's kind of now. I mean, there's a couple of battles on track, but they're all kind of opening up a bit, and it's kind of just becoming, you know, the middle of the race sort of settling in. Everyone's settled. Everyone's just trying to find their spot on the track and try and just put in some good laps and eventually catch up to someone sort of with the last 2 hours or so to go, which is kind of the way that some of these endurance races go. But yeah, I suppose you guys have done well to keep your nose clean, running in 7th at the moment.
yeah, that's it. That's all you can really do is try to keep your nose clean, out of trouble.
Yeah, so just one final one for you. If you can tell us, if you're trying to be sneaky, then tell us what you can. But what's the plan for the rest of the race? What's your strategy?
Look, honestly, I think Potter and Ali are probably just a touch quicker than us, so we're just gonna try stick with them as best we can with blue flags, that sort of stuff. Obviously, managing your track cards. But yeah, we're just gonna try and hang on with them, and hopefully, you know, we can sort of leapfrog a couple of these other cars with drive-throughs and that sort of stuff. We're probably a touch out of position, but you know, we're just driving smart.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, no, that's fairly decent strategy. Just keep it clean to the end, which is great to see.
Alrighty, well, I'll jump back in the car because I think Tom's in the end he stinks. So
Yeah,
I'll,
no, fair enough, mate. Good
I'll,
luck. Have
chat
fun
to
for the
you
rest of the
guys.
race.
Yeah, I'll chat to you guys a bit later.
No,
Catch you, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, bye.
see ya. I think I've just noticed something, and it's going to do my head in if I don't have a look.
Mm.
I have a feeling that the transition effect might have Donington spelt wrong. Unless I'm going blind.
It is one N, yes. It's one N.
Yeah, it is. It does say 1 N on the transition, does it?
I haven't looked at the transition, but
I just thought I saw 2 N's. Oh, maybe I'm going silly.
either way, Aziz Omar here in the Brake Czech Republic Porsche 387. They're running in 29th at the moment, battling with the 119. Kovacs, I think it's Kovacs blue. It's not blue, maybe green. I think blue's the 19.
It's one of them.
Yes, it's one of them. Does get a move done there, so nicely done.
Pull the back across nicely just to try and block that off. Now, how we pronounce this last name? I want to say Palat, but I feel like I could be wrong. Could be Pilot even. Who knows?
I'm gonna go
Adrian.
with-
Yeah, good enough.
Yeah, Adrian will do.
Adrian.
Simon is confirming the transition graphic says Donington with 2 N's.
That now I can't unsee that.
Oh, no, it does only
there
say
you
1
go.
N. It
No.
does only say 1 N. Never mind.
Yeah, but there was
Never
one
mind.
that had 2 N's. I saw it. I could have sworn I saw it.
Maybe it's the other cut when it goes to like a replay. It says it across the top.
Yeah, possibly. Oh, down the inside.
Easy done.
Yeah. It's made that one look nice and easy, just getting past the 247 Aston there. On the right, we're on board with Pete Viney at the moment for, I believe that's the other Kovacs car, is it not? The blue team, it is. Oh, goodness, my memory is actually not doing too badly today.
Yeah, I thought 19 was blue and the 119 was green, but it's been a long race. Well, I don't know. It's been it's difficult to pick some of these cars. I mean, you know, there's 3 BMWs in a row on track there, and just a whole lot there. So yes. Anyway, Viney here. Oh, I've just jumped away from him, but.
Oh, that's some tight racing there. You see Darth just trying to sort of go a little bit different on the line to Adrian, just to maybe try and make up a little bit of time. They're a little bit behind now of Keogh at the moment, who's got a 10-second penalty as well, and so does the Porsche Fernandez, number 10 there. It's got a 15-second penalty.
I was just about to pipe up the Ferrari that was running up in like 13th or 14th, Loverink, but as being the highest non-German car on the grid. But he should drop back down to 17th. So now there's the top 16 are all German. There are there are 10 BMWs in the top 16.
Great. Yep.
1 Audi,
Nice.
1 Porsche, and 4 BMWs.
Oh, fantastic.
Sorry, 4 Mercedes. Sorry.
I was going to say,
there's-
I thought there was...
there's-
Yeah.
There's not
There's a
so
lot
much
of
a
M4s.
spread. Yes, quite a lot of M4s. I think I can
Yes.
count. There's 16 on the grid. So
That's more
16
than
out
you've
of the-
had roast dinners.
I'd say I've had more than 16 roast dinners over the last 25 years of life, but 25 and a half years.
Oh,
But,
getting there, mate. You're getting on.
I am getting on. I am getting on.
Yeah.
That's not to say that anyone else in chat who is older than me is
Oh,
old.
no.
I'm
I'm
just
taking the
I'm
piss.
just getting older.
Yeah, and I saw you 2 weeks
Lesson-
ago at the GP, so I can take the piss.
Yes,
Because that's
yes,
what we do.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting less in touch with the millennials and all these memes
Yeah.
and whatnot. And
That's when you know.
yeah,
Who on board with here at the moment? Connor Hind for the 600 MRT Berry Fast. That's a classic pun. I like that. Not as much as I like the livery, though. That's a very tasty
not a-
pink and white livery.
it's not as good as the as legendary though.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's very good. I'll work out what the names of the other cars are, and I'll
Oh,
get
yeah,
back
here
to
we
you.
go.
Here's the legendary
Oh, a bit of a slide.
number 9. It's the Nissan, mate. That's all it does.
Yeah, I know. Oh, nice blue there. That's a, as the business would call it, a baby blue. That looks almost.
He needs some
great in them.
milk.
He needs some milk. Yeah, we know.
In front of him, so we've got 2 Nissans in the field, and then in front of him is the only Lambo we've got.
Oh,
Shane
lovely.
McClaws
Yep.
in the Alliance Lambo. I do like the green on the front of that. But, it's very nice.
Who's excited for
Very
the new
tasty.
Lambo? Oh yeah.
I'm pretty excited of all three cars, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
The Ferrari looks
Oh. That looks
something.
like had a bit of damage on the front.
Pixel's
Looked like
car.
the bonnet was up a touch.
Hopefully not. These guys are running in 11th here.
Oh no, I'm just
Mm.
seeing things. That's okay.
Might have a little bit of damage, but I don't think it'll be too bad.
Mm. Oh no, no damage. It's just a paint job. I'm just being fooled by all the paint jobs. It's a bit of a battle here, actually. Matthew Spinazzi and Moyen Taufik here for P19. Going wheel to wheel at the moment. Nice and close racing. Someone in the chat, Jabo, really wants the new Lambo.
Yeah, I'm keen for the new Lambo. Apart from the fact that it's not like as big a change as the new models of Porsche and Ferrari that are coming.
Yeah.
But you know, the Lambo I sort of feel wasn't due for a new Evo update, but I suppose, you know, we got the
I
Audi
think
last
everyone
year
else would
and
agree with you. Would disagree with you.
really that it did need an Evo update.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
To
a
be
lot
fair,
of
I
people
haven't done much racing in it.
Yes.
but
Yeah. No, a lot of people were either hanging out for an Evo update or waiting for it to actually have a decent BOP.
Which, I mean, we've
Oh, we don't
discussed
know what the
it.
BOP is.
at length. Jared Lester.
Oh, see you later.
That's Pixel Racer's car going hard right. He's coming back on though. He's managed to get control of it. Come back on.
Bikini. That just makes
It's
me
better
think
than
of Matthew Lamb in a
Lamborghini.
bikini. That's not. It's not an image that we want. We
Sam
might need to
Kekovich
ask
is like
Matthew
that
Lamb
though.
to- Yeah. I wonder. We might need to ask Matthew Lamb if he's ever been in a bikini before, so we can confirm that.
True.
Oh, more fighting. Yes. That's what you like
More
to
fighting
see.
is two somewhat green Astons. One has got that fluoro green with a hint of yellow. That I mean, the green is one of those, you know, Aston GTE inspired liveries that we've seen in the past. Replay here of what happened to the Pixel Racers car.
I reckon
What's
it
happened?
hit the grass. Oh, I know what's happened there.
Too
He
much
hasn't
right foot.
changed- No, he hasn't changed his TC back from the hairpin.
Oh, this
That's a classic. We've all done it.
TC changing
Ooh.
the light. Oh, interesting rejoin, but I think that
Yep.
might have just been. He tried to get on it as best he can. Matthew Lamb is in chat.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't own any bikinis.
But he doesn't yet.
Zach Smith saying that chicane track limits are actually so bugged, it's a joke. So we did mention that the 818 car had got a track limits penalty pretty early on in the race, but that's not a good sign when you hear that.
No.
How good are
How
track
good are
limits in the wet
limits in
though?
the wet? Horrendous, yeah. Well, this is the part where we pray for no rain. Bender, go away if you're here. We don't want your silly rain dances.
They just got an oh no. There is a big D and T next to this car again. Oh dear.
Not fun times. Geez, Rick. Not what the 818 car wanted, especially after being a little bit further behind Burst and now only 20.3 seconds behind. That's going to pop them down only about 15 seconds for a drive through here, I think, if that, 20 seconds. So it's not.
Someone's
major.
definitely walked under a ladder for the two AVR
Absolutely.
Mercedes today.
Yeah.
That's not the luck they needed, but
No.
suppose shining light for the AVR boys is 717 running in 8th place at the moment, up
Yeah,
6
really good
spots
stuff.
from their starting position. I mentioned that Robert Fluke had to pull out late, not too many days to go in this in the week leading up. So unfortunately, it's down to a 2-man. But these guys running well, Zach and Pat Oliver running well in 8th spot. Our highest pro at the moment is the 05 Motorsport number 5 BMW, which is red and white, running in 11th spot. He's just can't tell where he's on track relative to these two, but he'll be looking to get on the back of them.
Grass. Yeah, love me some grass coming up to chicane now. This is Michael Velazquez looking on Connor Hind in the 600 MRT car. Let's see what he can do. That was a good run. The Merc just has the edge over the M4 through Sector 3 when you do get it right. Right, that had me confused. There was a blue flag.
Yes, blue flag in the way of these two battling, but got out the way as soon as he could in the ANZ CRL car, which I think is running down in... I'm not sure.
I believe it's based on the Apex. I could be wrong. Because I know, especially with the inside of the first bit of the chicane, if you even dip a centimetre of any tyre into too much of the... what's the word? The fake stuff. Yeah, that stuff. It does give you a warning. Or a no time gained if you do realise that and slow down enough. But yeah, it's fairly inconsistent here, unfortunately.
I think that'd be one thing that'd be nice to see in the update is just a little bit of a revised track limit system. I don't mind having the 3 track limits, but I think they need to be a little bit...
Hey, here we go. So this is what it was. Yeah, so that's too much.
Yeah.
So as soon as the car touches any bit of the dirt on the inside of that first bit of the chicane, it's a warning or no time gained if you slow down enough. Which is fairly consistent.
They got 2 warnings for the same chicane.
Oh, did they? Oh.
Yeah,
that was 2 warnings. Oh. Now that I don't agree with. The first bit I agree with, but I'm not sure about the second bit.
I think there might need to be just a bit of a re-engineering of how you accrue track limits.
Yeah.
Especially through a chicane like that, where you've set yourself up. You've got the track limits for the line on the left, for the left-hander. You shouldn't be getting one for the one on the right as well, because you've already copped one for the line you set.
Yes, that's right.
I feel like that's a little bit archaic of a way of thinking about track limits. Obviously, these are automatically done. There's no stewards involved in track limits, but yeah, I feel like a little bit of a redesign of how they're calculated or applied might be of benefit. So we can only hope that something like that might come in the next update, but I doubt it. But with a big physics update like we're getting, hopefully that might do something about having a little bit more consistency and maybe the calculations are a bit more consistent and they're a little bit nicer for the average you and me to understand why you get tracks.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty inconsistent because some of the tracks it's actually based off the white line, and then others it's how far off the curb are you.
Yeah.
So it's pretty inconsistent, but
because Masana you can use all the curb, so
yeah, correct.
Like it's different here that you can be putting a wheel in the dirt and you're still on the curb and you're still getting a penalty, and that's
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, look, it's just one of those unfortunate things that we just hope that does get tweaked a little bit so it's a little bit more fair. So we just see the Porsche blue flag on there. Ooh, almost getting in the way of the MPR GP 2.0 car there of Velazquez. Managed to get out of the way just at the right moment. Still got the indicator on. I don't really know what that's about. Maybe just likes the left indicator. Yes, that's correct, Marl. It's just inconsistencies in delivering the track limits. Like I know Musty and I got a warning for pixels of tyre going into the dirt through the chicane, which is frustrating.
No, you
And-
put your tyre in the dirt. There was dirt on the
that's
tyre.
right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And it's unfortunate because even if it's one tyre, it's still a warning. It doesn't have to be two, it's one. Especially through there. I don't know why it's so inconsistent, but, well, there's not much you can do about it. You've still got a race ahead of you, 4.5 hours left, just ticking over 12:30 in game. Oh, yes, I love the immediate DTs at Paul Ricard. That was hilarious.
I don't remember that.
I think that was 1.6. I think that's when that was happening. Misano, yeah, some corners at Misano were true. You've still got the one. I don't know if it does it anymore, but the second to last corner, you can get 2 warnings in one hit. Basically, as Lucas Burst is in the pits now for the 315 No Idea car. Sean Madison in the 818 car. Alpha Venturi at the moment got that drive through. Might just get past Spurs here, but it's going to be pitting soon. He's got an hour 6 driven in the car, so he's only going to probably have to come in next lap. He can push it, this coming lap, sorry. He can push it another one if he really wants to. It just depends on their strategy, so we'll see what comes of that.
Now, I got a question for you. What came up about you changing the TC mid-track? I can't think of any other track where that's been a thing that's been done about changing your TC value.
Yeah.
Like being one that is consistently done by some of, if not most of the drivers in the field.
Yeah, it's a good question, actually. It's a good thing you bring that up. So the reason that most of the drivers will be doing it is so that on the exits they can maximize the power of the car. Especially with the Mercedes, if you have it in TC8 like you did for the rest of the lap, it's going to bog, and you want to get on power as early as possible, and TC8 just simply doesn't allow that. So you need to drop lower to be able to get the tyres to slip that little bit and not engage the TC and bog to get the exit that you want. So most drivers will be switching down the TC either just before the chicane or just after for the final 2 corners, and hopefully remembering to turn it back on for the front straight. There are a couple of other tracks that you do it. I think Spa's another one where you do it. Paul Ricard, you also do it there. I can't think of any other tracks right off the top of my head you do it, but there are a couple.
Yeah, okay. It's one of those things. I'm not well versed in ACC metas, I suppose, at the moment, apart from the fact that I can definitely tell you what cars are meta, being the BMW. Flat, that's it. Seems like that's meta at the moment, but
It depends on the track.
Well, yes, but how many BMWs did I say there were? 16 in this race out of 44 cars, and there are another 4-5 manufacturers.
It's weird though, because if you look at other times from the aliens in Europe, the M4 is not actually the fastest car here, but it is the fastest over a race distance from what we're seeing. So you look at the M4s and they're pretty consistent. Everyone will be pretty consistent, but it's just those faster lap times that you can get out of the M4 that you can't quite extra from, say, the Merc or the Porsche. So it's really just most of the time it's actually personal preference of the drivers. I know some of them like to stick to the one car for the season to, because they like this such of a car. That's all going to change come the 1.9 update anyway, with the new cars coming. So it's there's not one meta car over a whole set of track. Oh, that car just got hit in the rear.
It would have been hit by the Aston Martin. That's a bit green there in the Hallmark cards inspired Kovacs Racing purple car. I'm not sure on the significance of Hallmark cards, but for them, but okie dokie. I would have thought Cadbury might have been a better purple business to use, although that purple is trademarked and copyrighted, the Cadbury purple.
That's okay. It's interesting you're talking about fast cars. an underdog car here, funnily enough, being driven by Stephen Tite, is the Audi. I was testing it a little bit before coming to the event, trying to work out what we were going to try. It was actually quite fast. It's not the fastest over a race distance, but it's definitely one. Oh, I love that livery too. Look at that. That's just unbelievable.
It's just perfect for an Audi in current day and age. Like, that's just designed through and through. It's a great livery to have on the car. A little bit of inspiration from the late Ken Block's Electricana.
Yes.
Unicorn, Electricorn thing, whatever they're calling it.
Something silly that it was called, yes.
Oh, just insane, that car.
Yeah.
And when I found out he'd passed, it was actually kind of sad, because it'd sort of been something that I'd grown up with, having watched all of his Gymkhana videos and whatnot, and it was just a shock. And I remember seeing him at the Adelaide 500 in 2013. He came and in his Focus, and the car was not working very well there. Just couldn't deal with the temperatures. But seeing him do donuts down at the hairpin at turn 9 at Adelaide was just incredible to watch. And unfortunately he's gone now, but Hoonigan Media and all of that side of YouTube will
continue his legacy, I'm sure.
Continue his legacy, and Travis Pastrana, and
absolutely,
he's doing a lot more of the Gymkhana style videos now, which is good to see that ongoing.
I mean, there's nothing really more to say about him other than he was a legend. You had what reminded me most of him is playing Dirt Rally 2, I think, on the Nintendo Wii. What an experience that was. You play as Ken Block in part of it as well. Have delivery for his. It's just what more can you ask for?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Lawrenson's in the car now for the 919.
In a battle here, 4-car battle.
Oh, goodness me. That's David Bartlett there. Oh, Jesus heavens. Well done. Well done to avoid that, but holy... we need a breakdown of that. What on earth was that?
It looked like there were about 3 cars all moving right before the turning point to cover.
Good
and then
heavens.
There was just one car that overlapped and caused some considerable pain for some others. Hammond in the 300 MRT entry has got a drive through down in 26th, so that's unfortunate. That'll be for track limits though, because we haven't got any message from race control to come up, and that's just how it is. And Mull hit it right on the head there, 919 with some luck. So obviously, I think you'll be happy to see that he got through that cleanly. And
I think he read that one well. He saw it coming. I mean, we didn't, but he did. And managed to get past that really well. So now up into P18 as there's a Merc there off. Let's have a look at the replay. I think it will just be this incident. Yep, let's have a look. Right.
So it looks
there's
like...
a lot to unpack there.
So it's 05 Motorsport in the car, red and white, split down the middle at the bottom. 05 or 25 Motorsport, one of the two.
Let's have a look. And just
hits the rear. I think there might have just been a little bit of uncertainty about what way everyone was going, and then one thing led to another, and there were 3 cars all crashing into each
now
other.
He's at P17. Fantastic. I don't know where that's come from, but good stuff there. Yeah, just looked like that car. I think that might have been Moyen Taufik or Gafour Fahad or something like that. Just may have jumped down the inside, not quite realising there was another M4 there, and just turned the car in front and then got turned. It's an unfortunate knock-on effect there. So we were on board with Liam Hamilton now. It's just behind Wishnu in the 788 MPR GP 2.0 team.
Yeah, so Hamilton is, I think, down 1 spot in that car from where we jumped on board maybe half an hour ago, so maybe that's through the pitch strategy itself. But
down the inside, that's Bartlett there, just sending it down the inside of Jerry as Jerry now is forced the excuse me to the outside of Rashuti and gets it done.
Yeah, it's
At least for now.
Yes, for now. Yeah, that Bartlett getting up the inside sort of dislocated the 666 car from the line it really wanted, and invited Rashuti up the inside in that SKS Mercedes, which is sort of capitalising on an unfortunate position that the 666 was put in. But yeah, I don't think these battles are over.
No, definitely not. But yeah, no, still plenty of time to go. 4 hours and 25 minutes left now, just ticking over to 20 minutes to 1 in game. Shooty there's just done a 28.8, but was stuck in that little bit of a battle there. So that's where the time. Here comes Damiano Thurcolini out of the pits. Is just going to sneak it in behind. That's the 716 car, if I can read. That's the Pixel Races car. Yeah. Yep, definitely. So it's just going to sneak it up there, back out in 28th now. I think that's Atanyake just behind there on the Porsche, the 387 Porsche.
Yeah, I think Malit's got Stefan and Aziz running with them, and Aziz Omar today in that Porsche. So Stefan, I think, might be jumping into the commentary box potentially at some stage throughout tonight.
We'll find out.
Wait for that one to get confirmation. Chris Taylor saying he had to pit again for fuel, the 800 car. So that's unfortunate they had to pit for fuel.
Maybe they just didn't put any fuel in the pit stop, which can happen from time to time if the strategy is not just quite set up correctly. Forget to put fuel in, it happens sometimes, but that's just what we've got to live with. So,
yep.
Oh, Jesus. At the moment, Philippa Bokita's back in the car now for the 89 BS Plus competition XHL car in P1. Hasnam there. It's currently sat in P2 in the 789 MPR GP car. 318, no idea. Matt Lamb's not too far behind them. In fact, Zachary Smith's back in the 818 AVR car. One of the Sneakers boys is in the 191 car. Kieran Potter's still in the 23 BD Motorsport M4. Michael Babb, who we interviewed just before, has jumped into the 991 car with teammate Tom Maloney. Vishnu is what we're looking at the moment of Liam Hamilton's fighting with him, looking to try and get a position up to P8.
Hey, there's a Ferrari in P10. All is not lost for the non-German manufacturers.
I can tell you,
is not lost.
First-hand experience, the Ferrari is a challenge, so well done for putting it P10 at the moment, boys. That is a heck of an effort as Corey Tui just gets himself a 15-second pen for causing a collision on lap 137, looking at around 200 and, I dare want to say, 80 laps in this race, potentially.
Miles putting in 332.
332. Ooh, okay.
As his lap prediction, I think that's bold, but
that is
how many
bold,
laps have we done so far? 147. We've still got 22 minutes left before halfway. So
47. So maybe it might be around the
320, 330. Yeah.
310. Yeah. Just got to keep in mind pit stops as well. As Tarquin tells me that it's JP in the car because John's not racing. So there you go. That makes life easier for us. As Tui just lets one of the AVR cars pass. That's the 818 there. Probably Tui there, the one with that 15-second penalty. Looked like maybe did have a touch of damage, or is that just the way that
that's damage?
That's damage. Yep. So he's going to look to probably need to pit for that. That's definitely going to be causing him some issues over a stint. Let's have a look at the replay. What are we going to have a look at here?
Oh dear. Why is the camera here?
Oh no! Oh no!
no.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh dearie me!
I can tell you that is something I've done in practice for sprint series races in the past, and it's also something that I did in a 90-minute race in ACC. I did it exactly there at a BMW. Just dropped the wheel in the dirt, and obviously, iRacing grass is like ice, so the one minute I'm facing straight, the next minute I'm spinning out of control into that wall and causing enormous amounts of damage and meatballing the car. So
Yes,
you know.
that's right. But that's part of it. We've just had an unfortunate update from one of the cars out in the field. 717 had a game crash, so they're now down out of the top 10, back down to 25th position. Pat Oliver back in the car now.
Oh dear.
They were doing so well. Unfortunately, things happen. ACC can crash from time to time.
Oh dear. That's not ideal at all.
It isn't, no. That's okay. We've got a battle going on here. Bartlett against Raschuti in the SKS car. Rashuti's going to look for the switchback, but Bartlett says, nah, no chance. Not going to let that happen. Let's see. Yes, I would agree, Mal. Donington is off the AVR Christmas list, absolutely.
Where are we next?
Suzuka for 12 hours, next endurance race, but it's the new 1.9 update, so that will shake things up a little bit. See new cars out on the field, new Porsche, new Lambo, new Ferrari.
I was about to ask what the general fastest car is, but that just gets thrown out the window, doesn't it? Because I remember the Merc used to be the strongest at Suzuka, and I wasn't sure if it still is. So,
well, I mean, at the moment it is, yes.
Yes, but of course we're going to get a new update. So
absolutely not.
Throw that out the window.
Yep, throw all the information you've got out the window. It's going to be completely wiped and start again for 1.9. I can guarantee you that, because it's anticipated by the community manager himself, Raggy, that it's the biggest update to ACC in its history. So I can't wait for that. Still a tight battle here between the 90 car and the 676 car. Let's see if Raschuti can just hold that pressure on Bartlett and force the mistake from Bartlett. I'm not sure what he'll do. Bartlett's just going to have to do his best to stick that M4 in the right positions. Just managed to hit the apex. Ciaz won. Safik gets a 10-second penalty for ignoring blue flags on that 142. Blue flags, people. Come on. But of course, there is a rule in Octane Online Racing for you, all of you who don't know. If you're not out of the way as a blue flag within, I'm pretty sure if I've read the regulations correctly, if it's within after 4 corners, you are at potential risk of getting a penalty. So we can see 423 McLaren there, just doing the right thing as I'm talking about blue flags, getting out of the way. Didn't want to cause any real hold up there.
It's a difficult one because, like, obviously the blue flags come in, what is it, a second? You're within a second of the car, you get blue flags?
Yes.
Or is it...
Yeah, but it's within a reasonable... So it comes within a second or like 9/10, but obviously there's a little bit of leniency because we know that no driver, unless they are very slow or believe that they are very slow in comparison to the car that they're being blue flagged by, is going to move within 9/10 of a car. That's just how it is. Once you get a bit closer, yeah, sure. If a car gets close to you under braking, yep, sure, get out of the way. But no car is going to get out of the way under 9/10 under a blue flag. So there's a little bit of leniency
within 4 minutes, within 4 corners, as soon as they get the blue flag. It's really about at what point is it? At what point are you likely to hold up another car within 4 corners? In which case, get out of the way. But if you're not going to hold them up,
that's right,
immediately, yeah. And sometimes, you know, the situation exists where the driver behind is, you know, having to be a little bit more cautious on fuel and ends up, you know, just wants to sit in behind, wants to stay within that 1 second to try and get as much benefit as they can. Obviously, Donington's not one of those tracks because you're not maxing the car out, but it's somewhere like, I don't know, Coda or Bathurst or maybe Suzuka. You might find more benefit in not quite overtaking immediately and trying to save a little bit of fuel. Jump on board with Philippa here in the 89 BS Plus Competition X Happy Laps car.
So still currently sat P1. Got a fair gap to Hasnam now. Not sure where they are on track in comparison to them. I'm just 7 8. I say they're only just coming down the straight to the chicane. I don't know if they have actually been lapped by Philippa or not. I'd have to double check the facts on that one. But so far, flawless performance from Bokita. Started 4th on the grid and have made their way up to P1. They did that within the first, I want to say, hour of the race due to the drive-through that 818 got, unfortunately, for track limits. But they've held their own so far, and I have heard rumours, I don't know if this is still accurate information, they still currently have 0 warnings for track limits.
No way.
Yeah, apparently.
I
Insider
do not believe
information.
you.
Well, that's what the rumor is. They've got 0. Well, as of about 45 minutes ago, they had 0 warnings. Oh, Demario Hasnam, 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 132. So 20 laps ago, that one happened. So we might get a bit of a head in on that one, maybe in a replay, just to see exactly what's happened. Oh, a bit of grass there from Bokita. That might be maybe that's a warning. Who knows? But yeah, Matt Lamb is going to be reveling in that penalties. 12.3 seconds behind Hasnam, so they're going to come out ahead of the Hasnam car with that penalty. Yeah, that's right, John. There was a unfortunate game crash for 717. And there you go, Daniel Hunter telling us that it is true. They've got no warnings.
And Piggery is also confirming that there is no Christmas card going to Donington
absolutely
Park
not.
Racing
No way.
Raceway. Hobbsy, you'll be interested in this, and I'm sure someone else. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Sean is also in chat.
Yep.
But it is pissing down with rain in Adelaide at Gather Round, and the Bombers are up 71 to 48. Let's go.
Oh, fantastic. Up the Bombers. But I also like Melbourne, so that doesn't help.
Can't like both.
Well, I do.
Choose one.
Well, Bombers, obviously, but...
Yes, good choice. Good choice.
Yeah.
John, I will not be putting my name on a Donington themed AVR livery.
No, absolutely not. I was going to say, it can just be a livery of rage and explosions, and it can be... Maybe we need to make a livery with all of the words on the car that we've said throughout this race.
That would not fly. I think that might actually be...
But what if I ask Mel very nicely?
I might get criminally charged for putting any of the words on that I'm
What
expecting
if I ask
Peter to
Mel
have
very
said.
nicely?
Livery of mirror ladders and black cats. I'll do a Christmas card themed livery and just pen them in Donington onto it.
Mel saying, do it, I'll use it. Chris Taylor's on board for the Bombers for the flag train. Lovely.
Oofed. That's
A pineapple on it. As long as it's not on pizza, sure, we can put a pineapple on it. Oh, Pigger says no pineapples. Okay.
I was just about to ask Mum what's for dinner, and I was going to yell out, "Hey, is Hawaiian pizza for dinner?" But then I thought that I might get disconnected from the call.
Yes, you will be disconnected by Mullock.
Where's the soundboard button if the user disconnected?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we need that. Oh, it's a little bit of a battle here. Pat Oliver's just gotten past Jimmy Farah for P23. So after that game crash, they're slowly making their way back up. They've got a few cars ahead of them. Scott Carson, their P22. Sasha Death, P21. A pineapple channel OOR Discord question. I don't think Mullock would stand for that, as much of a question that might be. Well, here's a different type of food. Here's some cookies for you. The Cookie Car 1, Will Hammond at the moment, 300 car. The Cookie Monster livery in the Aston, currently sat P25. Currently sat, in my quick maths, 478th in Pro-Am at the moment, so good effort from them so far.
Yeah, great effort. 2 cookie cars on the grid today, of course.
There must be a Pro-Am car further up, so make that like 10th in Pro-Am. Now, no, pineapple on pizza, that just doesn't happen. A pineapple on burgers, no, that can't happen either. Through the neighbour's window, yeah, I'll agree with that one. What I'll do on the weekend, I will go down to Preacher's house and I'll throw a
150's off.
Oh.
150 went off, exited stage left on the...
Worst, strangest food. Ooh.
What is it? Is it durian? Is that the
That's the
fruit
garbage fruit from China.
Oh,
Yeah.
it smells horrible, but tastes somewhat okay.
Yes, I've heard it smells like rotten garbage, but it tastes okay. I've never had it myself, or have I?
It's also just a weird texture because it's like, yeah, it's like a weird thing. Obsy, question from Dan Hunter in the chat.
Yep.
As a technical whiz strategist pro esport driver, can you tell them what the optimal strategy is?
Can I tell him what the optimal strategy is? Pit now. That's the optimal strategy. Yeah, pretty much just go till you run out of fuel, unless you want to try and challenge someone. But you're in P1, so it doesn't really matter what strategy you go for. But yeah, no. Strategies vary. There's no real weather change as of yet, so we'll just have to sort of wait and see what happens. I don't know why you needed to add the whole technical whiz strategist pro esport driver. Pro esport driver, no esport driver. Yeah, I'll allow that. But look, yeah, it's just basically go till you run out of fuel. Unless you're battling someone you want to undercut, yep, go for it. It's just really, from memory, I've got to remember what is more valuable here. I think the undercut is the stronger strategy here from memory for those drivers listening in that want to try and get an opponent. I believe the undercut is the slightly better strategy because you've just got the tyres warm and you're in the groove, whereas those that come out cold tyres probably going to slip a little bit the first lap or two. So yeah. Oh, someone's talking about Balut now. Oh no.
I think if we just ignore what's going on in chat because it's just
Yep.
kind of making my stomach churn a bit.
Do you know what Balut is, Preach?
I have heard of bullet, and yes,
It's duck embryo.
yes,
Yum.
yes. It's I have not had it myself, and I shall never have it. Back to the strategy talk. I suppose the only thing about doing an undercut here is that, like, I suppose unless it's going into the race and you're going for track position, it's not really worth it. At this stage of the race, it really is just try and run as long as you can while still making lap speed, and then maybe hope that where it's going to position you has got
Oh my. Got
the
past.
421 getting out of the way for I think it was the 818 car in front, and then just two cars into one was a bit weird. Yeah, I feel like the strategy just is run as long as you can while still making your lap speed, and then hope that at the end you've done yourself enough to be able to open up your options in terms of when you pit, and potentially running longer in a bid for track position rather than getting the undercut might be a smarter way to play. But
Yeah, look, I think it's one of those
we're not
things.
even halfway through the race yet, and we're already talking about what's going to happen at the end. So I feel like we've got our crystal balls out here. We're massaging them. We're trying to come up with exactly the right. We're playing our tarot cards, but
We are, yeah. Look, it's one of those things where you sort of you sit at the start of the race and you've got a plan, and then usually that goes out the window. So
within normally the first lap.
yeah, usually the case. So you look.
I mean, in your case, definitely. But
Oh yeah, in our case, our whole strategy went completely out the window. But you look at it and you go, okay, I can just basically keep running, and then just pit as soon as you run out of fuel, run out of stint time, whichever comes first. You can look at it a different way and you can go, okay, let's run a bit less fuel. I know some cars are using less fuel than others. I know the Merc, from our experience, you're running a full tank just to get the most out of a full 70-minute-ish stint. But you might have some cars that don't use a full tank for the 70-minute stint. So you could even try, if you wanted to, go for 60-minute stints instead, run even less fuel and try and use the pace you've got from that to get ahead of the drivers. The 676 car is just going to go side by side with the SKS car of Rashuti again. They've been battling for the last 5 to 10 laps now, and it's gone deep, so Rashuti's going to get this one magically done. Yep, forced the mistake, and here comes Jerry as well now. on the 676. I don't think he's going to get it done, but still plenty of time ahead. Let's see what can be done here. Just going to hold it nicely. He's being blue flagged by a car behind. Just getting a little bit squirrely on the exit there. But doing well. Someone saying they love the AMG as well. I tend to sort of agree with you depending on the track.
Getting right up behind Bartlett here is Jerry. Picker saying after this race he has mixed feelings. He used to love it.
He used to be a Mercedes merchant. I always liked the Merc. Was it ever, you know, my forte? No, because I'm more of a mid-engine person myself.
I know what Picker can't wait for though.
What can't he wait for?
The new Lamborghini
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
to drop. He'll be a big-time Lamborghini merchant once again.
Now people are grilling me in chat about the 24-hour esports race I'm doing. Why are they taking the piss out of me not liking the M4?
24 hours at Paul Ricard. That sounds.
Yeah. It's exciting stuff. No, it's not. Interesting is the word I'd use.
Lime Journal saying Jay Fleming best racer. Who's Jay Fleming?
I don't know if I don't know. It might just be me, Preach. Are you smelling a bit of bias from that comment?
I am smelling a bit of bias. I'm just trying to work out what car Jay Fleming is in.
And working out who Lime Journal is. As we go to a replay here, let's have a look at what's going on. The Nissan down the outside. Went for the switchback. Couldn't quite pull it up. Might actually turn the... yeah. Just hit for good measure. Yep. That makes sense.
Lime Journal best Apex Parker. Tonkin saying that Fleming is the best Apex Parker. Give me a second.
And now Murph wants to know how I feel about Fiala staying behind me. I'm not starting the race.
The 700 car with Powell and Pethybridge. That's the car that Fleming is in. So
I do like that yellow.
there it is.
That's really nice.
Lost our way.
Way, what a joke.
As soon as I said that, I went, right.
I
That's the
wanna know who
weakest.
came up with these.
That's the weakest of the MRT team names.
I believe Mullock's involved in this team a little bit, so can we blame him?
Yes, done.
Right, yeah, copy that.
Yeah.
Powell, that's just the back of Bartlett there. Powell is blue flag to Bartlett, but it's looking fairly pacey at the moment, so maybe might try to get past. Of course, the rules are if you are a blue flag wishing to get past the car ahead, it can allow you to go past, but they do at their discretion have the ability to not allow you to go past, say if they're in a battle or anything like that.
One of those things that sometimes might be smarter to let the car go if you're worried that, you know, maybe there might be a little bit of contact. They might be getting a little bit impatient as the car that is faster than you, but would be blue flagged to you, or is behind you on the timing tower.
Oh, a battle. It's the non.
And it involves a Ferrari.
Yes. Give us
the leading Pro-Am car.
Oh yes, for Bricks Racing, Sky Lover Inc. at the moment. I'll get there eventually. That's a really lovely livery too. Just up the back of Babsy now for the 991 car. It's Kovacs, I believe, the barbecue team. If you look left-hand side, you've got the interior camera of Lover Inc. On the right, you've got the outside, so you can see what the car is doing in comparison to the inputs that Lover Inc. is making. And according to the overlay, I'm still Jason Lennon Scott. That's good to know.
Yes, but Mole did fix that because you removed Dad from that.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good
graphic.
Stuff.
Yep.
That's better than before. Oh, there's a car there that's blue flagged to them, I believe. Just going to try and let them past, hopefully. Let's see how that... Oh, yeah, giving them the flash. Bricks Racing not happy. Ferrari looks fairly stable through there, actually. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's so good. The young one.
Just because I'm like half everyone's age, right? I was accused of being 40 once. Can you believe that?
What?
Someone accused me of being like 41 once, and I was like, excuse me, what? I don't sound that old, right?
Yeah, right. That is something.
No, it was over comms, Mull. If you saw me, you'd realise I looked 12, so that would put that idea out the window.
I would have said 11, but you know.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
There is nothing wrong with being over 40.
No, nothing
wrong.
Oh,
We're not saying there's anything wrong. We're just saying it's wrong for Hobbsy to be accused of being 40.
Yes,
because
that's right.
because he has such a face that makes him look like he's just come out of the womb.
Yes.
So
that's exactly right. Yeah, come on, Tommy, you're not that much shorter than me. Now people who have met me are now arguing with me.
Tommy, Pips is leading in the 89 car. Dario Hasnam is in second, 789.
Now John's trying to make a point.
Yes, it just popped up purple on my pink on my screen, and I'm like, what? But thank you very much, John, for your donation. As I said, there is nothing wrong with being 40. There is nothing wrong with being 60. There is nothing wrong with being 11, Hobbsy. But
no,
age is just a number. Age is just a number.
Oh, so I'm being accused of being wrong now because I'm a child. Ah, that makes sense, yep.
Yep, classic.
Oh dear, there's the 423 McLaren off the road. That's not what you want to see.
Oh.
That was close. I was almost waiting for carnage there. Oh, nice drift.
Very nice.
I make you run away, Panda? No, sorry, Ryan, I don't do that. See, now all the people who actually met me are now coming in to grill me. That's what's happening.
Yes, it is what's happening. Did you think something else would happen?
No, not really.
Mm.
Now Pig is saying that I'm too tall. And put it this way, you'll laugh at this, Preach. I stood one step below Pigger and was as tall as him.
What were the step height? Were they like the tall steps that you get in some places that are like quite tall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they weren't too tall, but yeah.
No.
Okay. Corey Sweet saying 40 is young. That's because we all know how old Corey is, but we're not going to put it out there how old he actually is.
Ben Floyd jumping in on that one as well. So.
Oh, there's someone.
Normal inside staircase. Pigger, don't flatter yourself, mate.
Yeah, but
Pigger, don't.
You look younger than you are.
Dear. There is a race going on. We know that, right?
Yeah. We know.
Yeah. Okay.
Skylar Lovering's leading pro-am as Eric Scarney gets a 15-second penalty. Panda is speaking facts there too. I just barely fit in his car.
Knees above the steering wheel.
Yeah, that'd be right. No, it's okay, Jan. You're a special vintage. That's a... Oh! Bit of a drift there from the Ferrari. You're just a fine wine vintage. That's the difference there. I can't really think of a vintage wine, but that's, yeah, good enough for me. Oh!
Oi! Way! Neil Wood picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 154. So, a couple of laps old, some of these incidents, but slowly getting through them.
Yeah. Okay,
Lawrenson might need some
new underwear
after that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't shock me. That would
Um,
definitely be something worth looking into for Lawrence, and I'll have to ask him about that when I go back.
Yes, yes, and drop in chat whether or not he has had to make that
Yeah.
emergency change.
Yeah, definitely.
Keep us updated.
Yeah, will do, yeah. Age is just a number. Mull actually thinks he's 18 again. That's what he's saying. Oh, no, Mull doesn't want to be 18 again. Well, that's okay. Oh, that's the McLaren around. That's a very unfortunate place to turn it around. Oh, that's a lot of curve from JP there. That was quite a lot, in fact. There's the green Lamborghini again.
And that Hallmark cards. Hang on, is that... What is that on the wheel arch? Oh, it's Papago. Peppy. Is it? Can we get a wheel arch check?
Yeah, we're large check. Corey still thinks he's in his late 20s. Oh, that's good.
Oh, it is
That's
Pepe.
hilarious. That's Mullock every time he sees a turn one lap. He's right there. And then next to him is what Mullock gets in his DMs after that happened. That's a very good representation there. They've done well.
I feel like it's a hidden message.
It is. Yeah.
From these guys about just send it, and it's Pepe going. But why did you send a flaming? Why did you send it? Why did you send it up the inside? Really?
Yeah, and then I'm going to send a message to Mullock just to see how he feels about it. Yep, let's have a look at this replay. This is the McLaren we saw turned.
Oh no, it's teammates.
Oh no, there's.
Oh no.
After that one.
Oh no. It was in fact the two Alliance cars. Oh no.
Can we get a moment's silence? Yep, that's long enough. Okay.
Oh dear.
That was something to withhold. As Loverink's back on the back of Babsy now. Oh, just chucks
Ferrari
it in
just
there.
getting better all of a sudden, is it?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on, to be honest.
To be fair, he does look like. I mean, you said drifting every time the Ferrari's been on screen. So my question is, is it drifting or is that just ping related?
Ping? Yeah, probably. But that's okay. Still plenty of time. Yeah, the drifting will be the car floating a little with the ping, but otherwise it's pretty. You can still see the hitting dirt and everything like that, so it's nothing too major.
They're definitely not giving up though. That's what we're seeing.
Oh, I thought there might have been a look to the inside. The M4 is taking all of the track there. Let's see what approach Lovering takes. Lovering's trying to go for the exit, which is a ballsy strategy in the Ferrari, which has no exit speed at all. That's okay. Definitely one way to look at it.
He's keeping up though.
Yeah, he definitely is. Doing well. Oh, good under brakes. That's a bump from Bab, so now Lovering's going to look to the outside. Oh. Can he get the move done? No, not quite. The 919 car's looking to get...
Oh, it's looking for the switchback. Oh. Switchback again. No, can't quite get the drive, as you said. No exit speed. Had a good bit of mid-corner speed there through turn one.
Yeah, definitely. Just Bab doing his best here. They're just going to hold that 919 car up. Does want to get past, but of course they do have all the rights to not let them through while they are battling, and that is what they are going to do. Oh, look at that. Ferrari under brakes, but on the exit it is woeful.
Yeah, Bab's been using all of the track there. Not
Yeah.
necessarily the fastest way through that
No,
corner, but
whatever floats your boat and whatever works, and it's going to get the job done. Oh, still there as well. Loving trying the best to hold on, stick the nose out just to let Bab know that he's still there. Just can't get that exit on the M4. Might look to the slipstream. Going to go to the outside. Maybe not. Bab might pull across here if Loverink's not careful. Loverink's going to go later on the brakes, possibly switch back. Oh, Bab blocked the switch back there too. Tried to park on the apex well and did so. Loverink to the inside though. It's going to be close. Oh my goodness me. There's going to be... Oh. Loverink's going to have to pull out. Bab just saying, yeah, no. Try again, son.
and Andy's looking desperate. Desperate to get past at the moment. Oh, Bab's running a little bit wide. Missed the apex a little bit. It's going to invite Lovering in. Bab's going to try and hold it. Oh, no. And Lawrenson gets through on the inside to just basically say, no, that's enough battling for you today.
Yep. So, well done from all drivers there. Really good battle, but Lovering's finally got on through after all of that. So let's see what that's going to do to the order. Lovering up to P9, Bab P10. Fair gap to Aaron Lee in the 111 Rockets Evolved Audi there. Just outside the top 10. Only 22 seconds though, so that could be a penalty or a drive-through there. That's not as far behind as people might think, especially in an Enduro. What's Lovering doing now? Just going to continue as normal. He's got Lawrenson on his tail, but of course Lawrenson is blue flagged to Lovering, so Lovering doesn't have to let him pass, and it doesn't look like he's got any intentions of doing that currently. He might do so a bit further into the race, or maybe after a pit stop or something like that. They might come a bit further ahead of that 919 car. Bab's just dropping back a little bit now. Doesn't have really any threat from any drivers at the moment, so nothing probably too much to worry about for these drivers now. Fairly spread out fields still, you can see on the left hand side from there. Lamb is not too far off Hasnam now, and Potter's not too far off Sneakers, so fair few drivers getting closer now as Lawrenson just sticks the nose in there, just wanting to get past, can't quite get it done, might stick to the outside. Lovering got the bad exit, but Lovering doesn't have to give this one in. I think he's learnt from Lawrenson and gets out of the way. Didn't have to do that though, so it's good sportsmanship there. And now that's gonna, I think Lovering was trying to avoid that to get pushed back into Bab.
I think, yeah, I was just going to say that it sort of has got a different complexion when, you know, the car behind you is behind you on the timing tower and
Yeah.
you know, is a full lap down on you. It's kind of a different complexion to, you know, where do I let them by? Rather the if I let them by. Where should I let them by because they're going to be faster? Where do I not lose as much time trying to let them by and get pushed back into the driver that I was just battling with, but also maximize, you know. For Bab, it would have been better for him to try and hang as close as he could to Lawrenson and to try and follow him through. You know, if Lawrenson was a lap ahead of these guys, but because he's a lap behind, it sort of changes the mindset of going for the move.
Yeah, that's right. As we see that's better. Let's say we see an odd view of the track. We're just going to look at the chicane here, so you can see all the tire marks of where the drivers have been going. That's a perfect chicane there from whatever car just went through there. So this is what I'm talking about. You see that little dirt line there. Oh, that M4 was close. That was Spokita, I think. So we could just see, just touched too much. Oh, that's a big move there on one of the other Pixel Racer cars from the SKS car. It's just got to be mindful here to try and avoid the warnings at all costs. So when you see drives come through, if you take too much of that left-hand curb on the first part of it, you can get a no time gained, more likely a warning. If you're absolutely sending it through there, battling someone or trying to get away, it's more likely to happen. So surprisingly, the tyre barrier is there on one screen, but not on the other. Look at the magic there of.
I've just seen that.
That's hilarious.
How deep has it gone on the other screen?
Very.
As you see, here's the Ferrari that we're just on board with, coming out of pits. Oh, good, this is live. I was hoping that wasn't a replay to send, because...
Yeah.
One of the two BDE cars on track here.
Absolutely. Doing well. It's probably not going to be long till I'm back into car, so I will have to scarper in a moment. But Akita at the moment still on for the win at the moment, with 3 3/4 hours left to go, ahead of Hasnam, Lamb, Smith and Sonicus for the top 5. Then you've got Potter, who is hot on the heels of that top 5 position for the minute. Wishnu there P7, Hamilton P8, Bab there P9, and Lee there in P10 for the top 10. And in Pro-Am, you've got the top driver who's just gotten a drive for us. I've said that. I've jinxed it. That's my fault. Didn't mean to say it.
Or...
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Well, it's not speeding in pit lane because they would have had that already, and they've just had that pop up, so that will be, unfortunately, 4 track limits. So that's my fault.
Dear. We did curse.
We sure did.
We're good at that.
We are, and it's not good.
It's not good, no.
It's fairly quick drive through though. We can probably have a look. I dare say it's only about 15-20 seconds, if that. So good stuff there. I mean, at least it now gives them as much as they don't. I don't want it to put it in this perspective. It gives them now 3 warnings, new warnings. Oh, that was close there with one of the MPR GP cars just coming out of the pits there. Didn't quite give them enough room. No collision though, which is good.
It would have been barely catastrophic, I'd say.
Yes.
If there was any contact. Back here with the 23 BDM Motorsport car. Kieran Potter behind the wheel. Should be seeing Ali Khairudin jump in probably at their next pit stop, which will be coming up soon, won't it?
Should be, yeah. Still plenty of time in this race to go, though, for plenty more changes in the field to happen. Still tight battling here. Within half a second of Sonicus is Potter. Let's see if he can make this count. They might even look to maybe pit slightly early if they want to get that jump on the Kovacs Racing purple car. Oh, nice run too. So down to TC5 for the M4. Might look to the inside and does. Oh, that's a big tap. Sonicus went to block him off. Didn't let that one happen, so the stewards are definitely going to have to look into that one, as Sonicus did have the right to close the door there. Potter does get past, but can't have Sonicus will be happy with that one. Leave that to the stewards box.
Really suits the Hallmark Cars entry, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Where's the licked stamp option?
Yep, where is it? Was a big send. It's just a question of the stewards. Did Potter have time to pull it up? We'll soon find out from race control whether that is the case or not.
We won't find out for a little bit here, as the stewards are very busy and being kept on their toes.
Exactly right. We thank the stewards. They're all volunteers for their time in helping out, stewarding the race, giving out the penalties. I'm sure there's some satisfaction in giving penalties, surely.
Yes, but I'm sure at some
Yeah, I
stage
was
it
gonna
goes.
say.
I'm sure at some stage it becomes an Oprah moment.
Yeah. Well, you get a penalty, you get a penalty, and you get a penalty.
Yeah, and then it doesn't have any, it's not it's repetitive.
Yeah.
And it's not like we have a button that does it for us. It's just
No.
you have to type in whatever it is, .tp or something in the command window.
No, all manually done. It's all up to the stewards to decide the fate of cars and their potentially dodgy moves as the Nissan comes into the pits now, the MRT car.
Lewis, there is not live timing, unfortunately, but your
We are the live timing.
We are the live timing. Your 150 guys are currently running in 29th position.
Good stuff. Oh, that's an Aston off, and the M4 got a bit distracted there. Oh, and almost a rejoin into the Kovacs Racing purple car there of Sanikas. As we look at Atanyaki now, who's in a bit of a gap. Oh, there's a yellow flag at the chicane. That's not good. Oh, and it's just Lewis.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Not had a lot of, excuse me, not had a lot of luck.
Oh no. Why have we then just jumped to their teammate?
Oh no. That is that's not good.
They are on a different spot on the track though, so hopefully it's not incurred by teammates again. But yeah. Car 214 has the best livery. Here we go. We're getting a replay here of what happened to the McLaren. It'll just be a chicane moment. McLaren, yep. Over the bump. Yep. Snaps one way, snaps the other. Camera thinks it's going straight ahead. But yeah, I think it's a bit out of the wall. 214 livery. I don't think I've seen it. See whether our director can get us.
Depends how nice the director's feeling as to what happens here now. On board with Sassano for the Alliance Pro team. Let's have a look at another replay. This is the BDE move on Sonicus. The stewards probably be looking into this. It's a late move. Yeah, that will be a excuse me, a steward's inquiry on that one. I think there's definitely a case for both drivers there. Their reasoning for not getting a penalty, but we shall see what is given by the stewards in the coming days. Here is that 214 car that was talked about. Let's have a look. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Is that? Who's that on the top?
We should. I feel like we should know who that is, but we don't.
Oh, now I can't remember his name. Yeah, Mourinho. Is it Mourinho? I think it is.
Oh, is that Jose Mourinho? Yep.
That's good. Oh, as we see them go deeper their hairpin. Ah, dear.
The one way to showcase your livery, just do what it says, yep. Oh, no.
I know.
Yeah, that's a good question.
If you've got a problem, change your car.
Yes. Still holding the back of the field up nicely. Keeping it nice and well done. They're just being blue flagged to the Pixel Racers car there, the 959 Mercedes. They should finish
That's
that
not
fast.
Pixels 959.
It's not? Oh.
That's the Ruatama spin entry.
Oh.
If you know what Ruatama means, it's amateur backwards.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh,
Oh, as
I
a
thought-
Porsche gets
I
through.
thought that 777 car was going
past.
wide and deep then, but no.
That's just the 315 car. No idea. Matt Lamb in that car at the moment, I believe. Just jumping through. Let's have a look at the replay again of... This is on the Lamborghini. Let's have a look what happened here. It's BDE. I see nothing wrong here yet. Nothing wrong. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Maybe... Oh, hang on. Okay. I'm smelling a turn 1 issue here. Yep. Yep.
Oh.
Always going to happen.
Just wasn't committal enough. Just
No.
wasn't committal to show that they were going down the inside. The only one Nissan R35 in the race. Well, no, there are two. There is Eric Sciani in the 175 and Kay in the 900.
It's more than you'd ever expect to see on an endurance, to be honest. As
Yep.
Shackelford just passed Neil Wood there, who's got a 15-second penalty, and so does Eric Scarney. You were just talking about him. He's got a 15-second as well. So does Yazwan Safik up in P22. He's got a 10-second. So does Will Hammond. They've just served that one in the 482 car. Will Hammond's got that 10-second as well in P23 at the moment. And there's another penalty.
Timing.
No, we're talking about penalties, and there's one. 10-second for Jared Ellis, causing a collision. Thurcolini now, just on the back of Falconer for P.
In the moment.
I know. I was, when you said that the yellow MRT car had a bad team name, I was going to bring you up on the in the moment one.
Is there any good mint milk?
No,
Like, I know
Mark,
there's-
it's not him, but I'm not sure about that. There we go. There's the result of that dive on
Yep.
Jay Pinkers for the BDA team. 10-second penalty for dangerous driving. So they'll have to serve that one in the pits, and that will be interestingly coming up soon, I believe, for some drivers.
Lime milk is god tier, but you're talking about in the moment.
Yes, this is the issue. Mint is good. I'll give you that. I do like mint.
But choc mint.
Yeah, choc mint's great.
Choc mint. Yes. This does not say anywhere that it is chocolate mint.
No,
milk.
that's a good point.
Yeah, Merv, Canberra Raiders Oak was OP. It is nice. It is nice. I will give you that. Well, it's not Oak anymore, but yeah. I know what you meant. I know what you meant.
You can't be Farmers Union, can you?
Oh, you just said Farmers Union. Mul's got a hard on now.
He's now spilt his Farmers Union over his stream deck.
Yeah. Wait for it. All the buttons will start changing all of a sudden.
Yeah, we're going to go through 7,000 cars, 401 coming through. Oh, that wasn't... Oh.
Oh.
Okay, then.
Anyway, back to the race.
Yeah.
Collini and Falconer and Tafik here in a little bit of a 3-car battle.
Oh, it was Maximus. That makes sense.
Compensating for something, are you, Mel?
He's going to kill you after this. It's going to be a stand. Thomas Riley, you come to the principal's office now. Gonna have a stern word with you.
Thanks, guys. It's been great to be back in the competition. I'll be back in a year.
Okay, see you later. I reckon you copied me, Preach, after taking break of commentary. You just decided to come back. You copied me. I should fine you for that.
What? No.
Yeah.
No, this was completely and utterly my choice.
Oh, was it?
I was not encouraged or whatever by anyone.
Let's have a think about that.
No, completely my choice. I'm better at commentating than racing.
Oh, that's one way to burn yourself. Yeah, my racing's good, but my commentary's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Same as like my liveries are better.
Yeah. No, we don't. I think Mel will probably drug test himself just to make sure that he's okay, but we don't get drug tested. It's not a good thing considering my town used to be the ice capital of Victoria. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Oh, is this a battle here? Aaron Lee, Gibbons behind, and Michael Babb. So 3 cars up here again for a top 10, couple of top 10 positions as well. So that's exciting. Yes, Arthur's saying what we're all thinking. I can confirm our stewards get drug tested as to whether they like pineapple on pizza or not, and if they do, they need to not be in their steward's box.
I'll have to leave them, won't I?
Yeah, no, this is the comms box. We'll tolerate you.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because you're good at your job.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It is. Unfortunately, I think my time is about up here, so I'm going to leave you alone, Preach, to have a chat with Malik again. I'm sure he's...
Oh, great.
Yeah. Yes, great stuff. Sure, he'll absolutely love talking to you.
I'm sure he will, yeah.
Last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He's going to love you after this. He's going to... Thomas, you're going to have a steering wheel to you.
Hello?
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
There we going.
Going well.
That's
Going
great.
great.
That is fantastic. Don't look
How's your
outside.
Maximus? Yeah. I've got a red dot on your head, Preach. Watch out.
Nah, use something bigger than that.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a Maximus? Have you drank one before?
I have had a Maximus.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
good.
There used to be a really good pineapple one.
Gross. Now, you really do like... mango passion fruit's where it's at.
Not sure how I feel about that combination.
Trust me, it's amazing.
I'll take your word on that, and I'll take my own word on me going away now. Have a good fun rest of the race. You'll probably see me in the car once more. Have fun.
Yeah, good luck,
luck,
mate.
mate.
Hopefully all the bad luck's out of the way now. We won't curse you,
Let's hope
promise.
so. Yeah. Cheers, mate.
See you, mate. Yeah, it's been very interesting behind the scenes. What's going on? All good, though. I think
I
we
bet
still
lots of
have
penalties coming through and whatnot. And
44 cars. We had 2 cars unable to start the race. We've only lost 1 during the race, which is pretty good. You normally expect to lose 4 or 5 during a longer event, but this is a nice little spicy battle.
oh, it is. Oh, he's trying to get up the inside.
Yeah, I think the 23 car, just a bit of a late send. They didn't quite have the rights to the corner on turn in there, and I think that's why they got the 10 second. Just a little light penalty. Overall, though, having a great race. And in the top 20, there's 2 teams currently with some invoices over their heads, the other one being 789. But will that Audi stay in the top 10 of Rockets Evolved? It's good to see an Audi up there. And you're right,
I
that is
reckon-
a stellar looking livery.
Yeah, I reckon they will. I reckon they've, the guys behind the wheel of this car have always shown that they're strong and consistent. So I think they'll be able to stay up there and bring home a top 10 result for the Audi.
I think I was so used to them being in the Nissan that we had an updated delivery on the broadcast, so I was actually thinking they were still in the Nissan. But I'll allow it. Deep in my heart, I'll pretend you're in the Nissan. But yeah, that's a great looking livery, and it's great to see it. The only Audi out there, much like the only one Ferrari out there.
Mm.
And you were mentioning before about the BMW being pretty potent here and selected wise. I think the last race at Imola, there was more Astons than there are BMWs in this race. So I just think it's the ebbs and flows of the circuits that you're at and being allowed that
I certainly
free
feel
rein.
like, yeah, the BMW is probably going to be one of those cars that people stick with for more than, like, you know, some teams are probably going to stick with the BMW for the entire calendar, just because, you know, sometimes it's better to find a car that you gel with more than a car that is fastest, because the car that is fastest might be more of a handful to drop and slightly more risky over the course of, you know, these 8-hour races.
Oh, absolutely. And BMW's right on top of that category. Same with the Aston. They're the two cars that you can become quite familiar with, quite comfortable with, and you kind of want to stick to, even if it's not like the top performer at that track. If it's in the top 5, yeah, we'll probably stick with it. As I see a Porsche go wide. The Mercedes is okay around some tracks, but it's got its own characteristics that are a little bit trickier. Obviously, same with the Nissan, but that suffers a bit from BOP. Other than that, it's not a huge amount of difference.
Yep. Of course, all of this will get thrown out the window in a week.
Oh, definitely. I hope so. I hope there's just you can lean on the new Ferrari. You're definitely going to be leaning on the Porsche. The new Lambo. It's what all reports have heard. It's one of the funnest cars to drive. Will we see an even BOP? It's very hard to implement perfectly across all tracks, especially IRL. That's why they throw in ballast. But yeah, I hope so moving forward. And I'm very keen to see what. Sorry, was that, mate?
Have you heard anything regarding if there's any updates for back end BOP adjustments for like some of these?
And they took it out of the game. They thought it was unfair, and other leagues were using it as well. And they thought it wasn't replicating what they wanted out of the cars compared to IRL. So they restricted it to 30 kgs, and I can understand why they did that in a way, but I think you can't really replicate IRL like wheel for wheel, because this is the advantage of being in a sim. We can modify that, make things closer, make things more accessible. And yeah, I think restricting that wasn't a great idea, but yeah, that's more of a BOP issue with certain tracks. The British GT tracks were actually pretty good BOP was. But it's the data they get for things like Lexus, things like Bentley, things like Nissan, who aren't really competing anymore in SRO.
Yes, they've got no external reference point. They can only work out what they can do internally in-house in terms of building a competitive BOP for those cars.
They just need to get 10 drivers just to go thump it around the track, compare it to the other cars, and say, hey, it's doing this mid corner, it's doing this on straights, and just sort of modify it in a way. But again, it's a lot of work, and I don't think they're really interested in these other cars anymore, which is unfortunate, as we've seen several cars disappear over the journey. Well, poor Jaguar.
Any rider fans out there?
I don't think we ever featured that in a sprint series. It was kind of just a classic car that was added to the game, really.
Where's Nick Rodder when you need him? He's a writer enthusiast.
It's great in a straight line. Just don't try and turn the thing.
Yeah.
But I think in SRO they've taken a couple of these cars out of who you can pick. For the sprint series, we'll still allow 12 teams, 12 manufacturers. So the old models get shafted. So goodbye old Ferrari, Lambo and Porsche. But for an upcoming new series, it's not too far away. I'm not sure if we're going to replicate what SRO are doing, picking cars, or just still leave it open because really, if you're competing at the top end, you're not really going to go pick the Nissan, are you?
No.
Unless you want shits and gigs, which is fine. A lot of people are picking shits and gig cars in our sprint next season, I've seen.
I suppose that's if you're. It's a bit different when you're paying for an entry that's got prize money on the line.
Oh, definitely.
In a televised series that has, quite a large opportunity out of it. Through SRO, you don't really want to be picking the meme cars or the cars for shits and gigs just to have some fun.
Oh, 100%. And the new series that we're about to launch is going to have some pretty big opportunities on the back end of that. So I don't really see people picking a meme car for it.
Yeah.
Stop go 30. What on earth is going on with 919 tonight?
Speeding in pit.
Oh my goodness. They've sacrificed what's the collective noun for cats? Bunch? Pack?
Litter?
A litter. Great. Good work. You've earned
Is
your
it?
money tonight.
I don't know.
I don't know. It sounds good. So they've killed a litter of cats underneath a ladder by smashing mirrors on them, I think. Because that's going to be converted to a 10-second penalty. And yeah, down at P17, starting P3. I don't think they'll be ever coming back to this track. Been impressed with Tom Maloney though.
It is technically called a clouder of cats.
A clouder?
A clouder of cats is the collective noun.
I've heard some weird collective nouns before, and that is right up there. Oh, this is spicing up. As Stephen Tyre, I'm pretty sure he's literally just picked that up. He's just, talking about cats, and he's just picked up it straight in, and I'm fairly sure he'll be close to pitting maybe, or he's just come out of the pits. That's a curse pretty quickly. I was just saying, I hope they finish inside top 10, and
It's
doesn't take
just
long.
how it is. John Sonika saying the 191 just entered pits with half a second left on their stint timer.
That's some big testicles.
Yeah.
What other
There's
things
a
we
reason Kovacs retired the 919. I'm starting to see now that it is a curse number, yes.
Oh. Yeah, but has it been cursed so far for AVR though?
I mean, we look back at
I could be wrong.
at Bathurst at the start of this season.
Oh yeah, but
running
just
well,
you
and then
finished P2 and got the fastest lap. And
yes,
and
but we were on
finished
for a
P3.
race win. It was on for a race win, and then Imola, something happened.
Imola, I think you gained place from where you started, finished third.
Yeah, so maybe that wasn't as much of a curse, but Donington and AVR just don't mix. I think we're realising now.
Yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in sim racing or
It is.
motorsports. It's just some tracks you're just cursed. I'm sure there's a few teams out there with other stories of other circuits. Maybe John in chat can tell me how Kovacs have got at a couple of tracks. But yeah, 0.5 seconds left on the stint timer is huge play to or just 4,000 IQ mathematics.
Yeah, my only question with that is why risk it?
Yeah, maybe.
Why throw so much of a
Just
risk
forgot.
when if they entered the pits, if you enter after 3 hours and 30 minutes, you can still get home on 2 more stops after that stop, in terms of the stint timer. So it's just not entirely sure what the risk, why would they take that risk, but either way.
You'll have to ask them, I reckon.
I think so.
The world may explode here, though, because Kovacs green and Kovacs blue. As everyone knows, Kovacs on Kovacs action happens a lot. Got Carl Johnson and John Rad in the cars. These are very traditional Kovacs racing liveries. I love them. The purple team have gone with a bit of a hallmark theme.
I'll say I like the Kovacs blue more than Kovacs green.
Not a green man?
Green and the blue and the red, like from front on, just doesn't quite work for me.
Yeah, green and blue together in particular as a colour combination is a bit of hit miss. But
that's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah. But I've seen a lot worse. So I heard a bit of a comment about one of the MRT names. Not a fan. Lost Our Way is fucking great. The first name we had was cursed, and the team said never use it again, and that was utter chaos. That was great, but every single time we'd use that name, dead by lap 12 or whatever it was. So they said, no, we don't want to use that anymore. And they went to Berry fast. So, yeah, in the moment, that was just what the team wanted. You got to give what the team wanted, and they got it. But green puns, well, not lime puns aren't. Yeah, it was a tough one. There's a lot of other ones we wanted to use, but maybe they weren't PG. Out to pasture us. Oh yeah, some. I better see this livery now that of all these comments you guys have been upset about in the race. I want to see. We don't have to use it. I just want to see it. Just full of quotes and sadness.
Oh dear.
You may not have a car big enough.
Can always try and convince them to use the Bentley if the BOP is good enough.
Hello everyone, just enjoying some Domino's pizza if you don't mind. I don't mind there, Nick. But Nick, question: what toppings have you gone with for your pizza?
Uh-oh.
Just a random question, or did I let the whole actual field buys the blues in my stint? Maybe, Mark. I'm not sure. That's very nice of you either way. Nearly at the 3-hour mark. It can be pineapple. He can choose pineapple. I will judge him severely on it, but cheeseburger pizza with garlic bread, no less. Nah, look, man, the man's cultured, so that's fine. Yep. Pass. Nick, God tier.
Pass. I'll tell you. So, as a kid, we used to go to like the Godfather's Pizza, like, you know,
Yep.
good pizzas. You know, they had the ham, like the shredded ham, like in the little tiny strips,
Yep.
not like the, you know. Anyway, we got Hawaiian, either an Aussie pizza or Hawaiian pizza.
Yeah. Pretty standard,
And yeah, well, I mean, if we get an Aussie pizza, we put pineapple on it. It was the immigration pizza.
Yeah.
Is what we call
Aussie,
it.
did you get egg on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Tom Maloney cooking up a storm here. Just gone a little bit too
Oh,
deep.
Ferrari comes back though. That's
And bang.
Oh,
He left the cooktop open. Oh, that's a little bit of a wiggle there by Tom. Tom's first enduro, just mind you. Going great guns, mate. Yeah, it's funny when you're growing up as a kid, you don't really get a choice of what's being put in your gob. You either
I
eat
don't
it.
even get a choice tonight. Mum's ordered an Aussie pizza with pineapple on top.
Oh, thanks for joining
I
us
just
tonight.
heard her shout out. So
Well, you know, you sort of go through phases of what you eat. what your toppings are, like you did with, like, say, Subway. Mine was a
Yep.
chicken fillet for a while, then it turned into steak and cheese. Pizzas at the moment, for me, is a Tex-Mex. It's got, like, corn chips, sweet corn,
Ooh.
olives, jalapenos, cheese.
You can hold the olives.
It's fucking... No, sorry, not olives. Bean, like black bean type of things.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Refried beans.
Yeah. That. And it's absolute...
Oh.
And cheesy crust, because I'm obsessed with cheesy crust. I don't give a shit. Have my $3. Yeah, love it. Can't eat Domino's or Pizza Hut anymore. That sounded so wanky, didn't it? Sound like I'm from Melbourne. And I have a latte with my pizza. No. Mind you, I do have a latte.
Oh, a latte is just, you know,
It's just, you have to.
fancy
It's
way
like-
of saying
it's
flat
like
white, isn't it?
breathing.
Meanwhile, all the barista keyboard warriors are piping up in chat.
Yeah, what's your go-to beverage at a cafe? And non-alcoholic beverage at a cafe?
Mine's an iced vanilla latte or an
Oh,
iced vanilla
Yeah,
coffee.
nice. Mine used to be a caramel latte, but gone off him a bit lately. I'm just happy with just a normal espresso. Does anyone shoot themselves up with coffee before they sim race? Before they go driving? I do it whilst I'm driving.
I'll normally have a Red Bull or a...
A Red Bull?
Oh, you'll love this. You'll love this. Monster Ultra Gold. It's pineapple flavored.
Not one bit of that sounded nice. Yeah. Yeah, my brother used to, or one of my brothers used to have a lot of energy drinks until they pretty much just harassed him out of it because they're not good for you, heaps of them. Like, it's really bad for your heart. So I've got him down to one a day. I know
Yeah,
there's
it's
some.
one a day for me as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Yoda, Jacob Weatherburn, loves a Red Bull. Loves a Red Bull. Double shot espresso for Dan. Monster Energy, and then go punch a wall. Why wall? Punch it. No, I won't say that on air. Coffee before a stint is dangerous if it's an hour stint. Go straight through you, mate. That's what they've been buckets for. Catheters. Does anyone race with a catheter? Don't want to know. Pepsi and Coke mainly because I'm known as the enforcer, especially at work. Pepsi and Coke. That is really putting your foot down and saying, I do not listen to the norm. They smell funny. Don't know who Mark's talking to. Just random combo. Pretty.
Murph is on it. Jade Red Bull is the best Red Bull. He is almost there. The new purple one, the
I have not tried it.
Acai one, the Acai or whatever it's Achai. I don't know what you say. I don't know. How you say
Acacia.
it.
Acia.
You know, you know the bowls that,
Yeah.
that are
Oh,
big in Melbourne.
yeah, Acia. Acia? Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. They've got one, and it is chef's kiss. It's very good.
The bee's knees.
Yeah, and it's sugar free.
Wow. Look out.
Makes it even better. Arthur's saying, and drink the Monster coffee one, the Java Monster. Yeah, nah. I will occasionally have one of those. It's not Uncle Ben's. What's the Uncle Ben's is the rice. What's the other little can coffee?
Oh, it's cold. G'day, Natalie. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, you've just joined us mid-coffee conversation.
Sorry.
You got a coffee? You got a coffee with you?
I have a water.
Oh, we'll
That's a bit
allow it.
boring, isn't it?
We'll allow it. We'll allow it. I was expecting it to be tea, if I'm being honest. You
I'm
might...
very, very un-British. I don't like tea.
Wow. That's the
So,
first I've ever heard that.
Make of that what you will.
No, I need to drink
Just
more water.
tastes weird.
It tastes weird, yeah. My partner drinks not Lipton's, Earl Grey, and everyone says it tastes like dishwashing liquid. I'm like, yeah, who's had dishwashing liquid? Yeah.
I think all tea tastes like dishwashing liquid.
Well, there you go. It makes sense why you don't drink it then. No, how
I
you
will have
been?
an English preference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have
I don't
green
mind
tea
those.
because I'm weird. I have enough milk as it is. But how you been, Nat?
Yeah, good. I was testing yesterday at Silverstone.
Ooh.
Still nursing like a really annoying injury from Snetterton. Like I pulled something in my neck. I think it's the worst muscular kind of injury I've ever had. It put me in bed for a couple of days.
Oh wow.
And I I've had some treatment on it, and I went testing yesterday, and I still, like, when I came out the car, part of my neck felt. I was just worried that it was going to go back.
Oh,
into,
no.
like, a spasm.
Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
The Kovacs blue and green moment has happened.
Oh, it was always going to happen. It's like death taxes, isn't it? Oh, well, I hope you're feeling
I've had
better
a
soon,
moment
Nat.
there. I've had a moment in that exact spot with a driver before. I think it happens, especially on the GP layout.
Yeah, they haven't been shortcoming tonight or today. There's been quite a few little incidents there. Overall, though, it's been a pretty good race.
Good. Donington's one of my favourite tracks. Annoyingly, I'm not particularly fast round Donington, but I really enjoy the challenge. Like, I think I scream every time I go down Craners.
And what layout do you normally drive on? Is it the GP version or is it the national version?
A combination of the two. I don't like this version in a road car because the Melbourne Loop is just a brake killer. I've had almost complete brake failure at the end of the Melbourne Loop before. I'm very, very grateful for that gravel runoff. But it just, when you've got to be honest, in my new layout of the car, I haven't raced it, and I've had some huge brake upgrades a couple of years ago, and I think that they cope with it fine now. But in the first years that I was racing, I was on standard road brakes because the championship regs dictated that they were the regulations, and they got too hot and they could not cope with that downhill braking force at the end of the Melbourne Loop.
Yeah, not ideal when you run out of brakes, especially down a hill.
Nope.
Gravel is your friend, but I don't even think it's a popular layout in sim racing. I think I prefer the other way, because what we're seeing tonight is a lot of track limit penalties, a lot of drive-through penalties for cutting that chicane, and it can be so marginal. It's what is it like IRL when it comes to that chicane and track limits? Do they steward it pretty aggressively?
This part here.
This one right here, yeah.
They usually have a post there, and in qualifying, the post is there. 10 minutes into qualifying, it's gone. So I don't think they have or they didn't used to have a pressure, because they have pressure pads at some of the MSV circuits that will literally tell you if you're cutting.
Yep.
Because the guy that owns the circuits doesn't like his grass to be mown by the cars, so he has cameras and really strict regulations. I don't think they have that technology there. So what they've taken is to put like tires there. But Donington's now pretty well regulated for track limits.
Yeah.
Like I say, I haven't raced that layout for a long time, so I don't really know what the score is at the moment. All I know is that the post that was put there when I was racing there often wasn't there for very long.
If I was a grass lover and also motorsport lover, I think the last tracks that I'd purchase would probably be a British one with all the grass so close to the outside of the track. It's probably better off buying Paul Ricard and putting a garden bed somewhere. It's cars are always running wide here.
Yeah, and if you do run wide at Donington, you get onto the grass. It's
not fun,
especially if it's wet. No, I've been off. I think I've been off at Hollywood in a GT3 car, a road car, which wasn't fun because I thought as soon as you go off, it's usually there's a hill, so the momentum usually takes you much further than your initial kind of contact with the grass. So yeah, Donington's not one that I like leaving the track on at all.
I could imagine.
I had a huge moment on the international layout coming out of the other kind of chicane onto the straights, where actually no, it wasn't. It was a GP layout, and it was coming round the last corner onto the straights, and I just put the power down too soon on the exit curb right there.
Yeah.
Power was too much, and I spun, and I ended up literally inches from the wall, so the opposite way round on the wrong side of the track, facing the wrong way, and I don't know how I didn't hit the wall. It was one of those moments where a lot of swear words came out of my mouth, and I thanked my lucky stars that for whatever reason I hadn't made contact. But that was
I would have liked to have heard. I would have liked to have heard that commentating. There's been a few words tonight from a couple of teams having that corner as well. That last corner is pretty tricky in sim racing terms too, because that an off camber, bit of a blind apex. You got your issues on the outside, inside of the track, and when you're close to someone there, it's you don't have that depth perception like you do in a real car, and it's quite a few incidents happen.
Yeah, it's usually one of the places at Donington GP where there will be, contact. I've seen it in my races, and I think it's just it's one of those places where, because it's kind of the end of the lap, I think people are like, by the next lap, I want to be past this person. It takes so much risk. You see it in British GT as well, where that corner is just one of the ones that everyone wants to be at, spectating, because all the crashes happen there.
Yeah. Pretty treacherous. What's Brands Hatch like in comparison to that type of stuff? I'd imagine Turn 1 has a bit of some issues at times.
Turn 1 has been my absolute nemesis from the beginning of my racing at Brands Hatch. So the first test day before my first ever race, it was the first time I'd driven the car on slicks, and I lifted in the middle of paddock, and I spun, and I left the track onto the gravel on the outside, but I was kind of like backwards facing the track, and I dug in on the left-hand side so that literally 2 wheels were in the air and you could see all of the underside of my car.
Oh no.
And I don't know how I didn't go onto my roof, but I just kind of balanced there for a couple of seconds and then sat back down, and that was my first ever test day, and I was just like, oh my god, what am I doing?
Get out of the way early.
So it was it completely knocked my confidence for my first ever quali, and I qualified second from last, and it wasn't great, but I did really well in the race, so all's well that ends well, as they say. But then in my third season, first test day before the first race of the season, again I had a wheel bearing collapse at the braking point going into paddock, so doing I think 127 miles an hour, and I braked right on the limit. I locked up and I hit that kind of last soft bag on the left-hand side.
Yep.
That wasn't great. The car it wasn't completely damaged, but the suspension was saved. It was mainly bodywork and rads and stuff. But I injured my shoulder because I naively held onto the wheel. But that took a good 2 years to recover confidence-wise from that.
Oh wow.
That was a big. Well, I just thought I'm not going to crash in racing. I had a few little ones, but I was like, well, I drive within my limits. I'm confident that this won't happen to me. And then it did.
Yeah, I think
So they're always hard to.
It'd be a tough one because you got to go into it confident, not half-hearted. But yeah, it could be pretty taxing on you mentally. But just got to get back on the horse, as they say, and it can happen to anyone. I'm not sure if you watched the Australian Grand Prix, but that was was interesting. A few drivers there making some big errors into the race and not getting penalised for it.
Yeah,
But yeah, they
very controversial.
they just jump back in next week and don't care.
Yeah, but it's professional racing driver for you. It's
Do you remember the Fernando Alonso incident at Australia when he like did a barrel roll and he just got out?
Yeah, down into turn 3.
That would knock a few people around. Like, I don't know if I want to get back in ever again. Or Romain Grosjean.
where he was. Yeah, the fire one.
Yeah, that was
Was that the Alonso one where he was kind of like crouched? There was that photo of him where he's crouched by the car that was just not a car anymore.
Yeah, it was just bits and bobs everywhere. As Romain was quite lucky that he didn't get knocked out with that force. That's normally what happens in those situations.
I think Alonso said that the reason he got out of the car and crouched there was so that his mum could see on TV that he was okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember him saying that.
That's a good way to do it because they normally do hide those images pretty quickly, and rightly so because they can be pretty full on. But yeah, good old Fernando having a good year this year. He is.
And I so want him to win a race.
That was
I'm
my
rooting for him so
pre-season prediction.
badly.
I reckon that's to be the shock. He'll get a win somewhere. I don't know where. Baku has brought up a few interesting results over the years, and they're in fine form at the moment. So maybe, but
I don't think Baku will be the track for Aston because I think Red Bull will have it.
Which
just
one?
Given how Baku.
yeah, that's I. But if they
I
aren't
think
there,
just how effective if they're there, then who knows? You know,
Verstappen has
anything can happen.
not a great history at Azerbaijan. Daniel Ricciardo's still fuming. But that's a track that takes a lot of bravery, especially through Sector 2 when you're going through the castle section. Like, they actually go through there quite quickly. There's just no room, as Leclerc finds out. Is that the one who goes, I'm an idiot? I'm so stupid.
I'm stupid.
I'm stupid. Yeah. Yeah, poor Leclerc.
I think that was. He doesn't have any luck, does he?
No, he doesn't. When he's going well and he's in form and he's not making mistakes, his car dies. When his car's not dying, he makes a mistake. I don't know, he's Ferrarying himself at times.
Well, Ferrari are just. I don't know what's happened to them. But I just think if you want to be a world champion, you can't make those kind of errors. And a lot of them are so unforced.
Well, I think Leclerc had like 9 poles last year and only like a few wins. He just couldn't convert.
Yeah.
They had the pace. It's just, as you said, you can't make those mistakes. You want to be world champion. Now you've got Max Verstappen, who's probably taken a little bit of a step back when it comes to his aggressiveness, but now he's like even more defined with his driving. It's quite scary. It's like watching
But he knows how
Nikita
to
race.
win, though.
He does. He just wants to get points
How
now.
to be a world champion.
Yep.
Mm.
I
Once
think
you've done
he's
it
laid back
once-
now because he's won one.
Yeah. Well, he's got nothing to prove anymore. So he knows that he's done it. He knows he can do it again. And I think that belief and the lack of pressure for needing to achieve that, I think that counts for quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I just we get to a new era of F1, and there's always a team that sort of just jumps above the rest. And it's never my team at the moment, McLaren. They're pretty still going.
Yeah.
But that's racing. It's like any sport, really. You're an Essendon fan, aren't you, Tom?
Yes, we won. You can leave it there.
Okay, done.
We won tonight.
Have you ever watched AFL, Nat?
No, I haven't.
I'll have to send you a video to watch one time. Very popular sport down here. My partner goes for Essendon, Tom, so it's all
Very.
good. We just don't talk on Anzac Day.
Don't tell me you're a Collingwood supporter.
Oh, mate, bloody oath. My dad played for a couple of teams with the Magpies. And actually played VFL trials for St Kilda. Then he couldn't afford to stay in Victoria, so he had to come back to Tassie. So football's pretty deep in our family. But yeah, where he grew up, the whole family's black and white. So it was that, or I didn't get fed as a kid, so I chose food.
Yeah, that's smart.
Most times we pick teams, though, it's because of our parents or those close to us also going for the same. It's not always the case, but it is pretty common.
Yeah.
That usually happens in the UK.
Do you follow
Football.
a football team over there?
So I used to, when I was younger, my dad's a Manchester United supporter, and I used to be quite a big fan. And then as I grew kind of into university kind of years, I didn't follow them as much. And now I hate the ethics of football where they just fall over and pretend that they're fouled all the time. I'll watch it.
It's not a great. It's probably the worst aspect of that sport, especially when they're so talented to begin with. And
I know, it's so unnecessary.
I think they just got to referee it in a way where they don't tolerate that stuff quickly, and they'll stop doing it. But yeah, they do milk a few things.
It's just part of the culture now. It's just ingrained into the sport, and I think the referees are just as bad. I'd much rather watch rugby.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that there's an expression in England which goes something like, for 90 minutes, footballers fall on the floor, pretend to be injured, and for 90 minutes in rugby, the players actually play pretending they're not injured.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty tough.
Yeah.
AFL's got like a flopping rule or a diving rule, so if you're trying to milk a free kick, you get penalised yourself. Same with basketball in a way, but it's obviously a different sport. But you kind of
Is
get
AFL Aussie rules?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Like, people keep trying to get me into this. I've got a friend from Wagga Wagga, and she's like, you need to get into this. So I haven't yet, but I should.
Do you know who she follows?
No, I don't. I don't think she is an avid supporter, but she thinks it's something that would appeal to my sporting nature.
Well, it's pretty rough. If you like rugby, it's a 360-degree game, though. It's pretty different, but it's great.
I suppose you can imagine it as a mix between rugby and like netball or something like that, like a kind of a mix between them all. It's I suppose that's what someone said. It's like a mix of three sports all into one.
Well, I play a sport called wheelchair rugby. I don't know if you've ever seen it.
Yeah.
And that's a mix of a lot of different sports. I know it doesn't really follow rugby because it's played on a basketball court for one, and with a volleyball. But that has a lot of different kind of sports ingrained in it. But that's pretty rough. Yeah. It's nice being able to smash into other people in wheelchairs and it's a big part of what's legal.
Vent some frustration.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there has been. I've got a nice replay here. Was it involving 3 cars, Dan? Right, replay. There's a chicane.
Oh no.
It's. My teams are killing it themselves today. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh dear. Oh dear. Does it get worse? I don't know. Oh, he's done well to get off the track there.
It's a good flick spin.
Yeah, is that the one, Dan? Oh, they nearly collided again.
Oh.
I can't watch anymore.
None of which were for position as well. Uh-oh.
Yeah, pretty sloppy. A few words said afterwards. Someone asked before, what do you guys think about the new Valencia track that's coming to ACC? I think it'll be good. I think it'll be something different, another challenge. I've never actually cut a lap on it before, so from what I've seen with onboards, it's like a Mazzano mix with Barcelona.
It's a MotoGP track.
That's exactly what I was trying to think
of. It's going to have lots of runoff and lots of tarmac and yeah.
So yeah, I guess we wait and see.
They used to race Valencia in Formula 1.
Did they?
Yes.
Must have been a
think
while
so. I
ago.
think
Yeah,
he's
that
been
makes
European.
sense actually.
I don't think it was too long ago. I think it was maybe 5 years ago.
Yep.
It was a European Grand Prix, I think it was called.
Yep. Maybe it's giving me a
That'll
Portimao
be
vibe.
that'll be Valencia Street Circuit, maybe the European Grand Prix.
I don't think it was. I think it was at a track.
I know they used to use Valencia for testing. I think.
Valencia.
No, maybe I'm wrong.
What is it? Ricardo.
Ricardo
Tormo.
Yeah.
Or
Interesting.
maybe it's a different one.
Formula E in 21 was the last time it was used for Formula E.
Okay.
It's had a few different race classes there. DTM in 2010, GP2 in a year, GP3, F1 Academy this year. So they must have spent a bit of money on it recently, by the looks of that.
Proper FIA circuit then.
Yeah.
Motorsport games going there next year.
Yep.
Oh.
Speaking of Grade 1 circuits, did you see that crash at testing?
Oh,
They went over the
wow.
fence and
Yeah.
landed into the stand? That's scary.
Yeah.
What track was that?
That was
Portimao.
Portimao
It was
for the WEC
Portugal.
this weekend.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
not what you like to see. Right, and it landed right in the grandstand. Like that is just. Was there any footage of the actual crash or just the aftermath?
Yeah, I saw the footage yesterday.
Not good.
Probably doing 170 miles an hour
Oh my goodness.
when it hit that guy. Yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
Gives
But
me
luckily, no one was hurt.
gives me vibes of the was it? Oh, which Alpha driver was it that crashed at Silverstone?
Oh, Joe.
Joe, that's it. Yeah, and he clattered
Oh,
into that
yeah.
fence. Well, actually jumped a fence. I think
And got wedged
Yeah.
between the
the safety
catch
barrier and
fence
that,
and
yeah,
the-
catch
yeah.
fence. I think some debris maybe clipped a couple of people, but overall the fences have done exactly what they're intended to do. But that was
yeah,
a
I
pretty
think
big
that was a
contact.
car.
Upside down on the straight, heading towards a gravel trap, not ideal.
No.
It's a kart
So,
track.
you know,
for
if you
cars.
trapped in the car, kind of in between because it was like, why is there that gap between the end of the tires and the catch fencing? Because if his car had set on fire,
It's hard to
which it
get
could
to.
have done,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, they couldn't get him out because he was sort of wedged.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a great position to be in.
No.
Silverstone's seen
I think
some
they'll
interesting
change.
front crashes.
Yeah, they'll have changed the regulations and stuff after that. They always do.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't muck around.
Absolutely not.
It's a pity we don't kind of see crashes like that in this game. Pretty spectacular in their design, and you don't get hurt. Imagine if they updated the physics models to show more damage. That'd be epic. It'll never happen, but it is. We can dream.
But that's what people go to racing for, isn't it? To see crashes.
Pretty much.
So, which is a bit morbid.
That's where it's obviously a little bit different. This title is opposed to other sim racing titles like iRacing. You got a damage model that'll rule you out of a race. I don't like the randomness of it at times. I think that's a bit meh. The F1 game, you can obviously DNF your car by looking at the front wheel wrong. But these cars, you can just, oh yeah, she'll fix in the pits. I kind of wish at times there was a little bit of I could probably DNF my car if I do enough damage, which makes it a bit more accountable for your own mistakes, but there's no perfect sim racing title, that's for sure. Actually, I lied. Garfield Kart's pretty good. Speaking of sim racing, how close are we getting you back in the rig, Nat?
So my new pedal set arrived yesterday,
Oh, sweet. It has rocked up.
and steering wheel. I've gone controversial and bought a race wheel for a racing car without any of the, you know, the cool fancy stuff that you usually see on sim rigs with all the buttons and different bits and pieces. I've just gone for the wheel that goes the same one that's in my race car.
Yep.
Because I don't change gear or anything. I don't need all of that tech. So I thought if I can replicate my cockpit as much as I can, then that's going to be the best thing. So I've got my pedals and wheels and then direct drive box and mounting gear hopefully coming on Monday. I'm hoping to install it on Friday next week.
Awesome. And you've got help with that?
Yes, I've
Sweet.
got my race mechanic coming to do the physical installation, and then my race instructor, who I introduced you to yesterday, Neil, Brad.
Yep.
He's coming to help me with the setup and different bits and pieces.
Brilliant.
Nice.
That'll be good.
Yeah, watch this space.
I think that's a good idea to kind of replicate your own car. A few others have done that. Obviously, you've got a couple of different tools to use. So, yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I hope you get it all sorted, because it'd be great to get you out there and do a couple of laps
Yeah.
in
very
time for
much
this
looking
new
forward to
update as well. So, what else?
I'm going to document the process, so I'll share it once I've put it all together, just for if anyone's interested on
Oh,
what
absolutely.
it takes to
Do it.
adapt to a sim.
I think a lot of people will be very keen to see.
Yep, I definitely will be.
Nick says, so we take a moment to pay tribute to Craig Breen. Yeah, tragic news, WRC driver.
Yeah.
Never nice. Rally drivers are a different breed.
Different breed.
Just a
Yep.
different breed, and I'm not sure if anyone's been in a rally car before, but yeah. Condolences to the Breen family. Never nice whatsoever. Matty Lamb says, I'm hoping my stint was going to be calm. Not today. On a scale of one Lego Porsche 911 RS, one to, okay, that's pretty, I like that. I actually own that actual Lego.
So do I.
It's so good. We've had a massive Lego chat lately. It is a Lego Porsche 911 out of 10. There you go. Sounds like wishful thinking.
How long did it take, Neil? How long did it take to put it together?
3 nights. Normally I've normally got one on the go on my coffee table in my lounge room. So
Okay.
I just at night time when I finish stuff, I sit down and just put it together. Sometimes I get impatient, just sit there for ages and do it, but then I get a sore neck. So what about yourself?
I think it took me a month.
Yep. I was
because
I was having a crack at it.
Well, I was recovering from some surgery, and I just needed something to occupy my brain.
Yep.
But because of my injury, I haven't got full finger dexterity. So putting together this Lego was a huge challenge for me.
That's pretty impressive,
And-
though. It wasn't not an easy one.
I have no. I mean, I chose obviously the hardest one, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, why not?
But I have no patience. But this changed me, I think, because I did manage to do it. There were a few tantrums, and there were these really small, like barrel-shaped pieces that I just couldn't connect, and my husband had to come in and help me with those bits. But I did 99% of it on my own,
Well,
and I was so
done.
proud of myself.
Did you have any other Lego now?
I've got a 930 turbo that has been sitting in its box for a Porsche 911 930 turbo. I've had it for probably 2 or 3 years now, and I haven't put it together. So it's just looking at me. But I'm going to get it on the go definitely soon.
The large Ferrari, the 488, I did that as well, but that one took me about a week.
Yeah.
But I've also got another one that I haven't finished yet. I did one little thing wrong on reverse. but I still managed to put it together, and I got pretty much 70% through the thing, and I'm like, oh, that has to be the way around, but you have to disconnect the whole thing.
No.
So I literally pulled it all apart, bit by bit, put it back in a box and chucked it in my cupboard. I'm like, I'll see you later. That's the only time I've ever stuffed a Lego up, but yeah, one piece.
I was soul destroying that.
Yeah, I'm like, I am not happy with myself. But yeah, Lego chats, we talk about a lot. I think I don't know if it's the age, but I'm pretty much the same age as you, Nats, and I grew up with Lego. That was my treat for going to the dentist and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I love it. I don't care. I'm a big kid.
It's good fun, and they look so awesome when they're finished.
Oh, they do. I think race director today, actually, Meg. No, she race director last night. She's just put together a bulldozer, I think. Lego.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's huge. We've been guilt tripping her into buying it, putting peer pressure on it, and she's finally did it. And yeah, sent us all these photos. It's bloody massive. What's Big Sad? What's up, Pat? What happened? Did you get a drive-through?
You'll be right 10 seconds sitting out at the moment.
10-second penalty. You've had it easy compared to the rest of the AVR, except 818's right up there. But to 919, you've easy day. Disconnected. Oh, that doesn't help. We were 7th. Okay, yeah, I understand. That is the big sad. Oh, just saw that.
Yeah.
Bit of a blue flag issue there. So
I didn't
Andy,
realise there was contact.
there was.
I thought he was just. Oh, was there?
Yeah, I think there was just a slight bit of contact with one of the 777 cars. Andy O'Hara's just started 223rd lap. And I believe it's just the top 5 or other cars in the top 5 that are on the lead lap. So they're having an absolute beautiful race. Started in P4. Didn't have it all their own way last night in the shootout, but when you get smooth sailing in front, they're quite a scary team. And P, again, I think 315 started in 6th position. 789 started in 10th. So that's probably the biggest change I've seen to a top 3 in the first 3 rounds. Shootout was very interesting last night, Tom. Did you watch?
I did not. I was unable to. I was commentating in a different series, so I didn't quite catch it. And I just got the message at the end that we'd got one of the AVR cars on P1 and P3, so very happy.
Yeah, it was a great lap.
The shootout.
Have you ever had to do a shootout lap in real racing, Nat?
No, I don't think so. Our races are pretty standard in their format, you know, quali and then.
How long's qualifying session normally?
Usually 20 minutes.
Yep.
Or 20, like they have weird times, kind of like 21 minutes or stuff like that. It depends on the schedule. And then the races I do at the moment are 40 minutes plus 1 lap, I think. So enough for a 2-driver setup if you wish. So I often just do them all on my own.
That's fair. 20 minutes is pretty good.
40 minutes can be a long time if it's a challenging race.
Oh, I reckon. Normally sim racing qualifying sessions go for the sprint, probably 10 to 15 minutes. If you're looking for a longer event, if they're doing it on the night or day before, it's about 30 minutes. We normally just do the classification server at the moment, and obviously the shootout, which kind of spices things up a bit. But I'd love it all live, but it all depends on how the series is sort of set up. I think this way works pretty well. Sometimes the classification can feel like a bit of a grind for some. That's why we've limited the laps, but you get out what you put into it. So you're still going to practice outside the server, just like you would in a real race. You'd practice at other times other than the actual day, if you can. I'm not sure how much of an opportunity you get on days off to go for a drive and practice in a race car.
Well, the thing is, practice is expensive.
Oh, I reckon.
So
It feels
yesterday-
expensive as it is.
I know. Like yesterday was a completely unnecessary test day because I'm not racing at Silverstone National. It was the national layout, so it's not great.
Yeah.
But that's the only circuit that I've ever won a race on, so I can't hate it that much. But it cost me the best part of £1,000. So
Oh, wow.
it's kind of like you save your practice for when you need it, which is tough because the more practice you do, like in sim racing, the better you become.
Yeah.
So it just depends on sponsorship budget, how far it's going to stretch, and where you put those priorities. So I usually prioritize kind of practice sessions outside of like a build up to a race if we've got a development with the car, or if I've had a crisis of confidence and I need to get back in and just drive and just prove I can still do it.
Yeah, get rid of the
Yeah.
gremlins.
Yeah.
I'd drive every day if I had money.
I think I probably would.
Yeah, it's just obviously, as you said, it costs. If it's track time you're paying for, or fuel, or you're paying for tyres, or you're paying staff, or whatever you want.
Well, it's the staff. It's it's the cost of the track day or the testing day, cost of having a mechanic there, and then the cost of a race instructor if that's
Yep.
the way I've chosen to go on that day, and then you've got all of the consumables on top of that, and then you've got food, which yesterday it cost me £44, which I'm not sure what that converts to in Australian dollars.
$80.
That's
For like
70.
Yeah, 70, $80
a
bucks.
small lunch for 3 people.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Sounds like you're eating in Melbourne.
Any sporting event in Australia, it's
Oh,
ridiculous.
Yeah, it is just staggering.
Grand Prix, it was 25 Australian basically for anything standard that you would eat, like a burger or chips. It was 25
Like-
bucks.
Wow.
Oh, so right.
I remember
$6
when I
for a can of Red Bull. Gee whiz.
yeah, that's pushing it. I remember when I went to America as a kid, went to a baseball game, and basically pay $1 and you get like a super mega jumbo size of whatever you wanted. Pay another $1 and it's like all this other food. It was just the complete opposite end of the scale. You couldn't even dream of it these days. That was what, 15, 20 years ago? 20 years ago. Crazy.
Yeah, but that's so unhealthy though,
Oh, it is.
isn't it? Like,
It is.
like paying,
But as,
like,
as a
hardly
kid,
any
I was
money
loving
for-
it.
no, but I just mean as America as a nation,
Yeah.
you kind of why they have like a huge obesity problem.
They do have that bit of a, it's like pretty much a
Yeah.
pandemic when it comes to that. Accessible food that's
Really?
not healthy, that's cheap. It's like, yeah.
We're not far off them at the moment in the UK either. It's a big health crisis at the moment here.
I remember even their supermarkets looked a lot different. Like they looked similar-ish to when we're down here in Australia, but they still looked. It was all junk food, and
Yeah.
wow, where on earth are you going, Bryce?
Whoa.
That looked tech issue to me. That was.
Yeah.
That,
I'm on camera. Watch me go.
that's great.
Oh, I'm not taking him off camera. We'll go on board with that. Gee, I'm trying to eat healthier these days. Not getting any younger.
I hear ya.
As I order pizza. What's your go-to pizza? This is a very important question, Nat. What's your go-to pizza?
I think ham and pineapple.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Oh, no. You're the
Yes.
same as my girlfriend.
But I'm not just saying that because I did see your password for the thing we were doing with art, and I
Yeah.
was like, surely that's because you like it or you don't like it, but it just works.
It does.
It's
It
And you
funny.
does.
can solve it.
Yeah, it's just an ongoing joke in OOR. We talk about no pineapple on pizza. It's just one of those topics in life where you can just talk about it and everyone has their own opinion. It's polarizing, but at the same time, I really don't. Yeah. I didn't say that out
So
loud.
my
No one's-
my dad takes it to the next level. We had a Komodo Joe barbecue. I don't know if you have them in the, like the egg
Yep.
barbecue. And they do like a pizza really well. And he lives in the States, and he came over. So one of the nights we all had like pizza that we all made. It's like a family pizza making evening, exciting stuff that we do here. And he loaded his pizza with strawberries
Oh,
and bananas, as well as meat.
Oh,
okay. I've had dessert pizzas before with banana on it, but not strawberries and meat.
This wasn't a dessert pizza. This was a normal pizza. It was so soggy.
I hope you sent
No.
him
It was-
some help.
no.
It was ridiculous.
Fruit salad pizza.
But then he has marmalade on toast with egg on top.
Oh, that is
Yeah, no.
spicy.
Oh,
Much like
side by
this
side battle for P2.
Ooh,
Burrs holding off Ristofani. Ristofani with that 15-second penalty. I'm pretty sure that was for the collision with the 777 car a few laps prior. But getting very spicy here. Yeah, strawberries on pizza. Never heard of that before. That is very interesting. Yeah, I have had dessert pizzas before, and they're actually not too bad.
do they have cheese on them?
I can't remember. I know there was maple syrup on there.
No,
Something.
everything's better with me.
Oh, it is. The Canadians have it right.
Yeah.
Nutella, like
Oh,
banana and
Yeah,
chocolate chips.
that's
and
what I'm
everything.
thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, the closest I've actually overdosed on sugar is eating Nutella donuts. I had a very healthy diet when I used to work in like footy clubs, but that was kind of my like treat to myself, is I'd have like a Nutella donut from this bakery. I think I had 3 one day, and I was literally feeling so sick, and it happened 2 days in a row. I'm like, it's got to be the donuts, and I haven't had one since, and I've never felt the same. So, oh, sad, because they were actually golden.
Yeah.
So is the Nutella inside the donut?
Yeah, it's like a jam donut, but instead of jam, it's just Nutella. They are top
3
tier.
at once.
So nice. But I no longer do that.
Why don't you have maple syrup donuts? I've never
Ooh,
seen anything like that, because that would be.
There's a little van at the Grand Prix that did like, loaded fries, like poutine and like that style,
Ooh,
but it was
yeah.
loaded donuts. And it was just like, but it wasn't like big donuts. It was just like the little middle.
yeah, it's like a
like,
Spanish
dough
little
bits
donut.
of- Yeah, little tiny ones, but
yeah.
just loaded with like icing sugar and maple syrup and Nutella, and looked very good.
Everyone listening in is going to be so hungry.
I hope so. I think they've all tuned out so they can go grab some food, which is fair enough. When you're racing, do you like to race on a full stomach, or you like to keep it light? Because I know when I'm racing or in a car, I hate being with a full stomach. I feel sluggish.
Yeah.
Don't know if it's the same for everyone.
No, it's the same for me. I have a weird thing with that. So when I'm playing wheelchair rugby or in the gym, I have to eat just before I train.
Yep.
Because I'm small, my muscles don't hold that much carbohydrate, so I have to kind of load them up immediately before I do any kind of physical training. But in racing, I really struggle to eat just before I get in the car.
Yeah.
I've kind of got like bananas and stuff. Yeah, just high calorie stuff hanging around that's light that I can have maybe 20 minutes before I get in. But I couldn't do like a full meal and then go racing. I used to have this thing when I first started testing where the session directly after lunch, my husband would call it the post-lunch slump, because I'd always be slower in
Yeah.
that session and just not concentrate properly.
That's pretty common. The old food coma.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of salt drinks for that very reason. Do you find you get cramps a lot when you're driving then, if you're a little bit more lacking in that the muscle department? Do you feel like you cramp more, or you don't cramp less because there's less muscle? I don't know.
I don't
Cramps
know.
not fun.
I don't really get cramps, and I think when you're racing, like it's like when I pulled my neck at Snetterton, I pulled it in testing, but I was able to race, and I didn't think about it until I got out the car. I think there's so much going on that whatever is wrong with you when you start racing is like just pushed to the back of your mind.
Yeah,
because
you're focusing on something
everything
else the whole
is about
time. Yeah.
So
I find that as well.
maybe I get a bit of cramp after, like when I get out the
Get out of the
seat. And I'm
car,
like, oh, yeah, that hurts.
My partner, when she gets home from work, she works in ICU, so she's a nurse. She gets migraines, but she only ever gets them not getting stressed about going to work or at work, but it's normally on her day off after she doesn't have to worry about anything. Her body relaxes, and then she gets a migraine. So it's like, it's probably the similar thought. Your body's like in survival mode or fight mode, as they say, and as soon as you sort of switch off, it's like, oh, here's some problems to deal with.
Yeah.
No worries, thanks, body.
That's why everyone gets ill at Christmas, because you've probably got these viruses that you're harboring all throughout the winter. You then go on your first day off and you relax, and the viruses go, right, now's the time.
Now's the time. Prepare.
Yeah.
Can't believe I missed the Lego chat on stream. Sorry, Raj. We can bring it back up. I think that it was pretty in-depth Lego chat. Steward's office has been fed and they are now in a food coma. What do the stewards eat? I didn't think we let you out of the dungeon yet. Adrenaline takes over 100%. Your body is too busy digesting food to do anything else. Pretty much. Christmas time is a weird time. Like, obviously it sounds like you don't appreciate the food you get and all the times you be around, but there's too much on. There's just an overconsumption. I don't actually look forward to Christmas Day for that reason anymore. I have to pick and choose what I eat at certain breakfasts or dinners and lunches.
And I wholeheartedly apologise for bringing up the subject of Christmas in April. I'm going to take full responsibility for that. Apologise to anyone that's offended.
Yeah. Well, there's probably gone up in the supermarket somewhere. Some supermarket's got Christmas decorations.
Yeah.
I can't stand it.
It's too soon.
I cannot stand it. It's normally like Boxing Day, they're putting out hot cross buns.
Oh yeah.
Hot cross buns, they're putting out Halloween stuff. And then but then like July will come and they've already got all their Christmas gear up. I'm like, really?
See, I don't mind the build up to Easter because it means that mini eggs are available. I don't know if you have Cadbury's mini eggs.
Yeah.
In Australia.
Yes.
Yeah. So the chocolate stuff, I can cope with that, and it's not all over the TV. It's just you can eat a bit of extra chocolate that you can't get out of the times of the year. But there's the car off. But when it's Christmas in July, it's just like it ruins the specialness. Christmas should start on the 1st of December. And not a day
Absolutely.
before.
The same day your
100%.
Christmas tree goes up.
Yep.
Oh, it's it is frustrating.
Christmas songs on the radio only from the 1st of December through to midnight of the 25th.
And can we have it 1 year off Mariah Carey? Just 1 year?
But then if you say that, then we're going to have 1 year off without Michael Bublé.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because Michael Bublé only ever comes back at Christmas time.
Yeah, look, you're not
It's the
wrong.
only other time we hear from him.
Do you have the game in Australia called Whamageddon?
Oh, what's that?
So you know the Wham song?
Last Christmas, you
Oh.
break my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everyone in the UK plays Whamageddon, and when you hear that song, you're out of the game. So you have to see how long you can last
Without hearing
up
it.
until Christmas. Yeah.
Lucky I don't listen to the radio much.
Good.
You still hear it though when you go into a shop.
Yeah.
It's hard to
I know.
control that. Just don't leave anywhere.
Well, it depends how invested you are in the game.
That's very true.
Yeah.
One way to lose weight.
And for
chocolate.
those playing, I'm afraid I've just lost the game. I don't know if you have that in Australia. I think it was actually invented in Australia.
We I might start playing it. It'd be a different song.
Sorry.
Yeah, same with Valentine's Day. That stuff that goes up, like that's just a commercial day. Like, come on now. So silly.
Or- Was it Hallmark cards that came up with that, which is suited, which is
Oh, possibly. I just find the day
suitable? Yeah.
if you're giving your partner flowers and chocolates on Valentine's Day, I think it's like it's a cheat pass.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
do it another day.
Yeah.
I normally do it on a
Do
day.
it really force it on your own.
Yeah, exactly. Think of it your own. Random times. They're going to mean 10 times more anyway. But yeah, Valentine's Day, cheat sheet. Normally it's for people that are single anyway.
Yeah.
But this is another silly day.
Well, my birthday's on the 13th of February, so
Ooh.
we used to have an argument with my husband that he would buy just one card and think that was okay.
Oh.
And I used to have quite a problem with that. But now we're like, oh, it's just a waste of money. We don't need to do this, especially now that we're married.
Yeah.
And we've got anniversary, you know, it's just like, well, you just buy each other just rubbish that you don't want, you don't need, and just is landfill.
Yeah. We're pretty much like that on a Christmas now. It's like, I can get you something random, but what do we need? What do we need to get? And yeah, we work it out that way. Normally it's just
We didn't
saving
do
money
Christmas
to...
presents.
You didn't do Christmas presents this year? I don't think we did either. My partner's birthday's on the 3rd of January, so it's so close to Christmas. It's like, holy smokes. But now we just go
Yeah.
away.
What do you get?
At least you
Yeah.
can normally buy a cheap present in Boxing Day sales.
Yes. Yeah, I just don't tell her that. Just don't tell her it's
Yeah.
a cheap
Yeah.
present. Oh, it's
Don't
full
verbalise
price.
that.
It's this necklace I found there, it cost me an arm and a leg. Nah, it's normally we just go away somewhere. Well, COVID was different. Couldn't do anything anyway. Couldn't even spend money to go somewhere. Just buy all the TV apps. So many of them now.
All the subscription programs. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
All the
think
You
I,
jump on a Netflix
I
and the
think I
same
got
thing's
6.
on Prime and
I think I've got 6 of them at the moment. That is such a waste of money. But there's so many good shows out there. What's your go-to streaming app, Nat?
I think Netflix, but then I've got Amazon Prime just for delivery stuff, so we watch stuff on that as well. But I think Netflix is the best.
Alright. Have you watched The Night Agent yet?
Not yet.
No,
Oh,
Matthew
so
Pinata's
Mum and Dad
time.
are pissed because we were watching it together, and now they're pissed that I'm doing commentating and not watching the last 2 episodes with them tonight.
Well, I reckon Car 919 will probably prefer watching the show right now because they're just serving their 3rd drive-through, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Matthew Pinata, their car's a pinata. Like, oh dear. If you don't laugh, you cry. These are the race. Oh, is that
Are
717?
they just... Yeah.
Nope, not
I
blue
think-
flag though.
Are they... Oh,
That would have been insult to injury, wouldn't it?
yeah.
Who's in the 818 at the moment? Hooley is Pete Sue, but
Yeah.
I think he's coming in for his next stop very shortly.
Yeah, John's brought up an interesting point. I didn't see when the 315 had pitted, but if they pitted before 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining, they might be tight on maybe
Time.
having to do a slash and dash with the driver time, yeah.
So you see 108 at the
Time.
moment there for Hooley.
Be in now.
Let me check this one.
That's too tight.
Yeah, 4 minutes in. So they're going to be cutting it pretty fine.
No, they should be okay.
Yeah.
Because if you throw in your 30-second or so pit stop plus, what, a 10-second, 15-second transit time, you should be okay on that, I think.
This is Zachary Smith. If you look closer, you can see the steam looking out the window. I'm surprised you can actually see where you're going. That would be fogged up. Oh, dear. 789's just picked up a drive-through. That's basically... This is the most drive-throughs that I've seen for an endurance round, I'm pretty sure.
Donington chicane for you.
Is that the main one you're picking up track limits? Is there other corners that are very sketch?
I think because you can pick up 2 on that chicane
Yeah, I still find
through
that
the left
silly.
and right hander. Yeah.
Why can you pick up 2?
The entry and exit apexes, if you go wide on each one, it's they don't count it as one. I think they should, because the benefit or time loss is going to be the same.
Yeah,
There's
it's pretty much one move.
Yeah,
Once you
exactly.
commit,
It's
around
one straight sweep.
8 seconds.
Can you join this? Yeah, of course you can, Corey. Every event's singular. It's just we're keeping track of the scores just to have an end of season winner. And everyone's been wanting to do that, so here we are. Corey said he's going to be joining in the Jaguar, which is fantastic, Corey. Awesome. Welcome back. Oh, that's the question I've been meaning to ask. Out of the cars on ACC, Nat, which one would you be jumping in? And is it the Porsche?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
This one here.
So the brand new Porsche is coming on Wednesday.
Oh, wow.
Yep, and it looks and sounds unreal. It might
Got the
twist.
same engine, I believe, as what the RSR's got.
Yep.
So it sounds incredible and looks just as good.
It's very
I'll have to
aggressive.
start thinking about my livery.
You
Yeah.
might have to.
If somebody's already got the martini, it might have to be Pink Pig.
Yes, bring it back.
Ooh.
Pink Pig, best pig.
I saw a Ford KA with a Pink Pig livery on yesterday, and I was like, that is
Oh.
not allowed.
Oh, no.
That's different. It's a bit naughty.
Oh, dear.
It should be copyright on that.
Any guess what car I'll choose, Mo? I've already picked your car, mate. And this is what colour you're going to paint it. Any guess what car?
Orange.
I already know what you're picking, Corey. You're picking the Porsche. I'm sure it's been asked, but any chance season 13 will feature right? Yes, Valencia will be in Sprint Series for one round, and it will feature in the Endurance Series because new tracks. Probably won't be a good track for what we want to do, but we want to try new stuff. We noticed a bug where the last few warnings we've been picking up 2 for one extension. Not sure it's happening to us. Yeah, it has. I'm not sure of the consistency on it, but that bug has been at Paul Ricard in the past. And this is the most that I've seen it on Donington before. Coda Endurance when no one wanted it, Raj. Coda's the best track in the game. Nearly best track. I lie. Hungaroring is.
I like Hungaro Ring. I might be one of the only ones who do. But
Oh, I
do
love
like
it.
Hungaro.
I have most race wins there. Don't know why. I need a new livery idea for the new Porsche for next season. Any ideas? Natalie, got any ideas for a
Don't
nice...
take the Pink Pig. Don't take the Pink Pig.
Don't take the pink pig.
No, that's mine.
So, what's the opposite of a pink pig? I don't know.
Okay. Something. It would have to be something blue, wouldn't it? Pink. Opposite to pink. I don't know.
Oh, instantly thought of Cookie Monster, but we've already got one of
Already
those. We've already got one of those.
You got 2 of them.
Golf liveried 911. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, Coda. I'm not changing all the tracks. We've had this discussion.
We need Misano.
Masano's
is
in
one
there.
of
It'll
those
be the night
staples.
race. It'll be absolutely
Yeah.
epic.
You guys ever raced at Silverstone?
Yes, we did an endurance there last season at the end of. That's always
GP.
That's just a great track for any type of racing, really. Valencia will be in, Raggy. G'day, Raggy. M6 is not allowed at this track, so we only allow one car from each manufacturer because it's just easier to keep track of stuff. And BAP. Oh, I love how poor Raggy just cops the at this track like he's sitting there going, oh, you know what, that's a great idea. While you're at it, Raggy, can you add Magni cores?
Surely St. Petersburg, the road circuit where they go over the bridge. No,
Oh,
not
yeah.
St. Pete. What's that? Is,
that'd be cool.
It's not Turkey, is it?
Nashville,
Nashville.
where they go over the bridge.
Oh, yeah. I've been spectating this car for a little bit. They're in P4. This is exactly how it stands at the moment. This is the battle for third overall. The 818 slicing their way back up into the top three. This is a big mover and shaker at that top. 52. They have to have started outside the top 15, and they're currently 9th. So that's a pretty good drive so far. Just still want to give a quick shout out to Car 25. It's 25 Motorsport. They have been accidentally placed in the Aston Martin for this race. Should be BMW. And they said, look, we'll just tough it out. And they've had a crack. And they're still out there. They're 32nd in a car that they haven't practiced. So shout out to you, Steve and Josh. And apologies for that little bit of an error. It's always pays to make sure you jump on the practice server, the team practice server before a race, just to triple check. Mistakes sometimes happen, especially when a lot of teams make changes between races. So yeah, just make sure you do that. But yeah, that's my bad. Put my hand up. Send me the invoice for the beers you're drinking right now.
All right, Mal. All right, Nat, I'm going to head off and leave you with Jace, who's just come back. Hello, Dad. I'll be back in about an hour or so.
No worries, Tom. Enjoy your break, mate. I'll have a pizza. See you, buddy.
Nice, Tom.
All right, thanks. Bye.
And welcoming Jace.
I'm going to shoot as well. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Mal. Hey, Nat. How's things?
Hey, Jace.
Fantastic.
I'm gonna hand over to Jace because I'm gonna shoot as well.
No worries at all. It's great to have you again tonight.
Keep you updated. Thank you, and I'll see you at Suzuka, and I'll keep you updated with how my sim is developing, so that I can be one of these cars in the not too distant future.
Yep. Send me all the photos, including the Lego.
Yeah, will do.
Thanks, Nat. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Take
bye.
care.
Bye.
See ya. G'day, Jace. Dad. Sorry.
Well,
It's
Dad.
all right. I called Mitchell's son. Not sure how he appreciated it, but it's all good. Did you open the door for him? Did you let him in the house?
Yes, I did.
Oh, well, that's a bonus.
So I think I've discovered a new Kunos feature.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's hopefully will be gone very soon. But yeah, second lap out on my stint, I had a negative encounter with a blue flag.
Yep.
Which resulted in meeting the wall and being meatballed.
Yep.
Which is a fun way to start your stint. Heading into pit lane. Before I get into pit lane, I check I've got repair and everything switched on. Yes, suspension. Yes, aero. Get everything repaired. Perfect. Fine. Beautiful. Go in there. Sit on the jacks for a minute and a half while they repair the damage. Drop off the jacks. New tyres. No repairs done. So the car is as stuffed as it was when I drove in. So that was an interesting one. So burnt another 2 minutes on the lap back round of the pits, double checked again, it was all ticked again, and this time it changed. So hello down 3 laps in after doing 2.
That's frustrating.
So, interesting feature. So yeah, and I just kind of had intermittent issues with brakes as well, which was probably a thing at my end where...
A few cursed cars today, mate.
Yeah, I ended up braking like 3 car lengths before my normal point at Melbourne and was still struggling to pull it up. And we're on brakes too, so that's not an issue. But,
Well,
yeah. Interesting stint.
Could be
Hopefully,
worse.
Hopefully Will can bring it back.
it could be AVR who are about to serve their 6th drive-through. Wouldn't read
Was
about
it
it.
the 818?
This is the 818's picked up a drive-through now. 919, I think, served 3. Look, I think 717 have served 1, and this will be the second for 818.
Yeah, I think 818 got one when I was in the car. I think I saw it come up on my dash, but I'm presuming it's all all the chicane.
Yeah, it's all chicane, and they're getting a lot of double warnings through there. It's... Look, I think they should probably write a long-worded letter to the owners of this track, just explaining their displeasure, and then put all that words on a card livery next time. It's our third. It's our third.
Well, they could make the track go right and ignore the Melbourne chicane, or the Melbourne hairpin altogether. Just go right.
Could do. Bet you they pick up track limits as well. I bet you if that version was there, it'd be just as bad, because it is a pretty tricky chicane, because you've got to slow up quite a bit.
Exactly right.
Also love the comments I get from people going, you don't care about us or the game, just releasing content. Fix setups and bop. Well, setups are sorted. Bop is a byproduct of several things. But yeah, I can imagine I can imagine your inbox you can imagine my inbox at times. So, but it's just one of those things where people, in their points that they're trying to get across, is they're not wrong, but it's just a way of venting that, because in the past, early days of ACC, probably before your time, getting straight into it, Raggy, was any feedback from Kunos, it was non-existent, and it was very hard to express yourself in what you were hoping to see in the game. But it's been a big improvement in the last 6 months in particular. But yeah, fix BAP and setups for fuck's sake. I'm joking. Make the Bentley great again is all I want.
Yeah, make the Lexus great again. Or the Macca.
What else did I miss in chats? Pro Hockenheim propaganda.
Yeah, don't mind Hockenheim. Hockenheim would be a good track.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
If they could somehow get the circuit around 1976 version, where it went all the way out the back without the chicanes, that'd be even better.
I think that was even late 80s with the
Was it really?
Yeah. That was one of the 818 nearly looped it then. That was one of the first trackside sort of, you say sim racing loosely, but when I used to play the Formula 1 game on PlayStation, I'd always remember Hockenheim and Mika Salo and Heinz Howard Fretson and that track, and then just how long the straights were.
Yeah, that's the one, and the big long sweep out the back. Yeah, beautiful. Love it. Get that in, Kunos. I'm sure it'd be really easy to go and laser levels. It's not existent anymore.
Be weird in these cars. You may. I'm actually not sure how any tracks or how long those straights are, say, in comparison to like Paul Ricard straight, which is the longest in the game.
I think so. Was it like 7.5 Ks or something? The Hockenheim circuit, the full one.
Yeah, it is. It was massive.
Yeah.
I'd love if I could pick a random track to race to these cars. It would be Baku.
Oh.
Mate, that would be insane.
They'd have to get through the bloody the palace section or whatever it's called.
Castle section.
Castle section.
I don't like the 90-degree aspect of Baku in most parts, but it's got the straights, it's got a couple of faster corners, it's got some real tricky chicanes, and it generally brings together some good racing and a lot of sadness.
See, the masochist in me would love to see these cars at Macau.
Yeah, it's kind of like Macau, but Macau doesn't have the straights, does it? The Baku does.
No.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
So that turn one is a massive overtaking opportunity. I'm not sure on these cars if you get close enough in the last sector to actually utilise it, but top speed of these cars is going to improve a little bit in the update, I'm told.
I know it's a popular choice here, but Portimao might be interesting.
Yeah, Portimao's. Just don't go flying off into the fence. I'm not sure if you saw that crash and testing.
No, I did not.
So testing, I think it was turn 1. Car went over the barrier and landed in the grandstand where people would sit.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. Luckily, no one was watching. Well, they would have had a very, very close view of the car.
Was that F1 testing or in?
No, it's like
GT3?
some type of touring car, I think. I don't think it was open wheeler.
Right.
But apparently there's a footage of it somewhere where you see the car go over. I've only seen the photo though. Scary. I just love the chat we have. We've all want certain circuits added to certain things, but I'm kind of really keen to see what AC2 is going to produce when it comes to circuits, because you'd expect a lot more than you have in ACC. And I think we're about to hit our 20th track.
You'd think so. So you'd presume that the ACC, pardon me, the 20 tracks, I've got the hiccups, the 20 tracks in ACC would go into AC for a start.
I don't think so. I don't think it'll be clear cut like that. I think they're still due to licensing with SRO. So that game might not have the same licensing. In particular, if they were going to bring in Paul Ricard or Barcelona, maybe they were looking at a way to add the new licensed version of the track on that game, which is going to be completely obviously different to this. Is there going to be modding like AC1? Don't know. I think everyone's waiting with bated breath to see what they're going to announce with that. They're going to have...
Timeline was kind of end of next year, wasn't it? Initially? I expected end of 2024, early 2025.
About this time. So May, June next year.
Okay. So they've got to get the GT. If they get the GT2s out from here, they've got to get them out first. And
I think maybe different teams are doing different stuff. Maybe they've got a bigger team for that. I don't know. I know it changes sometimes with things. But maybe there's going to add every single track ever made. It's just going to be an AC2 with every single car.
Well, you can create your own tracks, can't you, in AC?
You can mod tracks, yes.
Yeah.
Again, it's obviously they couldn't do it with the Unreal 4 engine on this. Obviously, they're going back to their own engine. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's an adaptation of AC1 or they're just rebuilding another one entirely, but it's their own engine, so it won't be Unreal 4. So that'll be spicy as well.
Could create some opportunities, shall we say?
Well, it'd be nice to have a few different series and different, other than just GTs and F1. A World Endurance Series would be pretty sweet with LMP cars. But yeah, so much water to go under the bridge first.
Yeah, we've got, what, 4 days until 1.9, and then we'll see what happens.
Yep. Looking forward to it.
You're going to be up at midnight waiting?
Absolutely. And only because I want to make sure that as soon as an update happens and it's released, we can put the servers over to it. Because you'd have to update. The servers back end's going to have a few updates, no doubt whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And that way we can get some racing happening, because we'll have some racing that night to farewell.
Yep. Farewell 1.8.
Yep. And then I honestly I can't remember the times they normally. I remember the Bathurst one was like 9-10 o'clock maybe.
1.8 I think dropped, was it like 8-9 hours before an enduro that we had?
Yeah, probably.
Or a day before or something. Yeah, that was, might have been before the Bathurst enduro a couple of turn times ago, I think. But yeah, it's completely buffed the Ferraris, and yeah, it was interesting.
At least with the 1.9 update, you've been given at least 4-5 weeks notice. So we've managed, actually more than that, I think. I think it was 6 weeks.
It's been a while.
So it's given us the opportunity to change the date for Donington, because Donington was meant to be next weekend. So it's like, oh, it's this date, wicked, because you don't really want to do an endurance race 3 days after a major update. So yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's not ideal. You could, but I think you'll absolutely hate it. all of a sudden the
Make everybody use default aggressive setups. And...
oh, but the thing is, you just can't enforce that.
Can't
like you can't
setups,
enforce
yeah.
cockpit cam.
Mm,
All those bonnet cam drivers.
absolutely.
No, there's nothing wrong with bonnet cam. Some people put pineapple on pizza, so no one's perfect.
What about trail cam, follow cam?
Chase
I
cam.
know chase cam. I know you love that. That one, drive from that. That's fun.
This just looks like you're playing an absolute arcade game. That's why I hate this view. Then it goes even further back.
Yeah.
The ultimate test for GigaChads is to use this camera to race.
Helicopter.
Use the
view.
helicam. And then it switches around like that. You're like, oh no, where am I going? This is the ultimate GigaChad. If you think you're a good sim racer, you're not until you do this.
Maybe do the next shootout in helicam.
Top-down GTA version of it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've got a grader here actually. I say the term great loosely. That's the view.
Nice.
I don't know how it'll work, but that's the view. You got to race like a... Yeah, that's already
Well,
toxic.
Rip to anybody who's got a dark-coloured car.
Yes.
At least we got that fluoro green car. I'm assuming
You can see that very clearly, eh?
The Aston. You can see that one for sure.
Top-down racing. Yeah, nah. Your idea was fun for about 3 seconds.
As we look at Hamilton, very close here to Loverink for battle for P7 and 8.
Yeah, where did 52 start? I'm pretty sure it was like 17th, 18th? I think they're the biggest mover at the moment. So far, AVR have had at least one car, maybe, or probably, I think they've had 2 cars on the podium for the first 2 rounds. It's all over up to 818 to get back on that podium. They've got all the talent in the world to do so, though. This track is thoroughly defeating them, though, for now. 919, after 26 drive-throughs, I think the top 10 they'll be happy with.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty decent recovery drive from their little incident lap 1 turn, or lap 1 as well. So they've done pretty well, but in amongst shooting themselves in the foot, I suppose.
What's the most amount of drive-throughs or penalties you had in a race, chat? You may want to keep it quiet as well. You may want to share it. What time is it where Skylar is right now? Let's check my little... So, for Skylar, who's racing right... Wow, that was a nice drift. It's between 6 a.m. and 3 a.m. That is disgusting hours. I'm a bit of a night owl, but those times are disgusting. And I don't think they've really missed a race for many a time. Same with the Convicts and Colonial team. Love it.
Yeah, we had Ben Keogh in the cookie car today, and he triple stinted the start because he started at like 11 o'clock his
The
time.
guy is a machine.
Unbelievable. Did a fantastic job. Here we are, cookie car.
So the cookie car's just been a way to help drivers get involved in the series. Chris Cooley was actually in the car last round. He's racing for Kovacs Racing Purple this round. Will Hammond is making his endurance debut and he's in the car right now. We've seen, I think Riley Price might have been in there at one stage. Adrian Ferguson, but he was a late withdrawal, so that's why you replaced him. So it's a good way to help drivers get involved. They've still got to do qualification.
I don't know how old Will is, but he sounds like he's about 12.
Yep.
No offense to Will, but he's got some decent pace, that's for sure. yeah, it's huge effort from Ben to triple stint and get no track cuts as well in 3 stints. We had no Ben got none and Will had 1. So to be 4.5 hours into a race when you're in 8 hour here and get in the car and there's only 2 track cuts, only 1 track cut, I think was a pretty good effort.
That is a great effort.
So I only got 1. So as best I know, poor Will's there all on his own with nobody helping him. But there were 2 when I got out of the car, even with the issues that I had. So
no drive-throughs yet?
Touch wood, no drive-throughs yet. But I think Kunos features have ruined our race big time. They were up in P22 when all that palaver happened with me. So yeah, not having a whole
These things
lot of
happen,
luck
mate.
with Enduros lately. But yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if I mentioned. I'm not sure if you were actually in chat at the time, but car 25.
Yeah, I jumped in. Yep.
Yeah, so they're meant to be in the BMW. As you can clearly see, the livery doesn't line up with the car. It actually looks pretty cool from a distance, but that's meant to be on a Beamer. But these guys...
I was wondering what happened when I was up behind them at one stage. What is going on there?
They put in a late change, well, I say late change, for the Beamer, and we ticked it off. So it was our fault that we haven't updated it. But they just head down, bum up. There's no abusive messages in chat. Mistakes happen. This is the first time I've ever seen it, so... And unfortunately, we couldn't fix it in time because Glenn's probably about 27 drinks deep at the moment, and rightly so. He's at a wedding. Not his wedding, but... And the man deserves a break, but unfortunately, yeah, just bad timing. As we see Team ANZ CRL off into the pits. But yeah, these things happen. We're all human, and I appreciate 25 just putting it down, bum up. Their other car was pestering around the top 10 for a while, but still a sneaky chance for a Pro-Am podium.
I suppose the one blessing is of all the cars that you could be put into, of all the cars you could be put into and not have driven it before, the Aston's probably the best one.
Oh yeah, imagine if it was...
Yeah, the Porsche. You've never driven the Porsche, you got put in that by mistake.
So the thing is, they actually drove the Aston last round.
So it's not totally unfamiliar, it's just unfamiliar here.
Yeah, it was just that they wanted to change for whatever reason they wanted to change it for, but...
Oh, because the Aston's garbage here, pretty much.
Yes.
It's very, very poor out of the 2 hairpins.
Considering what it was like at Imola, it's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
What car is this? 778.
That's Pilat, is it?
Right. This is what happened to Adrian. Grass things. Yeah, can't he's done brilliantly to keep it out of that fence.
Outstanding.
Give that one a 7 out of 10. But it feels like the end of a chapter, this race, when it comes to 1.8.
Yeah, it's been an experience, hasn't it? 1.8. There's been a few things that popped up we didn't think would, and we're talking about setup wise, and people will always complain about BOP no matter what happens. So unless every car runs exactly the same time on every track, people are going to complain. But yeah, it's been an experience 1.8, that's for sure.
Lot has been learnt, I think, from all involved. It's been great to see the developers actually take on board those that compete within the game itself and have invested a lot of time in the game, whether they're a professional sim racer, a real life driver, just to get that feedback and try and take that next step to its physics. Because ACC is not going to disappear off the face of the earth when AC2 comes out. I think they're going to be, wow. We're going as is. Whoa, oh, that's brown flags.
Oh,
so yeah, it's still going to exist.
Everybody.
It's going to. They're really committing to the esport aspect of GT3 Cup. AC2 will be like a Project Cars 2, or it'll be like a AMS 2. Will it be like an iRacing with the amount of options? I don't think so. But at some stage it'll become a really competitive platform. But straight out of the gate, I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time for people to warm to it, I think, no matter what form it takes. Yeah, so I mean, there'll be a natural kind of movement over there, but I don't think it's going to be wholesale, at least initially.
Because if all else fails, mate, we just go start playing Garfield Kart again. It was the thing was, I've been last 2 years for April Fools. I've wanted to put a post up saying we've discontinued ACC. Moving forward, we're going to be sticking to Garfield Kart and make it like a full-blown announcement and change everything. But then 1.9 update was announced, and I have not stopped working for 4 months flat out every day. It's been busy, so I forgot to do it. But yeah, April Fools are pretty funny. But so there's always someone that takes it super seriously. Leaves the Discord, cancels their Patreon. Oh, stupid. Fair enough. That would have been a funny joke. But I think Garfield Kart's probably a bit too unrealistic when it comes to a platform. Maybe Project Cars 3.
Yeah, Project Cars 3.
Oh, that's the sad thing with Project Cars is going through my friends list and looking at how many of my friends actually own PC2, it would be 200 odd. I go to PC3, there's 3 people.
Yeah.
That is staggering. That is a monumental issue. They've just targeted a different audience and done it the wrong way.
They made it arcade, didn't they?
Yeah, it changed owners, and they rushed the production of it. They kind of made it a bit more like Forza. But Forza shits over it. Yeah, and especially when people look at Project Cars 2 as being kind of the first sim that, for some people, that were doing setups and pit stops. Guess what? You can't even do a pit stop on PC3. It's like, it's just
not aware of that.
Yeah, especially
as the last pit stops start to roll in for anybody who's trying to do the 6-stop strat. See Vishnu into the pits. Serving a drive-through. Forget that I'm here. That's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't had any of the project cars, so I'm only going on what they say. So it's it's an interesting discussion, and an interesting place for Vishnu to feed back into as well, right between the battle of Lovering and Hamilton. I think Potter's just a fraction ahead of that as well.
Yeah, it's
we potentially have 4 cars in the one battle.
We might just do. Not sure what'll happen after the rest of these stops, but PC3 was said, yeah, I didn't refund it. I just felt too bad refunding it. Can't even remember the first game I refunded. You really do get on your high horse when you hate a game. It would have been some stupid first-person shooter. A couple more penalties come in. Yeah, go on, chat. Name some titles that you've actually refunded through Steam Store. On a scale of... Oh, hang on. Sorry. On a scale of Mitchell Bean Dish's Season 7 Sprint Slippery to known as Pasta. Are you saying that livery is garbage? That's the first thing. That's been put in a museum. No one's attended that museum. But, oh, that's interesting angles. I'm going to say it's a 8 or 9. What? There's a second one? No.
Shall we did that too?
No, you're taking the mickey. Because if there is, there's about to be a lot of people on my friends list who are about to get a new game.
Yeah, you just jump on Steam now and check.
I'm looking right now. No, there's not.
Yeah.
My weekend's ruined, to be honest. Shower with your dad simulator 2015.
It's only been the one that I've refunded, and I can't for the life of me think of what it was. It was garbage, but I can't remember what it was.
People are going to really be surprised when I say this, but I refunded Elden Ring. And apparently that's an amazing game. I actually refunded it for a different reason than you'd probably expect. Is the game shit? No. Is the graphics bad? No. It's because it would have sunk so many hours into it, my life would have changed. So I tried to do the smart adulting thing and like, oh no, this is going to consume too much of me. Refund.
Made a mature choice.
I know. Then 5 minutes later, I probably made another, not mature. I probably bought Lego.
Yeah, Autumn Ballista 2. It doesn't take any time either.
True. I refunded Red Dead Redemption 2. Fucking madness. That is a great game.
Does it actually tell you on Steam what games you refunded?
Oh, I am sure if you go into activity inside your account, it would 100%. I remember looking at it on my phone, and it did. It shows you what you've spent your money on, but it also shows you what the refunds are.
Be in your wallet, perhaps? No.
Oh, around that area, maybe.
Race has just turned into a text stream.
That's absolutely fine.
No, it's not in the wallet.
Account details and purchase history.
Account details. Purchase history, there we go. What did I buy?
I've had it in my library for 3 odd months, but haven't had time yet. What title's that, Chris? Please say Shower with your dad. Skylar Loverink is in the pits. Oh, I think he missed his box there. That looks very funny.
It was Flight Simulator 10.
Whew. Bang.
There you go.
Elden Ring. Okay, Chris, that makes sense. Flight Simulator 10. Or in other words, the Donington chicane. I'm sure some people will refund that chicane to this track today, but let's just recap quickly how the race has gone so far. 89 cars started in P4. They've been comfortably leading this race since probably the 10th lap. First stint sometime. They got past, so 263 laps down. Stellar performance again. This will be 3 in a row. Can someone knock them off this season? Drug testing? 315 started in 5th or 6th position. I think it's even maybe 6th or 7th. But Matty Lamb and Lucas Burrs have driven an amazing race in the Porsche up to P2. Demario Hasnam and Rialto Ristofani in the 789 car. They started 10th and they've moved up 7 positions into P3. 818 aren't too far off the podium. They've had a couple of drive-throughs. They're not... Still not out of it when it comes to podium. They go 20.8 seconds back. Did that car just go straight on?
Looked like it, didn't it? Yes, it did.
Wow, okay. I'll suss the replay out in a second after I do this little recap. 191 started about 6th or 7th as well. Up into 5th. They've been stellar and very consistent so far today and this race. I don't recall seeing a drive-through, but I could be wrong. 23 has had a penalty at some stage. This BDA about the same place they started. 788 started in P2. They're down 5, but they're still in the top 10. 600's up to 1 position. Babby and Tom Maloney, they were in 13th is my guess. They're up into 9th and the top 10 with 555, which started in 9th position. In the Pro-Am class, Christopher Frizzer, Skylar Loverink and Jonathan Steele, They're leading Pro-Am, and in the AM class, we have the car that we just saw yeet off at the chicane. $1.50 Macca Special. They're sitting in P1 AM class, but not over yet with 1.5 hours to go. I'm going to go find that replay.
Doesn't look like it was too big a deal. I mean, there's a little bit of damage on that Aston, but it doesn't look like it's earth-shattering. Certainly not meatball style damage, but yeah, it just seemed to go straight on at the chicane. But there is, I guess, a reasonable amount of runoff there, but you can see maybe some of the furniture being rearranged.
Yeah, it's not an impressive crash. It looked a lot worse than the camera that we looked at.
Yeah, just kind of
Bit of
saw it
grass,
from the side.
apex.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That,
We've actually done extremely well there to, one, keep it out of the gravel, and two, rejoin.
yeah, just continuing on kind of down that what looks like a footpath could quite easily get a track cut warning as well, even at very slow speed. So done well to not get one of those as well.
Yeah, very interesting race today. They've all been interesting in their own way so far this season. It's fantastic to have Permobil on board, and we heard from Natalie McGloin just a little bit earlier. If you don't know who Natalie is, make sure you give it a bit of a Google. She's a tetraplegic who races IRL, and just a fantastic human all around. So it's great to have her involved. And I'm trying to get her racing on a sim, but every time she tries, she has tech issues. So you're not alone out there when you have tech issues. It happens to everybody.
Dieballs, no rain. None as yet, at least. And it doesn't look like any, but I don't want to jinx the last stint in a bit.
She looks pretty dry. Well, here's a battle. Look out. Shakedown Racing Team. That's the so far King Slow team, and team name right behind, who have to tap out because here comes one of the AVR cars. So a bit of blue flag action. That is the 818 who are sitting P4. Now, I was going to sit down and compare these grids, the first 3 rounds of endurance, and when we come to round 4 at Suzuka, how different will the manufacturers be out on track?
So Suzuka is 10 hour, if I remember rightly. Is that right?
12.
Ooh, 12.
We've got the big boys. It's actually a 56-minute race. 6 driver swaps.
Nice.
Pit stop simulator. That'd be
Fixed pit stop times at 90 seconds a stop.
yuck.
Yeah.
Absolute spew.
Who's going? That's I think that's the way to simulate not having tyre warmers in the GT3. It's just mandate the pit stop to be 90 seconds long, so they burn a minute sitting there with no tyre warmers on.
Yeah, it's gross.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong with that idea?
Oh, nothing. Especially start of a race. Sounds good. Sounds like I'd want to be a steward more. Raj,
Actually, what am I thinking?
hang on, I want an invoice. Raj says the lack of rain has been deeply upsetting. I'm okay. Did you compete in the last one, Raj? Were you at Imola? I swear you were. That was moist. No one will ever forget the Paul Ricard storm.
I think I'm still waterlogged from Paul Ricard.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous. 9 hours of constant rain.
That was easily the wettest endurance we've ever done.
With the lake just before the second last corner as well. How many cars
Oh,
died?
and the one on the Mistral. There was one about a third the way up Mistral on the right hand
Yeah,
side.
on the right. Yep. Yep.
That murdered a couple of cars. But the fluctuating heaviness of the rain was also very different. You don't normally see that. because it doesn't get any heavier until unless it's flooded in a thunderstorming.
Yeah.
It was,
and it looked like a couple of times it was going to stop as well. It got down to very light, almost stopped, and then, nah, sorry, you are denied. It will rain for the rest of the day.
Just something different. I don't like to see that too often, but like right now, if a shower came over, I don't think it spices anything up really. Like, the order's pretty set in stone for the most parts. I don't think there's any stints that'll be different. Maybe if there was about 2 or 3 stints left and it came across, you'd be like, oh, that's a bit different. How can we get this to work? But now there's one stop.
It'd have to get really wet really quickly to try and force that second stop. Because I think, 15, 16 minutes away from this last stop potentially, it's not going to, even if it rains now, it's really not going to get wet enough to make any difference.
I agree. I kind of wish Art was here to look at this livery. The Permobil Porsche. He'd be very happy with that. Looking at the top 10, we have 6 BMWs. Look, we're obviously expecting BMW to feature pretty heavily in that top 10 based on what qualification was. But 6, we're probably missing a couple that we were expecting up there. But 3 Mercs, 6 BMWs and a Porsche. There's someone that's standing out there. There's Kane Phipps from Sofa. Picks up a 10-second. The last Suzuka event we had was pretty wicked. And I think this one will feature a little bit of nighttime? Nighttime!
Yeah, I was going to say, it's always a nice aspect of Suzuka with the Ferris wheel and everything. I think it's a really good track at night.
Yep.
Just whether you go like a 5 a.m. start or you finish at 10 p.m. I know there's issues around broadcast and it doesn't look massively spectacular for the viewers, but it's a lot of fun for the drivers, I know that.
Oh, definitely. Some drivers do actually struggle with the darker aspect of the game. So Mazzano won't be a full night race. It'll end at night. Fairly sure Suzuka will do the same. So watching the sun go down in the race will be pretty cool. Just ahead here is a bit of a mess. I think the Nürburgring race is going to start dark. Every race for the whole entire season will have a different start time. So you never get the same one twice.
Throw a bit of randomness up there with the starting track temps as well, and people to move their setups and pit schedules around. That's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think the Suzuka weather settings will be different to the first 3. I think Bathurst was different to the last 2, so these settings I'm pretty sure are the same as Imola. But again,
well, you can see the randomness of the weather then, can't you, with what happened at Imola compared to what happened here?
Yeah, exactly. Same settings. So it just shows you that that's how random it is. We can't really try and set it a certain way. Again, I don't know if there's any difference to 1.9 with how the weather works, but I highly doubt it.
Unfortunate timing to have to go into the pits for Pilat there. He's going to miss out on running that last stint by about 7 or 8 minutes, I think, by the time he comes out of the pits. Unfortunately, they'll have to make another stop. But we're getting to that point about 10 minutes away or so where we'll be seeing the last stops for these cars. So it's well over 6.5 hours into the race now, and starting to get to the pointy end where drivers will start to make the odd desperate move, try and set themselves up for the last stint. interesting to see this next 15 minutes before the driver swaps happen, because I've found that certainly in Stewart's box that this can be a busy time. This last 15 minutes before the last driver swap.
Yeah, they're all trying to just get themselves in the right position. Pretty maybe overthink it, just trying to switch themselves back on mentally for the last stint. It's probably not as hectic as the first 15 minutes, but based on the last 3 hours, it's probably very hectic.
Yeah, if it's the last stint for one of the drivers who's done, like, they're coming towards the end of 4 hours behind the wheel as well, even if it's 2 doubles, there is a little bit of mental, bit mentally taxing as well, and tiredness can kick in. So it's been pretty relentless at times this race. So yeah, there's always that factor as well.
How many people have triple stinted today? Or what has been the longest consecutive stint? Does anyone know out there? I'd love to hear if a couple of these two-man teams have done 4s. If so, you are crazy.
Well, Ben Keogh's done 3.5 hours. He had, or whatever, he had an hour and 10 minutes left, hour and 11 minutes left on his stint timer. So that's mad. Considering he did 3 stints, it gives you an idea how close he was to the stint timer every time. So yeah, that was pretty crazy. But I'm sure that these 2 driver teams, someone's going to go 4 hours.
And this is one of them right here. Baby hasn't had that much luck when it comes to endurance racing in recent times, but I told him to rub a Buddha's belly last night, and they're going well. Tom kept him out of trouble in the first stint, and they've backed it up nicely. Top 10.
Yeah, you'd reckon they'd have to be pretty happy with that, considering they started in 14 or 15, somewhere down there.
Yeah, and as long as you've had fun along the way, look, if you enjoyed the race and finished 30th, that's just as good as finishing in the top 10 and not having fun. It's pretty better.
Yeah. A lot of ways it is, I reckon.
I reckon a lot of drivers will never want to drive into the pits here again, but what's the worst pits? And there's one we always forget about.
Nah, Zolder.
Yes, what I was going to say. No one mentioned Zolder. They mentioned
the entry to Zolder is diabolical. You either get reamed by the car behind you, or you go in slightly faster trying to avoid being reamed by the car behind you and plough straight into the wall because you can't pull it up in time.
And even the exit is trash.
And the exit's rubbish because it throws you onto the apex of turn 2.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Well,
it is not good at all.
Well, you're off the limiter as pretty early on exit at Zolder, and you can take that whole exit lane as fast as you like, and that is a recipe for disaster.
I suppose the alternative is you end up with a spa length 50k an hour sector, or Mazzano.
Hold on. No, or Indy. Is that unlimited the whole time or not?
No. I don't think so. I think it's...
Fly down there and brake. I'll be back in 1 sec, mate.
No dramas at all. So watching Chris Cooley in the Kovacs purple car with it looks like the Laverinka car behind that potentially in the Ferrari, so that might be Frizzer, I think. So P5 and P13 at the moment. Don't think there's 2 of the Arizona flag liveried cars in today. There are occasionally, but not today, I don't think. Potentially nice little battle behind. If that's Hobbsy with Frizzer, I'm not quite sure. I didn't get a good enough view. No, it's an Aston, so quite sure who that is. It's 3 cars on 3 different laps, I think we're looking at there.
Back. Just had to grab a beverage.
Yep, I'm working one of those myself as well, so always good to keep the vocal cords lubricated.
You can guess what I picked up.
Is it 4 letters? F-U-I-C?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, very nice. I've gone against the milk. I've gone Coke, no sugar. So I'm being a good boy.
Well, you're trying.
I'll get into an iced coffee as soon as the race is done. Because sleep. Who needs it?
Someone said the Snetterton pit lane because it's a bit bumpy. Yeah, there's definitely worse ones though. You get caught out under brakes in some of these pit lanes and a few fences in the way. Chris Taylor says one more stint than all of the beers. Chris Taylor doesn't mind a beer, a brewski. Seen that firsthand. Very impressive.
What is the beverage of choice, Chris?
Something wet and bubbly.
Oh, anything wet and bubbly? Nice.
Oh, I don't know. It'll be beer. I was shocked that Glenn Germain and myself, our go-to drink is exactly the same. We're sitting there next to each other and going, you want another drink? Yeah, what do you drink? Jackson Coke. Oh, shit, no shit. The same as me. So a man of exquisite tastes and an exquisite beard. Gin and tonic for Pat Oliver? Big question. Big question, Pat. It's an important one you answer this. Did you put cucumber in there?
Keiju Pale Ale. Very nice. He does not.
What do you put in there? You got to have a garnish. Pat doesn't have time for this chopping up shit. He just wants to drink it. I've seen someone perpendicular in the Zandvoort pit. Yeah, I've seen that before as well. Actually, I'm pretty sure we saw someone in Snetterton like that. Lime if I need one. Well, if you haven't tried cucumber in your gin and tonic, give it a crack. It's actually epic. But true, I want to drink it, not eat it. It just does something to the flavour. It's very subtle. Thoughts on 0% beers? What's the point? I don't even like beer taste enough to want to drink it without getting pissed.
Seems all wrong, doesn't it?
It's like, what makes it a beer still then? It'd be the taste. It'd be the hoppy nature of the taste. If you're trying to cut down on beer for alcoholic reasons or just in general, at least you're still getting your beer taste without the alcoholic kick, but I don't think that's why people drink beer at times. What the fuck was that? Did you just hear that? Or was that just in my head?
I didn't hear anything.
Holy...
Was that the gunshot?
Yes, I haven't heard that for ages. Someone's literally dead outside him next to my garage. Or this game has
No, that was a TeamSpeak thing, wasn't it? Was it the TeamSpeak bug that they had every... Yeah.
Well, it's not TeamSpeak because I'm not on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it is a Discord bug, yeah.
They heard it on
chat. So a few people
chat.
heard it. Yeah, no, I didn't hear it, fortunately. I'll go back
Goodness
to an hour and 12 minutes left in the race, and I'll see if it comes across the... I'm sure it will.
Glad I'm not wearing pants because I would have shut them.
ACC sound bug.
Yeah, I don't know what kicks it off though. I can't correlate why it happens. I mean, how many times did I stream and how many times it doesn't happen? I remember
I've only heard it
one of the
like
first
twice,
streams.
I think. It scared the living crap out of me.
I think it was season 1 or 2 of the sprints. Oh my goodness, there was the loudest noise you ever heard. That was minor compared to the one at the start. Fun times. Nah, jokes, I just shot someone. It was actually me.
Ah, Tassie.
That's how we get our food still, mate.
Just whatever's dead on the road out the front.
Well, I just have applied for my gun license, so I can legally go and shoot clay pigeons. Casual drive-by while you're streaming. Ain't nothing casual about it. We call them a lazy walk-by. Didn't Dr. Disrespect get shot at his house once he was streaming one night?
I don't know, but I think I might have heard something like that.
You don't know if it's like a publicity stunt at
Yeah,
times, because he's very, very crafty when it comes to marketing. He's probably the best in the biz. Yep, twice. But yeah, it's pretty whack.
As we're at that point now where we might get some mad frantic last minute pitting, getting these last stints underway. We're under that 70 minutes to go, so expect to see cars starting to dive into the pits the next lap or two. Be brave to go in now. You might need to leave yourself time in case the leader gets to the start finish line with about 5 seconds to go. We have seen that in the past where drivers have gone over their stint time due to the extra lap. So just got to be a little bit careful. Maybe one more and then start to come in, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's that time of the night. We won't see any rain. It's still very sunny. I'll just click. Yep, there we go. I've always found it interesting on ACC that the British tracks that we seem to do, they're usually dry, even with the same settings. And
Not Silverstone. Silverstone's always wet.
see, I can't remember the last time it rained at Silver. I just
So
can't
many
think.
wet. I think every sprint round I've done, admittedly I haven't done one for a couple of seasons, but every sprint round I've done, I reckon's been wet at Silverstone.
And that's the thing. Like, you're probably so used to knowing that you're split, and there's like another 5 or 6, but they're all dry. So for you, it'd look wet. And for me, to be like, oh, they randomly got a wet. It's just bizarre.
It's strange how some splits seem to get to be the rain split as well.
It
I
was
think last season it was
crazy.
green, wasn't it?
Yeah, green. Red's had it before.
Yeah.
Yellow and blue seem to be dry a lot. I can't remember what split it was that copped that Kyle Army red flag race. That was epic.
Purple. It was purple.
Purple.
Back in the day 'cause I was in it. That was hideous.
Mazzano, I think that was a split red that had a flooded track. That was epic because that was the first time the safety car had been spun, but no one remembers it because everyone spun on the formation lap. I was driving the safety car.
I mean, there is a long list of very distinguished drivers who have spun the safety car or have had issues with the safety car.
No one has spun it better than Scott Blair at Silverstone, though. Iconic.
We did have somebody hit the engine start button and switch it off at one stage. Not that long ago.
Oh, that's actually right. Who was the driver? Didn't someone roll the safety car onto the track at Hungaroring?
They did. It was in pits, but it wasn't in pits, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it just rolled out onto the track. I don't even know how that happens. That was impressive. It's a stop go 34, the safety car, unsafety car.
Of the unsafest of rejoins.
We had an accidental double stint from Ogold. So I've got another 18 minutes of waiting. Didn't that happen at Bathurst? I think someone accidentally forgot to change driver. Whoopsie daisy. You've just given us all the commentator's curse for every single British track now. Nah, I've tried it for so long, mate. British tracks uncursable.
if we were going to do that, we would do it for brands. As Curly dies for the pits for the last stint for Kovacs Purple.
Purple, there you go. So
Yeah.
Pat remembered it. Corey Sweet Red got smashed one season. That's quite funny.
Yeah, Pat, I think you and I were both in that split. It was ridiculous.
And people still occasionally message, say, oh, you should just turn on flooded tracks and let it happen if it happens.
Hell no.
But there's just no point. There's no racing. It's just...
I did a comp server. Remember those things? When they decide to work. I did a comp server probably a year and a half, 2 years ago at Kyalami. Because you sign up to the comp server, you don't know what the day and time and whatever it is. So it was night time at Kyalami on a flooded track. And you didn't realise there was a lake on the turn 1 kink on the inside until you hit it and hit the wall.
Jeez.
And I reckon I saw 5 or 6 cars just hit it and hit the wall. Yeah, it's not a lot of fun.
No,
we've done them
still-
for the shits and giggles races at times, but
Oh, of course, yeah.
yeah, not for a series though.
No, we did the Wet and Wild race at Bathurst a couple of years back in GT4 cars. That was pretty funny. We've done a few Thunderstorm races and other circuits, but as an official round, it takes a little bit too much. You're not really relying on your skill to
There's
drive.
a lot of luck
in the wet.
involved.
There's a lot of luck involved. Where on earth are these wet patches that are puddles? And the cars aren't designed for it. If that was real life, it would just be red flagged. So I like the fact that you can do it because it's funny as hell. But yeah, there's a reason why they added a setting in the server settings called Sim Racer Weather Conditions. It's toggleable. So that's on for all of our stuff and that's why I don't see thunderstorms anymore. But that wasn't a thing. You just get shafted and a random thunderstorm would rock up.
Yeah.
So
one night I was doing one of those shits and giggles race on F1 and just private lobby thing, and one of the setups was Monaco at night in torrential rain with a forced pit stop after lap 1 to go to hards.
oh wow.
So it was wall riding. I mean, at least it turned damage off.
Yeah,
but it was wall riding.
It's so hard.
It's ridiculous.
Just while you're mentioning wall riding, John Sneakers and Ryan Borg have just picked up penalties leaving the pits. So I'm going to assume they're going to get converted to a 10-second penalty for pit speeding, which makes it very spicy. I don't know if it was, I think it was Chris Cooley on entry or if it was JP on the way out. Probably going to say it was on entry, unfortunately.
They might have
What?
been side by side together trying to pit exit and trying to beat each other out onto the non-ghosted section, perhaps. It might be. I don't know if it's replayable, but it might be worth having a look at.
Look, I think I've just seen something very funny. Ooh, it's not funny if you BDA, but Ryan's penalty got converted to a 10-second, and then he picked up another drive-through. I think he just got pit speeding and then got a track limit DT, which he'll have to serve in the pits. If he comes in, that's exactly what I saw. And that's exactly what I saw. Oh, no, Ryan, what a horrible lap. That is horrible luck.
So Page apparently pressed the wrong button to switch his views to cycle for his cameras, I'm assuming, and cucked it with the pit limiter.
I've seen that. That is a common issue with it.
Yep.
After a driver stop as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Hope if it doesn't cost him too much, I don't think he'll lose the position. It's just going to make it hard to get up into that top 5 again.
It's going to put him, 18 seconds behind Kai Rudin, is it now?
Yeah. So there you
it's
go.
gonna be hard to
Borg's
catch up.
got that 10-second penalty still there. So, yes, he got the 10. Track cut somewhere or extended, got to drive through. And now it'll just be full hammer and tongs for the next 60 minutes. Who hasn't got a DT? That is the question.
Oh, I
89
don't wanna moz
haven't.
him.
89
I
haven't.
don't want to moz him, but I don't think 300 has.
Well, it won't matter too much.
Won't matter
if we
too much
get-
to us, but
No, it won't matter too much if 89 get one either. They could probably get a stop-go 3-minute. No, that won't help them. But so 89, I'm pretty sure I haven't. 315.
no, I reckon.
I thought they
Are
did.
you sure 89 haven't?
No, I'm not positive. There's been so many, Jason.
I thought they might have picked one up early on.
What is life?
I might be wrong.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh, there you
Come
go.
in.
Dan's on 3. Yeah.
421 just got one.
421. Add to the party. Welcome back. That is. Oh, what's happening
That's
here?
awesome.
That's a line. That is a line from the Sonicus.
We'll do the quick replay because I missed that. Trying to check drive-throughs. Self-inflicted mistake. By the looks of that, I'm going to say yes. Let's put it down the bottom of the hill. Oh.
Bottomed
That's
out.
an interesting place to...
You know what? He's done incredible work there to
Absolutely.
make sure that rear doesn't swing around.
Very nice save.
We're on 3 track limits, 2 from me in the last stint. So there you go, yeah. 89. I haven't had a drive-through, but very close.
A drive-through at this stage will just mean that they're not going to end up being lap leaders in terms of leading the whole field, having lapped the whole field.
You say that pretty soon. Maybe 315 pick up a pin.
I mean, could happen, yes.
But yeah, you're right. It's very unlikely. A 732 yellow flag. Ryan Borg has had the most eventful start to this stint. You could imagine a 10-second penalty for speeding in the pits, a drive through for track limits, and then just a yellow flag. Which
Could be,
you find.
Could be stung a little bit, I'm thinking. I don't know if Ryan's like that, but he could be could have a bit of the red mist up.
Things happen in threes, don't they? So that's done.
Yeah. Table's clear now. Off you go.
Oh, you won't believe who did it either.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Is that an AVR car behind?
Oh dear. Oh no.
Yes, it is the cursed 919 car.
No.
Tom,
Oh.
ditch that number. It's got to go. Retire it for 1 round. That's unfortunate. Bring the 616 back.
No, I think we might have to.
I think Kovacs ran the 919 as Kovacs Black for a little while there, and it was cursed as well. It's,
I could
not,
hear Pinata
not a
from my
lucky
room.
number.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it was Babsy that was running the
JC?
Oh,
919.
that's funny. Jesus Christ.
JC gifting 20 memberships.
Fuck.
Love
Through
your
the
work,
channel.
JC. Love your work.
Thanks, JC. Appreciate it, mate. Great work today for 716. Car looks $1 million.
Way to look after your old enduro, buddy. Thanks, JC. Appreciate it, mate. Oh, reach. JC goes bang.
Hello.
Fuck.
Gee whiz.
Can anyone beat that? No, don't try. Thanks, JC. So JC's he's donated $1 for every drive-through today. He's still about $7,000 short, but no, seriously. 716 picked up a drive-through? No, I think everyone has. If you haven't, you're not driving properly. Imagine if they had fines like that in sim racing, where if you pick up a drive-through penalty, you got to give $1 or $5 or something. That'd be kind of cool. Or actually, that'll stop penalties. Every second worth of penalties, you have to give $1 to the steward team. It's not a bad idea, but
It's also a way to get more stewards.
that is very true.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah, look.
Curse of car number 919. It is a thing. It is an absolute thing.
These are character building races, though, Tom.
Oh, I'm not even driving, but it's just hard to see. Yeah.
I'm not even involved with AVR, and I'm feeling terrible.
At least livery
Donington's
looks
just
good.
said, "Fuck you." Oh yeah, livery looks great.
Yeah, Hamster confirming 919 is cursed. I think Hamster ran it with Babsy for a couple of Enduros. Yeah, in Kovacs Black, and it was absolutely cursed. It was ridiculous how bad it was. Kovacs Black Honda still in the garage. Yep.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that is just one of those things. Car 5's picked up a drive-through. I reckon we could look through the results file and be able to tell you how many drive-throughs have been served for track limits. But that may take the entire time off we have between now and the next Enduro.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before, Tom, to Jace, I'd love to compare the grids when it comes to cars from the first 3 rounds to the next one at Suzuka and how much it changes. Obviously, we're going to see more Ferraris, we're going to see more Porsches, we're going to see more Lambos, just naturally. But what else? Like, the McLaren's starting to fall by the wayside, and that used to be the car.
Yeah, particularly at Suzuka.
Yeah. I just hope we see at least, let's say 4 of each. No,
something's gonna get a buff. Something one of the existing cars is gonna get a buff and come right back into it again.
Pigger is waiting as long as he can before he serves this drive-through. We've been on board the whole time. It's a sympathy cam. We'll call it sympathy cam.
Oh, we can get off it though. I mean, I'm sure there are other cars in this race, are there not?
Nope, just this one. This is it. This is the only one. Oh, I hope he's pitted in time to serve that drive-through. A DQ will not go down well, but that is collecting.
It definitely won't. It definitely will not.
We will. Let's go away from that car. Tom is getting PTSD. All right, let's look at this top 3 battle. So, Ristofani versus Smith. The gap is 11.4 seconds. Smith was the pole sitter in the shootout. Ristofani was not too far off the mark. 52 minutes, 12 point. I'll wait for this fucking thing to update. We're looking at about 11 seconds. Can he breach that in 52 seconds? 52 minutes? I don't know. Traffic's going to play a big part here. 11.4 seconds is the gap.
52 minutes is going to be about 39 laps, 38 laps.
You guys laughed at me when I said 3:32.
No, I didn't. I did not laugh at all.
I look like I don't know. I can still look like a twat. Meanwhile, drive-through penalty for car 111. Welcome to the party, pal.
It's always going to happen, wasn't it?
Yep. It's at least you get a lot of practice through the pits if someone's coming to serve it now. Could have been the Audi. Nope, it is Matthew Pinata.
Matty, yep. It'll be red in the middle of that standings chart there. So, Stevie Tye also got to serve his drive-through very shortly, and with his 10 as well. So might juggle places a little bit. They are fairly spread out this time of the race, but yeah, it's interesting to see what's going to happen. They're really going to start pushing hard now.
I'd love to know how many warnings the 789 car and the 818 car have currently, because that could come down to who finishes on the podium as well.
Need someone to do some stream sniping if those cars are streaming. Someone in chat want to do some stream sniping for us. Find out.
Please no.
I reckon you
I
could
think
find out.
everyone's had a rough race.
If you can find an 818 pretty quickly, I reckon, but 789, finding that out might be a little bit trickier. So 919 has come out in front of the Pixel Racers car. Looks like Jacob Weatherburn's going to finish the race. So yeah, top 10 for 919 is going to look. It's going to be very hard now. Unless everyone ahead of them serves the same amount of drive-throughs that they've served already. It's just a bit of a slog in these last 50 minutes.
Yeah, 919's come out behind the leader, so they've lost a lap as well.
Yep.
So that's going to be difficult. The 111 car's got to drive through those, so
There's
like
one.
they're almost half a lap ahead, almost 3/4 of a lap ahead.
All right, chap. For the last 50 minutes, we're going to play a drinking game. Every drive-through penalty is a chug. Every 10-second penalty is a sip. I hope you play along. Send photos of the end result.
I don't want to commentate or curse anybody, but have we seen the stop go yet?
Yes.
We have. Okay.
Yeah. But you can commentate or curse anyone you want, mate. That's part
I
of the
was
job.
just going to say, in general, I don't think I've seen a stop go today, but apparently we have. So
I'm
there
too
we go.
scared to look at the top of the leaderboard. Just imagine if the stop go. We probably won't see one for the rest of the race now that the pit stops have been pretty much done. It's unlikely to see a incident on track at this stage.
People should just be looking to bring it home, and
Yeah.
there's not. I can't say there's too many like close battles. I mean, Kyrune and Sneakus are still close, but Sneakus has got a 10-second penalty, so I doubt that's going to become much. Weatherburn and Pignata, they're close, but I don't know. That gap is opening, slowly, but opening.
Where did 119 come out? Yeah, they've come out ahead anyway of 919.
Yeah.
Where's my boys at 25 faring? 31st. In the wrong car, but they said, fair enough, let's just do it.
So, I'm just seeing the livery on my end. Is that because they uploaded thinking that they were in the BMW and then
Yep.
it hasn't applied?
So the
correctly
game, so the way the bots work is normally in the past it would pick up the car livery file, and that will be the car that it changes for the entry list for you. That changed a little while ago, so now it's just based off. It doesn't override that. So even if you send a livery with the wrong car, it'll just stick it on the new car. It'll stick it on the old car. Sorry. So hence why you see that problem. In the past, we've also seen people locked out because it's been the wrong car. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, just jump on the team practice server at any stage after you've made a submission of a change. If it is the wrong car, just let us know. That's the best way to test it ever. But they did race the Aston round 2.
Yep.
And yeah, it just somewhere along the line where I have not updated their car to the Beamer. I am human and a massive piece of shit, according to the... Nah, shit happens.
But I mean, credit to them. They've just gone, we'll just race it.
Oh, it's great. I actually designed Steve's logo, so maybe he's being easy on me because I made their branding. and then someone else made the liveries in it, and they've done a great job with it. So maybe he's being easy on me because I've looked after him. But anyway, either way, I appreciate it, Steve, and nearly in the top 30. No doubt there's a invoice coming, but it could have been worse. As Jason said, it could have been in like some random car completely.
The Jag.
The rider.
The Jag and Rider was the first two you mentioned. Both are probably still easier than driving the Porsche at times.
I wonder how the Jag would go around here.
Should've-
I mean, badly is the correct answer, but less badly compared to other tracks.
I wonder how it would go around Suzuka. One way to find out, Jace.
Yep, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
You can join Corey Sweet's team. Corey Sweet's registering in the Jag, I'm pretty sure.
Have we got around at Monza this season?
We don't know. It got Mazzano was the Italian track we went with, Imola. So we've already done. Yeah. But
Going to V12 Aston.
yeah, I'm actually looking forward to the next time we do Monza when the new patch, because top speeds are gonna be cool. Can hit 450 on the straight. No hacking. $44 left. 295 laps. I've already made my prediction on lap count. You guys want to...
I think your 332 is out of it. I'm going to say 318.
Yeah, I went 321 earlier on in my first stint. I was going to stick with 321, I reckon.
I can see a yellow flag.
Oh,
It's
no.
okay, it's not 919.
Oh, thank goodness. Please don't tell me it's anything one.
Well, it does have a 911 in it.
Oh, okay.
So it's got a 9
So obviously step one for Sonicus is to try and get past Ali, but then he's also got to try and pull out the gap, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that. So we have to look at a replay of Kovacs Green getting
Reamed.
reoriented.
Kovacs Ream. I didn't see which
The
BD.
BDE car, was it, that got him?
Yeah, which one was it? Oh, it's Borgie again!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Dear
Oh,
me.
no.
Oh.
That's four things.
It is not ideal.
Just one of those
Literally
stints.
Hamster's got it right. It is just BDE. It's just big dick energy right there.
Is that what the D means?
Who- I've just got a message from. I told the boys that we're retiring the 919 number, and Zach Blasblom drops in and goes 445 was always the fast AVR car.
The old maximum pace number.
Yeah.
There's a bit going on here. Bit to unpack. We've got... This is the battle for 10th position between Chris Frizzer and Jamie
Come on,
Cusack.
Ferrari. Get
Do-
P10.
Do we have a pack of 7 cars who are potentially have 4 cars on different laps?
Here,
Very, very
well,
likely.
these two are fighting for position, but behind we've got 19th, 42nd, 4th. There, the rest is a bit of a mess.
So yes.
So yes,
These are always the fun packs to get involved in.
this is the chance for Jamie though to try and use it properly. Another yellow flag. Who's that? Oh, it's 919. I'm joking.
No.
No. It's another 9 though.
No!
It trips me every
Another
time.
Preach Designs livery.
Oh,
No!
it's your fault, Preach. Oh, the leader's got
89.
80's got
89.
Hey, you're not going to drive through!
Drink up, everyone. Drink up. I'm having a drink now. It's past the hour left.
Oh, dear.
Oh, this. I might shotgun a red bear or whatever it's called. Yeah, so Jamie just needs to really try and tuck behind the AVR car here of Zachary Smith and use it as a bit of a slingshot to get past this Ferrari of Chris Frizzer. But he's just a bit too far back. And behind him is a swarm of cars. Still going to be a pretty intense battle. Shock horror. The drive-through for 89 did absolutely nothing to the standings. Probably did it deliberately to take a break.
Still a lap ahead. Oh, dear.
Oh. Clifton Marsh. Sit on your lounge chair, mate, and watch all these cars fly past. This is a mess.
Been an adventurous day for Mr. Marsh there. I'm assuming Mr. Marsh. Shouldn't be assuming. For the white Aston.
It has been. It has been an adventure. So Chris has done very well there. It's just kind of defend because so many cars behind Jamie that he didn't really have much option to kind of do the switchback. Because car 5, 05 Motorsport, they're looking like they really want to unlap themselves. But if you are watching, please don't yet. We've got 39 minutes left in another 8-hour race, and these two are fighting for the top 10. So you don't want to be that car that injects themselves in the middle of this battle. And again, same deal. Tafiq, he's a lap down from the car ahead of him, so he's just going to sit there. Jack Steele's a couple of laps back, and Scarney and Cricky are going to really set that Nissan on fire before the race finishes.
Speaking of adventurous races, Crick and Scarney, they've had some fun today too.
I think they use the term fun very loosely. Look, Scarney will make fun out of. He'll have fun out of most things he tries, and that's why I love him. He's probably not as happy on stream, but you'll still enjoy it, get something out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Chris is going to go inside again. No, Jamie's not close enough to get him under brakes. So John Senegis is less than half a second to Kai Rudin, but he's got a 10-second penalty. So you don't really know if he's going to push the envelope there to get past. But what a train. And our conductor is in a Ferrari.
Oh, no.
Oh, don't you dare. Oh, jeez, fuck. Oh, no.
Something has got to drive through.
Oh,
drink up,
no.
kitty!
Drink up, get into it.
Get into it.
Drink responsible.
If the AVR Discord isn't absolutely paralytic by the end of this race. What did you guys do to Donington? What did you say?
Oh.
You've had more drive-thrus than cars on track. It has sucked that the 717 got disconnection though.
Yeah.
I swear they did something else happen like that at Bathurst? I could have sworn someone got disconnected at Bathurst, but...
It was the 818 with, I think Hooley had a wheel issue where he couldn't upshift and couldn't downshift and couldn't get out of, and couldn't get out of pits, out of the pit limiter, and was changing cameras randomly, and, no.
Some interesting bugs. Like Stewie Matthews have had some weird bugs joining endurance races at times, and he's bought new gear and now there's no issue. Don't think he's racing today though. Saving himself a 1.9.
I don't remember seeing his name anywhere, but yeah, you might be right.
Here's a little fun game of play. Pick the next car to get a drive-through in the top 20. Oh, this is going to sound bad, isn't it?
Oh no! Well, somebody. Yeah.
Don't say something, one something.
Well,
No. Somebody about 10 or 15 comments up in the chat may have self-jinxed, but I'm not. I won't.
Oh no! Oh no! Please. Car 600.
well, I'm not. I don't want to say that one. This is a great trade.
No. Holes? No.
I'm going to say... Oh, so Sneakers has got past Scott Rudin. Fuck, okay, we've got to pick one. You've got to pick one in the top 20. I'm going to say... You have to do it. I don't give a shit. Do it.
Oh, just because he's having a shit time of things at the moment, 732.
Oh, my goodness. Jason. Jason.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Borgie. I really am. But
Shit.
Just get it all out of the way now before Suzuka.
Oh, fuck it. I'm going to say 23 then. Both the cars are going to get a drive-through, just for track limits. There you go. I'll say 23. Tom, who do you think?
I'm going to say the 555.
555. So the car we've been watching here. Righto.
Yeah.
There are predictions.
And I'm only going to say that because they're actually racing for the position. So,
Yeah.
when
Yes.
that popped up on the screen, I was like,
I thought
Yeah.
I reckon
Ryan
Nostradamus.
Ball
He's
Yeah.
gone and done it.
732.
It could have been Nostradamus then.
Oh,
Yeah, get all the bad luck out now, Ryan. Get it all out.
Whoop, whoa! Chris Frizzer got loose and unhappy. Oh, and car 5 has taken that as an opportunity to get past and unlap himself, which won't worry Jamie too much considering that the competitor that he was up against, 52,
oh no.
has yeeted himself into oblivion. So that's unfortunate there for Mr. Frizzer.
Damn it, Ferrari.
33 minutes to get 10 seconds plus. It's going to be a feat.
All Kyrudin has to do is sit there.
Yep. 33 minutes is going to be about 20 laps, so half a second a lap. They need to put on. It's a big ask.
Too much inside
Off the wheel on
Apex.
the dirt. Yep.
Ferrari said
So you
not
think
today.
Frizzer might have almost done that lap before too. Had a big moment out of there, a big wobble, but managed to catch it.
This looks like JP's holding off Kyrudin for now. If you are the 23 car, you don't really need to push too hard here. Just need to sit in that 10-second window over the next 32 minutes. Finish P5. You're not going to catch P4. And you're pretty protected against the car behind in Flatty Malik 788. But it looks like Hind is making progress here on Flatty. Drive through! Jamie Kosa! Who said it? It was you, wasn't it, Tom?
I've done it. I've done it. My commentary career is over. I'm done.
Well done. You've peaked. You have to drink for that. That is absolutely insane.
Oh.
So they've just spent, I don't know how many laps behind Bricks
52, and as
Racing.
soon as they get clear.
So you can see him in the pits lane up the top there on the left. Chris is just going to wave and say thank you. Oh, that is unfortunate. What a battle for the top 10 we've seen.
Absolute sadness.
I hope that doesn't mean we're going to see the trifecta. We're going to see 23 and 732. You owe them a written apology, Jason, if Brian Ball picks up a DT just quietly.
Oh, I'm happy to provide one.
They've spent more time in the pits this stint than on track. Dear.
They're looking like the going back in a chat, looking like the 700 car is going to be 2 minutes short on stint time. Wondering, does the drive-through exploit still work?
It doesn't reset the timer. It stops the timer, though, I'm pretty sure. But taking 1 lap, 1 litre of fuel will reset it, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
Not entirely sure, so I wouldn't bank on that, but yeah.
Dieballs, thank you so much. The $10 donation. Fantastic. Thanks so much, mate.
Thank you, buddy. Cult figure. You know what? Oh, get out of the team's way! Look out, 900! Here we come! Thank you. Connor, my fellow Taswegian, putting in some stellar work here.
Assuming that's Flatty in front, so that'll be a battle for position, will it not, with the 788?
Yeah, so that's a battle for 7th. There's a battle for 5th, as we mentioned before, but the 10-second penalty kind of rules that out a little. Don't know who the biggest mover and shaker is today. We'll assess that a bit later. You'd have to say Chris Frizzer and the Bricks Racing team is definitely one of them.
Where did Maloney and Bab start again? About P14, 15. They're up to 8,
Yeah.
9. So that's a good
13th
effort.
to 15th. I think between 13th, 14th, I'm pretty sure.
Bricks Racing started 19th, or qualified 19th.
8. That's pretty impressive.
Let me do some number crunching for you.
There may be some big movers in the Pro-Am class from the bottom of that. But looks like Flatty's just settled a bit now and it's got outside that. Never mind, there's 3 more tenths. Oh.
Well, JC, yeah, until you've just cursed him then, so unfortunately true.
Yeah, Tom's first stint in this race was absolutely stellar. He kept his nose clean, out of trouble, had great pace, defending. And Babby's just capitalised on that as well with another clean race. So 306 laps down. 28 minutes to go. BS Plus competition. P1. Who's that ahead? That is the 919. And if they look in their rear view vision mirror, they would have been sick of that sight today. They did start ahead of Bakita's team, but Donington happened.
As it always does.
As it always does.
Am I seeing correctly? Kyruden's got back ahead of Sonicus?
By 5 seconds. That is a good shout.
Been an issue there somewhere.
Don't be traffic. I'll go check.
We're all waiting with bated breath for Mel to find the result of what happened
I found it.
there with 5 and 6. Here we go.
No traffic issues coming through the chicane and down to the Melbourne hairpin.
Oh no.
No, you won't believe it.
Oh, self-inflicted. Oh, turned right when he needed to turn left.
What? Yeah.
Interesting.
What's going
Wheel
on?
disconnect, maybe?
Yeah, it looked technical. like a slight little stutter or a disconnect a little bit, and it just stays facing right. See, just a little bit.
That was weird.
Yep.
Lag spike or something potentially from his end.
It didn't.
Who
It didn't
knows?
look laggy, but it did
Track
look.
limiter saying game froze, so may well be watching the stream.
Yeah. So maybe I don't know. It's
Yeah,
funny-
maybe the rendering stopped, but like the screen, his actual physical screen had stopped rendering, and because he still could put steering in, so it looked like it. So I'm guessing that maybe it was
Yeah, more
Like
a
an actual-
monitor issue than anything else.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Frizz has just pitted.
I know.
So they're one of those teams that are kind of out of pace with the, or out of sync, should I say, with their stops.
Damn. I think the
Yeah, we're still doing Suzuka 12. But Kendra, if you watch this back, the date on the website was actually wrong. But it's fixed now. So there's been a couple of change of dates in this one, the next one, the one after that, based on 1.9 update and a billion of other things behind the scenes. Just want to make sure that the window for the event makes sense.
I think one of the biggest movers I can see, just based on the fact that the qualification website doesn't have car numbers, 777 Racing Black started 31st, or qualified 31st, and is currently 23rd, so up 8 spots.
778 or 777?
The one with Falconer behind the wheel.
Bang, this one here, there he is. That's a good gate. Josh Hill for the 150 car. They probably started P41, 40 area.
P40, yep.
There you go.
So that's up 8 spots as well.
Yeah, they just missed out on Pro-Am classification. John Rad sending it on a very new looking livery there for the Freebie Racing team. Gets that move done. Or is it over?
My boy Will in the cookie car behind, I think. Indeed.
It is.
Big ask for him to double stint to finish as well, so doing a great job.
Yeah, some great experience out there for him. Michael Young putting pressure on Spinaz. I haven't seen him do any of that in the Porsche today. The old Spinaz. Is it?
Q Kurt in 3, 2, 1.
Imagine. Just
Now.
imagine. Hits the apex here.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Disengaged Michael Young. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. It can't be a
For now.
curse. It can't be a curse, can it? Good move there though by Michael.
Opportunistic. Put the car in the right position. Turn it tighter off the chicane and managed to get up the inside, and it was up far enough well before they even got near the brakes. So it was a lovely move. I'm making no comment whatsoever.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, good decision, I think. What's Suzuka like as far as track limits go? That's a little bit How's your father at times?
Yeah, Degners are not good.
Spoon sometimes? And last chicane? It won't matter though, because the 130R is what
Last
kills
chicane,
you.
yes. Yeah. One way or another, yeah. Yeah, there's a few points you can pick them up there for sure.
It's just probably a little bit more consistent and you know where you're sort of stuffed up.
Yeah, a little bit less RNG, isn't it, than the
Yeah.
chicane here. And where's the one after Suzuka?
Is that Masano?
Mazzano, yeah. Well, Mazzano's just track cutting frenzy.
Let's. Okay. No. Okay. Let me just tell you, it's been a couple of little updates. We are taking one of the endurance tracks out. That is not confirmed what, but Valencia will be on the 1st of July. Suzuka's on the 27th of May.
Yep.
So Suzuka, Valencia, Zandvoort are the current next 3 tracks.
Well, there you go.
Suzuka.
You know which one has to come out then. Zandvoort has to come out, obviously.
Well, Valencia's already in there, so we've removed Indy at the moment. Suzuka will end at 10 p.m, so I'm pretty sure that's dark. Valencia will start at 7 a.m, and Zandvoort will start at 11 a.m. Mazzano, this is the cool one, I think. Mazzano will be a 12-hour. That'll start at 1 a.m. So it starts dark and it'll finish at 1 p.m.
Nice.
Nerbs will be the opposite. It'll start at 1 and finish at 11, so it'll finish under the lights. And the last race of the year, whatever it ends up being, will be a day race. So a nice little mixture of...
JLS, you'll be
settings.
with me on starting a petition for Zandvoort for like Watkins or Coda, yes?
Let's go with Watkins, please.
Yep.
Yep.
No.
Speaking of track limits, what the hell? Get Coda the hell out of there.
Where is this?
Could you imagine classification with limited 35 laps at Coda? I reckon you get everyone in your team to set one valid lap. You'll be
Coda is goated though. It is such a great racetrack.
It's a great racetrack. It is appalling.
It is qualifying wise, but in the race when we saw it in sprints, it wasn't that bad. It's just so touchy when it comes to the quali.
Yeah.
You're not getting track limits. You're getting invalidations, which are different. So I think it'll be okay for the race. But you're right. It will be a challenge for classification, but that's part of the beauty of it.
I mean, for fear of getting beaten around the ears with a gigantic stick, it was mentioned before we haven't done a whole lot at Laguna lately.
Nah, because it's fucking ugly.
Because everyone freaking hates it. I know.
Like, we did do... it wasn't part of the...
Could you imagine 12 hours around Laguna?
We did 3 hours, and that was enough.
That was about 2 hours and 55 minutes too long.
As Weatherburn gets a move done there on Chris Frizzer. And the 387 car wanted to get involved and said, yeah, no, you know what? I'm not part of this. Great little move there. Both drivers end up going pretty deep to try and defend each other.
Probably getting down towards about 10 laps to go in the race, so he's really hiding up now.
Zandvoort won't get removed, I can guarantee you that now. That track will actually surprise so many people when it comes to endurance.
Can we do Zandvoort at night then, please, so we don't barbecue our tyres?
No, we'll just make it a bit of a...
Missed conditions.
Yeah, well, no, we'll just drop the weather a little bit.
Can we have like Paul Ricard type weather at Zandvoort?
Oh no, I think people will struggle too much.
At least it won't kill our tyres. Yeah, JC's up for it. Rain at Zandvoort. At Rainvoort.
Well, that's the thing. I can't pick the weather. I hope so, but yeah, I'm up to the simmer. I like changing conditions. If I make it static, then it's just going to stay wet the whole race. And I think what makes it spicy is those changing conditions. You might as well just be dry the whole time if it's just going to be wet the whole time. The late showers at Imola in the previous 8 hour, that was epic.
Yes, that was.
Pretty
was certainly
sure
epic.
that was where the Lontel car finished P2 by 1.2 seconds. Corey Sweet, Ben Floyd, maybe. But good fun.
Yeah, it was shortly after it was released, wasn't it? In the DLC that we ran the race there. It'd be somewhat same timing as Valencia with this one, I think. Maybe a month or two after it got released. Ben Floyd saying that last stint still haunts him.
Yeah, it was close. Some could say the same about this though, Bilko. Like, you might not be a train tracks, but this track's way thinner than Zandvoort. And not every track's going to have overtaken opportunities. 70% of these tracks in ACC, you could say in the category of not easy to overtake on. That's just the nature of GT3s. We're not going to just do the 30% of tracks that are easy to overtake on every single race. That shit will get old pretty quick, and that's why there's no Spa. That's why there's no Monza, Kyalami, tracks we've done a lot of. Silverstone. Just be happy with the tracks you get and make the most of it, because you learn a lot. It's not Snetterton, so it doesn't matter.
I think Alton's been well overdone.
Alton? Has it though?
Yeah, I think it has.
What, because we've had... yeah,
I just don't want to see it.
zero's enough. You know what, though? Controversially, I'm going to say the best round we've had was one of the final series at Alton Park.
Was that one with the two
Two stops. That was absolutely insane fun.
Yeah. No, it was good.
And there's a reason why some tracks have been saved. GT3 Cup. That's all.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. We don't want to double up too much, but there's a great mixture of stuff. I think Valencia will be fun. Again, another track people could say, oh, there's no way we've taken there. Well, okay.
How do we know?
Yeah, like, drive through penalty, car 90, drink up.
Oh no, not another one.
If you've got a 9 in your car number, you're going to get a pen. Oh,
If
shit.
it's been designed by Priest Designs, you're getting a car. You're getting a drive-through.
Oh, cookie car's in trouble then.
Which means, yeah, Cookie Car's in trouble. Poor Will.
Oh no.
Let's watch him. No pressure, Will. Break the norm. Fight the power.
I'm retiring.
It's I don't know what number's the most picked. I'm sorry, I just pulled that out of my ass.
Bilko. Fair enough. Fair enough.
So it looks like you've
Yeah,
lost some
Bill
business. Oh, shit.
Pain.
I think your new logo should be the DT symbol.
Oh.
Or you should just hide that on the liveries. Just a DT. Prevent it. Get out in front of it. Smack it for 4.
Get off any of my designs.
No, look, here we go. Pinata looking for P12 here on Ryan Borg.
Ryan Borg with 25 seconds of penalties.
Yes, but it is 919. Anything could happen. They shouldn't leave their house for the next 24 hours just in case something happens, because that's the luck you've had.
Oh, dear.
Like, overall, blue flags have been pretty good here. Like, a track that I thought would be rather tricky. It's never going to be perfect. People make mistakes. That's just the way life is. But I'm seeing a conscious effort by a lot of cars, not all, but most, to get out of the way early and quickly. And that is a
Oh,
car.
big-
Slidey boy! Oh no.
It's our friends in the White Aston again. It's been an adventure, learning experience, which is all good.
That's it.
We love to see that they've stuck it out till the end. So
Someone in car 90 has just said that they got their drive through 2 corners before the chicane by going wide.
Fuck. Pardon my French. If you could sum up... yeah, okay.
That's the one before Coppice, isn't it? So, yeah.
On the exit, probably.
On the exit. Well, you actually done well if you've got one on the exit there to not end up in the wall on the right-hand side. It's just an asset.
Oh, dear.
We're going to have a Ferrari spec race at Silverstone next season. Ben Diaboles, Ben Curtis is going to...
do it. Absolutely. That sounds like a lot of fun.
That was
Even
requested
I'll
by
get involved.
Diaboles, actually. He really wants to do that, so...
Yep. I'm 100% for it.
Sweet.
That sounds great.
In
As
the
long
Cup
as of course we do a race for the Lamborghini and a race for the Porsche.
No, it's just Ferrari, just for Diaboles.
in the challenge car as well.
Whatever one he hates the most.
In the 296.
Do it at the challenge car because break 300 meters before the corners.
We actually are doing a challenge race next week. I think it's a Monday we organised it.
I think so.
If you haven't raced a race in the Challenger car, one that we've organised, you have got to experience it. I remember when the Challenge car came out, we went to Alton Park, and it is still the most hectic thing I've done in this game. It's just 30 minutes on edge of this car that just wants to absolutely yeet you as 991 has come a cropper. What has happened, Tom Maloney? Some say he cooked it. No, that's too soon. The barbecue food truck. That's not your livery, is it, Tom?
No.
Oh, it's all right then.
I definitely didn't do that. No, I think that's Michael Bailey himself. Let's put that one together.
Is there too much damage?
That's a Babsy creation, maybe with a little bit of help from Tarks, I think.
Survive, Tom. You got 8 minutes. Finish inside that top 10.
A bit of a sneak here too. JC's livery for the next sprint season is absolute mint. If he's still in the chat, full credit to his daughter for creating it for him.
I thought John Sneakers drew it. It wasn't John?
I'm not sure it's been outed in public yet, but it is an absolutely spectacular livery.
Look away now if you're in Kovacs. It's the first mistake I've seen this car make all day. Oh, some air.
Oh,
That is big.
Wow.
That is big contact. I felt that. Deep in me waters. But it wasn't a drive-through, so it's all good. What is the gaps of the cars behind? It's got Stephen Ty, who is a long way away.
JC just saying he put the livery in show us, so it's public, getting lots of love, and she's very pleased. Yeah. If you haven't seen it, at the end of the race, jump across to the Discord channel and show us, and have a look at JC's livery.
Show us under sprint.
oh, that's great. I'm actually all for that.
Oh, how good is it? It's so good.
I think we need more images. But obviously, he can't leave the server.
I was saying before, BMW have a thing about art cars, and if you just dropped Eevee off it, that would be, and you just had that, like the spray painted like color all over it, a little bit of tie dye finish. Oh, I'd be all for it.
Where the fucking fuck is Dear Windows, can you stop putting OneDrive on my fucking computer? Oh my
No,
god!
no, will not.
Piss off! I can't find half the stuff I want to find. Dun, 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 dun. We'll put it there then, you bastard. There we go. Trying to show you something, but turns out it's hard.
Borg moment?
there's a
Dan is
Borg
saying
moment.
Borg moment?
Oh no.
No, I'm not looking. It's not a drive-through.
Where's he going?
There
There
he
he
is.
is. Oh
No,
no!
no, 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 no.
Please,
Oh,
I
no.
just looked away.
Not very fast.
Oh, rejoin!
Oh
Oh,
no!
no! Instant sadness.
It's all gone wrong.
And it's still going wrong.
And Connor was just sitting there trying to redress it. And, oh,
So, I'm driving to Devonport in 5 minutes. Bugger.
Where do we start with that mess? My goodness.
no. Oh dear.
Okay, I haven't said any of this. I want to watch this live. Live reacts with Marl. Okay,
It
so
is the
he's,
gift
so
that
he's,
keeps
so
on
he's,
giving.
so he sent it. Yep.
Yeah.
Accidentally. Yeah, he's just. Whoopsie
But
daisy.
wait, there's more.
Yeah, in that instance there, if redressing is great, and it's a good characteristic to have is to try and redress straight away. But if the car's spun the other way and off track, you're probably better off just going, because sometimes you can become an obstacle as well, and you're obviously still going to cop your penalty. If it's just to bump them wide and you can redress the position pretty quick, yeah, do so. But he tried to do the right thing, and then Flatty's just lost the rears. Just an unfortunate sequence of events, and then we go 15-second penalty there for Connor. He'll be kicking himself too. He'll be so angry at himself. To go 7 hours and 55 minutes. Ah dear. So we won't quite reach 2:32, but I'll be about 7 laps off.
Ooh. I found the Borg moment.
What lap?
Chicane lap 318 on the exit.
I love how you call it a Borg moment. Stop it,
Bloody
he's
chat.
already dead.
It's not Murph called it in chat. So.
Wee.
Oh, sadness.
Yeah, saw better than that in sprints.
Yeah.
Good save though.
Kept it out of the wall. That's all that matters, I suppose.
So that's it. I don't reckon we'll see any more drive-throughs. That's it. Done.
It's a bold call with a minute and 45 seconds.
It is. I just make the boldest predictions. I'm just crazy.
Are we likely to see any team list issues and drive-throughs or stop-goes as a result of team list issues? I hope not. And the other one, the one that we really haven't looked at fully is driver stint times, which...
I think, didn't Matt Powell mention before they were going to be 2 minutes short? A little while ago in chat.
Tarks is saying they've been on 3 cuts for 3 hours. Uh-oh.
You're not car 19, are you? It'd be horrible if I was spectating.
Oh no.
He's very safe there. Very safe through the chicane.
It's alright.
Leaders on final lap now.
It'd be horrible if I was watching, though. Absolutely horrible.
In split screen too, I love it.
Imagine if...
Leader has started the final lap, by the way.
I've still forgot to change the commentators. My son's still commentating. No, that's enough. That's enough shits and gigs for talk. Sorry, mate. I'll laugh if they get it whilst I've looked away, but I better look away actually. There we go. So Bears Plus competition. Cross happy laps. Coming up to Melbourne Hairpin for the last time today. We're going to hit 327 laps. I was only 5 off. I'll take that when I predicted it pretty bloody early. And they're going to pick up win number 3 in the series. They started P4, put it in a mega first stint, and they haven't looked back ever since. So well done, Bakita, O'Hara, and Hunter on their win. And Connor Hind just crosses the line. So that shows you where everyone is lap-wise. Connor was 3 laps back. Ristofani's just crossed the line. He'll finish in P3 alongside Demario Hasnam. We'll try and get the Pro-Am leader. Where are they at the moment?
It's Frizzer.
There he is. Chris Frizzer. He's a lap up on his nearest competitor, I think. No, not quite, but half a lap. They were inside the top 10 for quite some time today. Then Donington happened to a lot of teams. So well done, Bricks Racing. This is a swarm of cars here. John Rad, what have you done to that? Drifter in the last corner there from Lucas Burrs. There's no idea. Pick up P2. All I can hear is burnouts. Solid effort there. And that is abruptly the end of the race. We will try and go over the standings. Let's pick the right mouse up. Oh, well. We can't really recap the penalties / drive-throughs today, but this is the finishing order for the pro class or overall class. As you can see, Bakita, O'Hara, Hunter finishing in P1. They started P4. Great race. Same with Burrs and Lamb. They started in about P6 or 7. They're up to P2. And Ristofani and Hasnam, they started in 10th position and they managed to claw the way back up into the podium positions. Then we've got the 818, 23 car, the BDE, 191, 788, 600 and 991 with 111 sneaking into that top 10 in the Audi. Coasters team with Lawrence and Pinata Hobbs behind, Weatherburn, Gibbons, Convoy. Let's go over to the Pro-Am class. Brex Racing P1. They lapped their competitors. Shakedown Racing team, they had a late out. Hope the driver who's missing is feeling better. This is Spinaz and Xeri, P2 with Sofa King Slow. Sofa in P3, Young Rashudi Phipps. And in the final class, the AM class, it is $1.50 market special with Hill, Cuggly and Farrar, P1 with team name P2, and it looks like that is Rutama Spin in P3. And that is the final race, done and dusted on 1.8. And how do we feel about that, gents?
Relieved, I think. Very much looking forward to 1.9. So yeah, 1.8's had its moments, had been fun, but it's had its challenges, and looking forward to 1.9 dropping on, I want to say Wednesday.
I think the big thing is that we're going to get hopefully a rebalance of the cars and a lot more variety, and hopefully some really some cars that maybe are a little bit more difficult to drive for some drivers who are very comfortable in what they've got. Just my personal thought. So yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, same. I banging on that drum all night, so I'm looking forward to everyone having a bit of a refresh over the next couple of weeks. Getting that new DLC on Wednesday, Thursday, jumping into the game and relearning some of the cars and setups, and getting stuck back into it for a massive May that's coming up very, very soon. Looking forward to it. What's the first car we're going to jump into once the patch is launched?
Porsche.
Fez.
Porsche. Fez. I think, look, I might try the Porsche. It's something different. I've been against the Porsche, but I like the looks of it. Thank you to the stewards today, Megan D and Alex Army in particular, and all the other helpers that jumped in to assist. You guys are absolutely sensational, and thank you everyone for jumping in chat, and obviously thank you for my commentary team, including yourself, Jason and Tom, for their assist today. It's been absolutely fantastic and a very fun race.
Definitely. Good laughs as well. Sorry to all of those with the commentator's curse that they had hanging over their heads. Me in particular, the 555. Sorry for calling that out, and you end up getting a drive-through. So yes, but thank you, boys. It's been a lot of fun to be back in the comms box, and I look forward to the next one.
Yeah, outstanding effort again from you, Mull, as always. Brilliant to bring all this together for us to be able to race and commentate and steward on. So tip the hat to you, mate. Well done.
Thank you, mate. Whilst I remember then, Glenn Germain, thank you very much for all your help too. Glenn is the arch warrior when it comes to server protection and helping get all these liveries up, all the servers up. He's currently about 27 Jack Daniels deep at the moment, and hopefully having a fantastic day. And it went smoothly again with the server, so it's a credit to his work behind the scenes. So yeah, anyway, thanks everybody. We'll see you on track during the week. We'll do some fun races, and until then, take care and goodbye.